Papers.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers listed on the order paper in the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance. Consolidated audited financial statements of First Citizens Bank Limited and its subsidiaries for the financial year ended September 30th, 2015, and the consolidated audited financial statements of First Citizens Holding Limited and its subsidiaries for the financial year ended September 30th, 2015.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 2714, I beg for deferral of questions listed here, questions number 14, 15, and 16 for 1 week.
Honourable Senators, questions number 14, 15, and 16 will be deferred for 1 week.
Public business, private business, motions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. And in moving this motion in accordance with Standing Order 48.1, I seek the leave of the Senate to ask the debate on motion number 2, which is related, be taken conjointly.
We saw you.
Honourable Senators, is this the wish of the Senators? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Mark.
Whereas it is provided by Section 123(2) of the Constitution that the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police be selected by criteria and procedure prescribed by order of the President, subject to negative resolution of Parliament. And whereas the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process Order 2015 was published on December 16, 2015 by legal notice number 218. And whereas the order significantly diminishes the role of the Police Service Commission, among other things, be it resolved that the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process Order 2015 be annulled. Madam President, the approach I intend to take in dealing with these matters or motions is as follows. I want to look firstly at the process and the procedure. I want to then look at the substance of the orders. Then I want to examine briefly the unconstitutionality of these orders, and of course examine the dangers and implications to our democracy and the freedoms arising out of the unconstitutionality of these orders. And of course, I would like to pose a question and seek some answers from the government as it concerns whether there is some individual who has been targeted for this appointment by the current administration. Madam President, it is clear that even in a statement made by the Honourable Attorney General, sometime, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it would have been in the period when he introduced the whistleblower legislation on the 13th of November 2015, the Honourable Attorney General did indicate to us on page 3 of his statement, and I quote, "We are at present dealing with the legislative mechanisms to cause the appointment of a Commissioner of Police, and we expect this to be completed no later than the end of November of 2015. November of 2015, Madam President. However, November passed, came and passed. December almost came and passed without any notification coming before this Honourable Senate. In complete violation, Madam President, of Standing Order 78, of our standing orders, that deals with statutory instruments, and Standing Order 83 of our standing orders that deals with Statutory Instruments Committee. So, Madam President, I wouldn't detain you in going through the provisions of these standing orders because they are self-explanatory. But here we are told by the Honourable Attorney General that the order for the Commissioner of Police selection process and qualifications would be completed no later than November the 30th of last year. So one has to assume, unless we are otherwise informed, that the government did complete these orders by the end of November of 2015. But it took the government to issue those orders on the 14th of December. And then they were published on the 16th of December. And as you know, Madam President, it is only when the order is published that it takes legal effect and it becomes law. So whilst we are lawmakers, we are debating a law that is already in existence in our country as we speak. We are debating a law. So it demonstrated to us either a surreptitious approach on the part of the government to deny us in the Parliament the right to examine these instruments when they were published, because it is stated very clearly in these standing orders that these instruments must be submitted to the clerk of the Senate for the laying on the table simultaneous with its submission for publication. So the same time it was published on the 16th of December, it was supposed to be tabled in this House on that same day or even a day later. We only became aware of these instruments last week Friday. Madam President, last week Friday, which did not give us the kind of window of opportunity to discuss these matters in the way that we would have liked to discuss them. So we had to rush, Madam President, to file these motions since there were no discussions, no negotiations, no consensus between the government and the opposition on these instruments. So the first thing I would like to record, Madam President, is the total disregard and utter contempt shown by the executive arm, the government, for this honorable parliament. That's the first thing. Madam President, everything seemed to have been done in almost a secretive fashion. It was done by stealth and subterfuge. That is the impression you get. Because how can you publish an instrument on the 16th of December and we are only made aware of it last week Friday when we came to this honorable House to debate the finance bill? That is when it came formally to our notice, Madam President. And Madam President, what is even more dangerous is that there has been no serious dialogue, no discussion, no consultation with the stakeholders in this whole exercise. The official opposition, which represents over 342,000 citizens in the Republic, is a stakeholder. And we were not consulted. We understand the Police Service Commission was not consulted as well. We understand that the Police Social and Welfare Branch or Association was not consulted. And I guess other agencies would have fallen in the same bracket, Madam President. So here it is. We are dealing with the Commissioner of Police and the Police Service in this instance, which is under his command and management. And that is an agency that deals with the investigation, detection, and prosecution of crime in our country. And we had no knowledge of this event. And I heard somewhere on the news that somebody said there were some 29 consultations. But as far as we are concerned, Madam President, on the matter of the instruments that are before us, 218 and 219, there were no consultation with the opposition, with the public, with the Police Service Commission, and with other stakeholders. No consultation on that particular matter. But Madam President, I want to deal with the substantive matter that is before us. Madam President, if you go to the instrument 218 as an example, Madam President, we have a situation where it is revoking instrument number 102 of 2009. And Madam President, the instrument of 2009, which is legal notice, when compared to that of 2015, there is a massive difference in what is being proposed. And I want to make it very clear. When these orders were brought on the 14th of June 2009 by the Minister of National Security, then, may his soul rest in peace, my former teacher, former Minister of National Security, Martin Joseph. Madam President, when it was brought, or they were brought, they were brought 2 years late, because the last one was in 2007, and they brought those instruments 2 years later in 2009. And Madam President, we filed a motion to annul that instrument then. But the government had the majority, and they passed it. And that is why it came into effect. And the rest is now history. But Madam President, I want you to go with me very slowly to provision 3 of the particular order, where the government is proposing that the Commission, on request of the Minister of National Security, shall, in accordance with Section 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board Act, contract an appropriate local firm to conduct a recruitment process, including inviting applications for positions, or for the positions. Madam President, when you go to 2009, that was not there. The Minister of National Security, and not the Honourable Major General retired Edmund Dillon. I am not dealing with him. It could be any Minister of National Security. I have respect for the Honourable Minister. I think it means well. Just in the wrong party. But I think it means well. You understand, Madam? So, Madam President, no disrespect to the Honourable Minister whatsoever. So, Madam President, here it is. We have in this order, or this instrument, where the Commission, which is the Police Service Commission, on request of the Minister of National Security, is seeking under the Central Tenders Board to contract a firm. Madam President, before that, in the 2009 instrument, it was the DPA that triggered the process. But this time, we have an invasion by the executive arm of the state, triggering this mechanism to have a contract established to get a firm to begin inviting applicants or applications. Madam President, we believe this is an intrusion and an invasion by the executive arm of the state in an independent service commission, which is the Police Service Commission. We do not support the Minister of National Security providing that input into this matter. We believe the Service Commission or the DPA is appropriate to trigger the mechanism if the language is properly placed to effect it, not the Minister of National Security. And what is even worse, Madam President, in accordance with Section 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board Act, when I go to 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board Act, what does it tell us, Madam President? It says, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 21, the government may act on its own behalf where, and C says, it enters into a contract with the National Insurance Property Development Company Limited or a company which is wholly owned by the state for the supply of articles or for the undertaking of works or services in connection therewith. So, Madam President, we move from the Minister of National Security who is a member of the cabinet and the executive arm of the state, and we now go to NIPDEC. And NIPDEC is now responsible for securing the particular firm or group of firms to select or to invite applicants or applications. And we know that NIPDEC, whilst it is tripartite, labor, government, and business, Madam President, we know that the majority of members on the NIPDEC board is made up of government members. So at the end of the day, Madam President, we are positing that the executive arm of the state is involved in the selection of firms to identify, Madam President, appropriate applicants through an invitation. But Madam President, what is even more serious, we go to B. The firm, we don't know what is the firm. All we know is that, and I'll tell you later on as we go on, the firm shall select from the applications received the most suitable candidates for the assessment process. Now, Madam President, we don't know how the firm is going to do that. What we know is that in the 2009 order, it states that the firm shall advertise each vacancy for a period to be determined by the Commission, not more than 7 days. In the 2007 order, it was 4 months, and the government reduced it to 7 days. Now, the government, in its 2015 order, is saying, Madam President, the firm shall select. But nowhere in this order is the government telling the country how this firm, this local firm, is going to actually select. Is it going to select people? How, Madam President? Because there is nothing like advertisement here. There's nothing like saying it must advertise. So, Madam President, that is a concern. How are they going to select candidates for a position as important as that of the Commissioner of Police? And, Madam President, it goes on to deal with the practice. They will ensure that the candidate is vetted properly in terms of security and professional vetting, and the firm shall submit to the Commission the results of its assessment process in the form of a shortlist of candidates and a report on its assessment of the entire process, Madam President. And it goes on to tell you the candidate should provide the following documents. Now, Madam President, this firm, this is a local firm. They didn't define, Madam President, if it is a totally local firm. It didn't say whether it is a firm of a multinational corporation operating in our environment. It is locally incorporated. So we don't know if it's Ernst & Young, KPMG, PricewaterhouseCoopers. We don't know if it's Watkins. We don't know who that local firm is going to be because it has not been identified. And how it is stated in this order, one gets the impression, Madam President, that this local firm seemed to be given the power to select because it is not advertising and it is not stated here that they are going to advertise. So how are they going to select? Do they have a list of candidates that they have already identified? Or that will be identified by this organization and they will go about, Madam President, selecting? That cannot be fair. Not for the post of a police commissioner. And Madam President, it goes on after they have done all this. This firm will then submit the commission, that is the Police Service Commission, shall then take into account all information on the candidates as submitted, that those are my words, as submitted by the firm and thereafter establish an order of merit list. So this firm does all the work, and then it submits those assessment exercises and results to the Commission, who in turn will, Madam President, take into account this information and establish an order of merit list. Now, in the 2009 order, the Police Service Commission had the authority to make an input, to have an input into this matter. So the Police Service Commission, when this firm would have submitted its report in the 2009 order, they have the authority to consult or discuss those results with the firm. So they have submitted their results, Madam President, and under the 2009 order, the Commission has the right to call in the firm and to discuss the results of those assessments. The government has deleted that from the 2015 order. And we don't know why, Madam President. Why have they deleted that? So you have a constitutional, independently established institution being told by a private local firm, these are our candidates. And you know what you have to do, Madam President? As the Commission, you have to accept it. Because the Constitution says how the Police Service Commission will go about selecting or drawing up the order of merit list, Madam President. So this is a bit worrying to us, where this private sector firm has come from and who has given it all this power. I would like the Honourable Attorney General to tell this House where these provisions came from in the 2015 order. And those provisions, if you can tell us, who did the government consult with before they established these provisions in the legal notice 218 and 219? We haven't got that information from them. So, Madam President, this is a serious matter. We are talking about a police service. Already you see frightening instances of police abuse, even with the current transparent and accountable process. You see instances of police abuse in this instance. You just only had to read the papers this week. 6 policemen on almost $5 million in bail for doing what? It is alleged. Serious charges. I won't go through those charges, Madam President. But we know what some of the police officers, not all of them, because the majority of them are good officers, but there are several officers who are rogue elements, and they carry out the duties of whoever can advise them or encourage them or inspire them. So, Madam President, this is a serious matter. The People's Partnership is not against the recruitment of a local police officer as Commissioner of Police. We are not against, Madam President, a Deputy Commissioner of Police who's a local. What we have difficulty with is the process. We want a process to be open, to be fair, to be transparent, and to be accountable. That is what we are interested in. We want to make sure that when we vote for a police commissioner, that police commissioner is above board. His moral is high, his integrity is high, his honesty cannot be questioned. That is the kind of commissioner of police we are looking for, because, Madam President, that commissioner of police has 6,000 men under his command, and they bear arms, and they are very coercive. And Madam President, if you don't get the process right, and you put the wrong person in charge of the police service, we may end up like Gary's Grenada with a mongoose gang. We may end up like Burnham in Guyana. We may end up like Baby Duck and Papa Duck in Duvalier, Haiti. And a criminal in Philippines called Marcos. If you don't get the process right, Madam President, a police commissioner is not an office you play footsie with. This is a serious matter. This is his life and death. This is national security. We want stability. We want honesty. We want somebody who can build the morale of the police officers. But that person must be able to inspire confidence. And we should not be debating in this house, Madam President, the validity of selection of police commissioner and whether it's right or wrong. This should have been done behind closed doors. The government should have met with the opposition and work out this so we could have come here and say we support this measure. You think we want to come in this parliament and talk about our police commissioner? We are hearing names. We are hearing names being bandied about, and I'll share that with the population in a short while. In terms of who the police, who the government is seeking to promote. And they must deny it. So, Madam President, this is a very serious matter. Because of my time constraint, I can't go into details as I would like to. But this is a matter that requires serious reflection, Madam President. The Police Service Commission is an independent institution under our Constitution. And the government must not use a subsidiary legislation, to undermine primary legislation. They must not use subsidiary legislation to subvert and to undermine and to overthrow the Constitution of our country. And what they cannot get through with in the front door, they come in through the back door with subsidiary legislation to amend the Constitution in an indirect way and to undermine the independence of the Police Service Commission. And we cannot, as the loyal opposition of the people, as the alternative government in waiting to get rid of this incompetent administration, we want to ensure, Madam President, that we do what is right to protect the interests and defend the well-being and welfare of the citizens of this country. That is what we are about. We are about defending their rights. So, Madam President, when we look at this, we are concerned. And, Madam President, if you go now to the order of 2015, there are so many other areas I can raise, but my colleagues will do so when they speak. But let's go to Order 219, Madam President. The Order 219, which is legal notice number 219, talks about qualification and selection. And it tells you, Madam President, the whole process that should be undertaken. Again, the Minister, the Honourable Attorney General, I see he's here, and I'm glad that he's here, he's my good friend.
Are you?
Yes, sir. Madam President, we would like the Honourable Attorney General to tell us where these provisions came from in Order Legal Notice number 219. Madam President, I'll give you an example. What we had in 2009, Legal Notice number 101. And I want the Honourable Minister of National Security, when he joins this debate, to explain to this Honourable House whether he is in support of the deletion of provision 3 of this particular order of 209, which does not appear, Madam President, in 2015. We are selecting a commissioner of police. And we are telling this Commissioner of Police what are the qualifications he or she must possess and the core competencies or the core criteria he or she must possess. Here, Madam President, what is said in this order of 219, Madam President. If you go to page 2 with me. The first thing, that person must possess leadership skills. What leadership skills mean, Madam President? That person must be able to motivate, must be able to inspire, must be able to engender trust, must be able to promote confidence in the members of the police service. That is one of the criteria set out in the legal notice of 209. You know that disappears in the legal notice of 2015? So what is this so-called firm going to judge a person who is coming before it as it relates to core criteria? The second core criteria is management skills. Hear what they say in 209. That person must be able to plan and organize operations, monitor and implement such plans, identify and rectify problems. But we leave out that. In 2015, why Minister of National Security? Why Attorney General? Why? Then communication skills. That person must have communication skills, be it written and oral, to enable him to deal or her effectively with the media and community groups. That has been left out, Madam President. It goes on, Madam President. Commitment to the cause of the organization. So you want a Commissioner of Police who is being interviewed by a firm, and a core criteria as commitment to the cause of the organization is left out, Madam President. How can you do that, Madam President? Madam President, it also says that person must have the requisite vision which shall enable him to guide the police service in the specific direction which will serve the best interests of the organization. And most importantly, Madam President, the number 6 core criteria, integrity. A lot of us talk about integrity. A lot of us get on some moral high horse and talk about morality. And I say morality at times reminds me of a person who engages in rationale. It's a kind of rationalization, Madam President. Rhetorical rationality for expedient action and self-interest. People clothe themselves in moral garments when it suits them. So today, they're immoral. Tomorrow, they're moral. And they tell you who is moral and who is not moral. That is why they tell you this world is not made up of angels, but of angels. Where men and women talk about moral principles, but they act out on power principles. That is what it is. It's about power. It's about self-interest. It's about promoting self-interest. That is what this thing is about. So the last one is integrity. Having the courage of his conviction and known among his peers for doing the right thing, regardless of consequences to self and others. Madam President, who could be against a police commissioner having integrity and being able to do the right thing? When Stephen Williams was called into the office of a former prime minister, and when he told the senior superintendent, who was a lead candidate to become Commissioner of Police, we have a plan, but you don't fit into the plan at this time. Step down, step aside. And Stephen Williams had the moral fortitude to tell that former Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, I respect you, don't disrespect me. I will not step down.
How you do that?
That was said in the handset, and you never denied it, and you were a member of the government. That is in black and white in the handset record. And you, leader of the House, never denied it. So I have to assume you knew what was going on, and you knew it was true. So, Madam President, we have a situation where 6 core criteria have been left out. Why have you left out these core criteria? Because you have Is it, Madam President, you have seen an individual who can do your work? This is a government since 1994 has been undermining the Police Service Commission. It is not now, Madam President. Jules Bernard had to march around this Red House, the Red House with police officers in 1994 because the government didn't like Jules Bernard and a fellow called Kenneth Lala, and they wanted them out. And the police had to march around the Red House to tell Patrick Manning, hands off the police service. Almost had a coup in the country. Always trying to interfere with the police. A former Prime Minister called Everett Snaggs at the office of the Prime Minister in Whitehall and handed them the instrument of Commissioner of Police. Never happened in the history of our country, but that happened with Everett Snaggs, Madam President. Again, trying to interfere with the police and the Police Service Commission. That is the work of the Police Service Commission, not the Prime Minister. How the Prime Minister could call a Commissioner of Police and say, here's your instrument. You want to put that Commissioner of Police in your back pocket. And I ask myself the question, Madam President, is these instruments, the instruments that we are debating today, Madam President, is it an attempt by the government to hijack the police service? What is the objective? Madam President, they must come clean. And I want to warn them today. You may have the majority, but it's a good thing we have the Privy Council. And as long as the People's Partnership is in office as opposition, we will support the retention of the Privy Council. We will do that because we believe that we gain fairness across there. I am telling you that so long as we are here, the leader of the opposition has made that very clear. But you know why you want the CCJ. Just as how you know why you want what you bring here. In a very secretive manner.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, Madam President. So as far as we are concerned, Madam President, we have to be very careful. If you do not get this thing right, Madam President, a police service can be transformed into the private army of a political party and carry out brutality against people in this society. And we cannot sit idly by and allow this kind of travesty to take place in our country. Is that what the government is interested in? We hear names like Harold Phillip as the man that they want to make Commissioner of Police. We don't know. We want the government to indicate that. We hear a name called McDonald Jacob, some senior superintendent of police. They say he might be the person. We hear a next name called Vincent Edwards. They have targeted people, and the people are telling us. We are being told by the people that these are some of the elements that they have in mind to be the next Commissioner of Police. Let us know if this is true or not. Because we don't want you to bring a candidate here that the people are saying have already been selected by the political directorate. We want to know if that is true. Because you are not going to get this opposition to rubber stamp these things, Madam President. And therefore we serve notice on this government. You may have the majority to defeat us today, but we will take you to the Supreme Court. And we'll take you as far to the Privy Council. Because we are convinced, Madam President, that these orders are unconstitutional, ultra vires the Constitution. They seek to undermine the independence of the Independent Police Service Commission. And we will not stand idly by and allow the PNM to ride roughshod over the rights and freedoms of the people of this country. We are going to defend our democracy. We are going to defend the rights of the people, and we are going to do everything in our power to ensure that the People's National Movement government does not ride roughshod over the rights and freedoms and independence of institutions such as the Police Service Commission of our country. Madam President, we have a lot to say, but time is not on our side at this time. but we serve notice on them. As I said, you may have the majority. Go ahead, pass it. The ayes have it. No problem. The ayes have it. At the end of the day, Madam President, the court will determine if you're right or if you're wrong, Madam President. Madam President, with your leave, I beg to move.
We need someone to second the motion.
And if I may, I wish to second the motion and reserve my right to speak on this at a later time.
The motion has been seconded by Senator Solomon. Honourable Senators, I will now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas it is provided by Section 123, subsection 2 of the Constitution, that the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police be selected by criteria and procedure prescribed by order of the President, subject to negative resolution of Parliament. And whereas the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner Selection Process Order 2015 was published on December the 16th, 2015 by legal notice number 218. And whereas the order significantly diminishes the role of the Police Service Commission, among other things, be it resolved that the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process Order 2015 be annulled. Senators are reminded that they can also speak on motion number 2. The Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President, and may I again convey my gratitude for the opportunity to speak through you to the Honourable people of Trinidad and Tobago in this very august chamber, the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly a very different perspective, as I mentioned on the last time sitting on this end of the House. Madam President, it's my second time speaking in the Senate under the new standing orders, and 40 minutes goes very quickly. Usually I would have the opportunity to respond seriatim to the very many arguments put forward by my learned colleague, Senator Wade Mark. However, this is a rather truncated period, 40 minutes, and forgive me for diving directly into the answer to the issues. I do so for a number of reasons. Firstly, so as to explain the position before the House, the Senate today. Secondly, and importantly, to put onto the Hansard record the intention and proportionality behind the legislation which we now speak about. I've stressed the word proportionality because we as legislators, in considering any motion, ultimately deal with the making of laws as we do under Section 53 of the Constitution, under the supreme law of the land. We deal so within the parameters of our preamble, which respects the democratic rights of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, due process, the rule of law, and many others. But importantly, enshrined, albeit this is not a 3/5 majority debate, within the core provisions of the Constitution, and born alive now into the jurisprudence as to constitutionality, is the concept of proportionality. And what do I mean by that? We are facing two motions today which seek to posit that there is an unconstitutionality for a number of reasons as addressed by the learned Senator Mark, including A, an allegation for failure to consult, B, an allegation that an improper process relative to the standing orders was adopted, specifically with respect to standing orders 79 and 83. Forgive me if I confuse them with the House standing orders. And thirdly, within the concept of there being a purported danger as a result of these matters. There was a general description of some form of conspiracy theory by the opposition, that there is somebody who is known that this process is polluted and that there is danger. But importantly, the Honourable Senator posited that, albeit that this was a majority debate to be had today, that this was simply the passage through to the Privy Council. And very interestingly, for the first time in 6 years, we got a position from the United National Congress on the CCJ. I was very refreshed to hear this, because having brought to life the CCJ by the Treaty of Chagaramas, having committed to it, having skirted around accepting the CCJ for 6 years, having had the last Prime Minister say that they will take provisional and bifurcated access to the CCJ, where only certain matters would go there, in breach of the Treaty of Chagaramas, mind you. Today, all of a sudden, the UNC position is far from acceptance of CCJ, but instead maintenance of the Privy Council. And if it is indeed we're going to the Privy Council, it is incumbent upon me to seed into the record the proportionality of the constitutionality of this bill. Secondly, the matters which definitively demonstrate that this is far from the mischief posited before the Senate today. This is far from an erosion of the powers of the Police Service Commission and its autonomy. In fact, what we have done today in discussing this is to bring to the light the fact that we have strengthened the Police Service Commission. And I'll explain to you how we have done that. Madam Speaker, Madam President, forgive me. What we have done today is to act in conformity with two very important principles of law. One, firstly, to be found in the Constitution under Section 75(1) of the Constitution. And secondly, to be found and aided by Section 45(2) of the Interpretation Act. Section 75 of the Constitution provides that there should be a cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, which shall have general direction and control of the government, and there should be collective responsibility. And Section 45(2) of the Interpretation Act provides where a written law empowers any person or authority to do any act or thing, all such power shall be deemed to be also given as are reasonably necessary to enable that person or authority to do that act or thing. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago was amended in 2006. There was a package of legislation, Act number 6, Act number 7, Act number 8 of 2006, and a 2/3 majority was adopted to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, specifically to do two very important things. One, to broaden and better the ambit of the Police Service Commission, and two, to give autonomy and financial responsibility and managerial authority to the Commissioner of Police. Specifically, Section 123 of the Constitution provides that the Police Service Commission shall have the power to A, appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. And Section 123 capital A provides that the Commissioner of Police shall have complete power to manage the police service as is required to ensure that human, financial, material resources available to the service are used in an efficient and effective manner. So we have an awesome authority provided to a Commissioner of Police. That authority is meant to be provided to a constant personality installed and insulated from the vagaries of having to accept appointments from time to time. We have that empowerment so that the police service can be efficiently and properly managed. Confidence. We have a Police Service Commission that appoints this permanent position of Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police. But where is the law in the context of Trinidad and Tobago today? Where are we? From 2006 onward, Trinidad and Tobago has had several persons act as Commissioner of Police. Specifically, if we go a little bit further back, 2003 to 2004, Everald Snaggs. 2004 to 2007, Trevor Paul. 2007 to 2010, an acting Commissioner of Police, James Filbert. 2010 to 2012, Dwayne Gibbs as Commissioner of Police. 2012 to present, Stephen Williams, acting Commissioner of Police for the 7th installation right now. We have runaway murders. We had in the period of the last 6 years the worst detection and conviction rates in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Homicide falling from 36% detection and conviction in 2010 down to less than 3% at one point in the last 5 years. 3 out of every 100 people being detected and convicted for murder, including murder-suicide. So you catch 2 out of the 3 right there. Those are the facts. Where do we go from there? We have had a position volunteered by several entities all around. Since 2006 come forward, we have had the position that there is a problem in the Police Service Commission, and specifically there has been an identification that there are problems in the manner in which a Police Service Commission appoints a Commissioner of Police and a Deputy Commissioner of Police. The annual reports 2013 go backwards. 2012, 2011, annual report 2010, 2008, 09, 06, all of them here. All of them are replete, page after page, in complaining that the process is too expensive, that the process is convoluted, that the process takes us nowhere. The engagement of authorities took considerable time in the context of the competing priorities of government. Consolidated submissions finally reviewed. 12 areas submitted for reform. So says the annual report 2008.
Gerald, could you just tell me what you were quoting from? Sorry.
I was quoting from the Police Service Commission 2008 annual report, page 6.
Great.
And I'm giving the parameter of the period 2013 go back to 2006, saying that the Police Service Commission's annual reports are replete with references to the fact that the process by which a Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police are appointed is inadequate, inefficient, and expensive and convoluted. That is the Police Service Commission reports themselves. The Hansard record is replete with references to this. Specifically, in the period in the Hansard report, Friday, June 25th, 2010, Friday, July 2nd, 2010, April 1st, 2011, Friday, April 1st, 2011, second reference. We have also Hansard records 25th October 2011 to the period 27th March 2012. We have in the period back prior to 2010, the debates in 2009 on the motion to annul, the 2008 debates. All of these debates, and in particular, I took note of the words of the Honourable Member for Siparia, serving as Prime Minister, where on the first motion that came to Parliament on June 25th, 2010, an undertaking was given by the then Prime Minister specifically to deal with the intolerable circumstance where one could spend $3.4 million in 1 year through the current process, the 2009 selection criteria and orders and procedures, $3.4 million in 1 year to try to get names and nominees through Penn State University as a foreign firm. In fact, the Honourable Prime Minister then went on to give a specific undertaking that there would be an immediate solution found to this and that there would be reform. That was followed swiftly by Dr. Munilal, acting then as leader of government business, who in short also gave serious criticism in his debate Friday, July 2nd, 2010, to the cost. He said it cost $8 million over a couple of years to produce a nominee, and that the nominee who could be so elected would not even earn $8 million in the job post. Again, an undertaking was given. In a motion before the House on the state of the Commissioner of Police deficiencies in the police service brought by Fitzgerald Hines then in the Parliament of the Senate 25th October 2012, Senator Anand Ramlogan, the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, gave scathing criticism about how intolerable it was as a country to have no confirmed Commissioner of Police. And he had this to say: when someone is acting appointments in these serious critical offices connotes something to the person who is acting. It sends a signal to the wider population at large. It carries with it certain undermining of authority of the institution of state.
That's right.
What happened next, addressing the issue of an alleged lack of consultation, was that the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the opposition in Trinidad and Tobago together entered into an enterprise of consultation and production with several persons, and a multi-sector review committee was established. The multi-sector review team on the Police Service Commission was established to review this process. And that multi-sector review team, for the record, Madam President, included Chairman of the PSC, Professor Ramesh Diosaran, Senator the Honourable Anand Ramlogan, SC, Attorney General, Honourable Jack Austin Warner, MP, Minister of National Security, Honourable Carolyn C. Prasad Bechan, MP, Minister of Public Administration, Honourable Donna Cox, MP, Member of the Opposition, Chief Parliamentary Counsel, Ian McIntyre, Head of the Law Reform Commission, Samraj Harry Paul, Dr. Kerry Sumer Rai, the Secretary, Mr. Alwyn Daniel, and the Police Service Welfare Entity, Sergeant Anand Ramisa. And what did they do, Madam President, in short, time being short? They met 6 meetings as a review team, 15 meetings thereafter as a sub-review committee, 1 meeting thereafter to produce an addendum to the report. Ministry of National Security then went on an excursion where it sat and met for 9 times thereafter, so that's 15 plus 6 plus 1, 22 plus 9 actual meetings that they had. And what does a government do? A government governs, and there's a process of governance and a continuity of governance. Do you come and restart a process? Do you come and automatically ignore a written black and white report not referred to by the by the Honourable Senator Wade Mark, who has piloted this motion, studious avoidance of the fact that there we have in writing a report of the multi-sector review team, black and white, on the Police Service Commission, which says that significant reforms are required, a 2/3 majority approach is required, autonomy should be given to the PSC, the Police Service Commission, the process by which you adopt needs to be drastically simplified so that the cost can be reduced. All of this is in black and white, not referred to. So has there been no consultation? There has been significant consultation. One may say that we may end up in a passage of analysis paralysis. Where is the line to be drawn? Listen to that phrase. Where is the line to be drawn? I'm taking the words of Lord Hope of Cregwell in the leading case as to constitutionality relative to the intrusion by the executive into autonomous bodies, specifically the Police Service Commission, in the case of Cooper versus the DPA 2006 Privy Council case. I'm taking those words directly from that judgment, because that relates to the proportionality principle where I started. And, Madam President, notwithstanding the then government, the People's Partnership government, which has been vigilant in doing something about it and bringing us forward, let me stick a pin and say there's been no breach of process in coming to this Parliament. The Statutory Instruments Committee, which was convened to discuss this matter, had to abort itself because by filing of a motion you can't have any Statutory Instruments Committee. We are here as a Senate today dealing with it because the process is there. Is the Parliament staff to be blamed? I won't go there. Is the Chief Parliamentary Counsel to be blamed? I won't go there. What I can say is that we are here under lawful authority of the standing orders and of the motion before us discussing this issue. Removing that pin and jumping back to the argument right now and going back to where the line is to be drawn, the last government, having had significant consultation together with the People's National Movement, omitted now in opposition to indicate that there was a 10-point plan produced. That's right. And that we as an opposition, in this Senate I sat right opposite where I am now for 5 years in opposition. And I can tell you the record will demonstrate that we supported 97.6% of the legislation that came into the Parliament. And time after time, when the government needed to move an agenda forward, particularly on crime and security, we assisted 96.7% of the time, or 97.6%. What happened then? A simple thing, like making sure we gave up a private member's day. We did. Time and time again, without debate. We heard today from the opposition, you should consult us. Let me give you an example. We had the experience of consulting the opposition yesterday and day before on a simple matter of explaining that the accounts of Trinidad and Tobago needed to be closed by the 31st of January. That it takes the Auditor General 4 days for after the exercise is finished, that the Senate had to meet, that the House had to meet, and therefore we said, because these are your accounts when you were in government to close off, we would like most respectfully for you to agree to give up your private members' day on Friday. We'll give you the Friday after as a guarantee. You know that couldn't happen.
They don't get it.
So we must consult with them. Now, after we consulted for 6 years straight on this issue, have a written report on the issue, and we can't even get their cooperation to agree that the government of Trinidad and Tobago's statutory mandate in closing the accounts of Trinidad and Tobago should take priority because of the strictures of time. That's an impossibility. And today I hear Senator Mark volunteering that the opposition is there as a panacea for consultation and solution finding. Most respectfully, Honourable Senator, methinks that your actions speak louder than your words. May I say this? The opposition now, when in government, went from the Attorney General's condemnation of an acting position of Commissioner of Police. It was intolerable in 2011. Hear what the Attorney General had to say in the Trinidad Guardian, top cop failed in tackling murders. Here's what the Attorney General had to say. On the issue of appointing a police commissioner, the AG described that as a red herring. Somebody will be forced to perform. He says this in relation, I am in fact not an advocate at all of having the Commissioner of Police appointed on a permanent basis in the first instance. Government policy. If they appoint someone on a permanent basis and the man ain't performing, in the 6 months the murder rate doubles, what you gonna do? Ram Logan question. He said when someone was acting, the performance would be also reviewed from time to time. He added, one would expect they would want to give their very best so they could get the job. You are acting, and if you want to give it your all, you go beyond the call of duty and you'll be judged by that. You will then be able to get the best out of that person because they want to relieve themselves of the acting status and prove that they are the best man for the job. So if you make that man permanent, when he sleeps and gets up, a crime plan does appear underneath his pillow. It is completely illogical and irrational, Ram Logan argued. That is the Guardian newspaper article by Gisha Kaulesa, Thursday, January 30th, 2014. How far from 2011's position? How far away from 30-something plus consultations and a written report that government position is, as equally far as the CCJ and Privy Council position is now by the opposition. So where are we now, Madam President? Left? Madam President, the fact is we're dealing with constitutionality. The argument has been placed on this table that the use of the word Minister of National Security as a trigger, as the opposition calls it, is an undue intrusion into the autonomy of the Police Service Commission. I'm rephrasing the argument to put it succinctly. What does a leading authority on this area of law have to say, as I mentioned? Cooper and another versus the Director of Personnel Administration, 2006, UK Privy Council at page 37 at page 101. Again, as I've said, it is Lord Hope of Cregwell. Lord Hope of Cregwell canvasses a very learned judge of the Court of Appeal, God bless his soul, Mr. Justice of Appeal Wendell Kangaloo, who noted that it wasn't, Mr. Justice Kangaloo said at paragraph 15 of his judgment at page 128, that it is not correct to say that any involvement by the executive in the affairs of the police service was unconstitutional. And the learned Privy Council judge specifically drew the issue in this context. Where is the line to be drawn, as I posited earlier? And in expressing the issue as he did, at paragraph 26 to 28, there's very useful guidance to be had. Their lordships considered specifically the now famous dicta of Lord Diplock, as it arose in the case of Endell Thomas versus the Attorney General, 1982, WLR, I forget the page, 132. Sorry, WLR 601. And Lord Diplock specifically drew, as Senator Mark lifted from it, the caution as to the autonomy argument, the need for caution in intruding in the autonomy of the Police Service Commission, lest you had a runaway police service. But what Lord Hope of Craigwell said is that the promotion, etc., must be exercised free from interference or any kind of influence by the executive. And I want to spend a second on the facts. This case that went to the Privy Council was about an advertisement where the Police Service Commission, when challenged as to why they had not produced examination results, the Police Service Commission said, it's not me, it's the Public Service Examination Board, they are appointed by the Cabinet. And they said so on the context, on the background of that position of Public Service Examination Board having performed examinations across the public service since 1966. Essentially, the Privy Council said, look, that publication was wrong. The fact is you can't abdicate your right. You, as the Police Service Commission, need to have the autonomy to select whether you do this or not. Let's put that into the context of where we are today. The Order 218 of 2015 says specifically the Minister of National Security. It says here, well, first of all, paragraphs 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are almost in exact terms, save for the change of a date. The serious change happens in paragraph 3, which is the prescriptive positions. Paragraph 3 and the order itself is invoked by virtue of the platform in the Constitution, section 123(2), which says you shall exercise your power to appoint in accordance with the orders, the statutory instruments. I've already demonstrated how the Interpretation Act says you read into a power all the powers necessary to perform the power. And the government has elected, in removing the convoluted steps from the 2009 order, which, mind you, the UNC complained about to no end when they brought a motion to deal with that, but which they adopted in 2010, utilized to appoint Commissioner Gibbs. 2009 criticizing the orders that came up in 2009, saying they were no good, terrible, the worst. 2010, they apply the orders, they select Commissioner Gibbs using the process, and now in 2015 they come to say, well, the orders are the best, tell us why it's being changed. Undue influence. What we had there, in removing the process in subsection 3, it is true. What they had said in subsection 3 is they have put, in fact, a position where there's two sides of a coin. On the one hand, the 2009 orders are prescriptive. They give you ball by ball, 7 days, advertisement, this, that. The 2015 order, however, utilizing the Interpretation Act, adopts a framework approach. Because what we have said in this order is that the commission, and the commission is defined as the Police Service Commission, the commission shall, in accordance with 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board Act, contract an appropriate local firm to conduct a recruitment process. Let me deal with that specifically. It is the commission that contracts. The minister requests that the commission contract. Reading the powers into it pursuant to the Interpretation Act, they have the power to do that. Using the Central Tenders Board Act, now Senator Mark says, tell us where 20A1C comes about. It comes from the 2009 order, Senator Mark. It's the same wording as the 2009 order that you use the same nip deck you just complained about to do the procurement. So the answer is it comes from 2009. Number 2, nip deck itself was going to be dealt with by virtue of a firm. The 2009 order says that the Director of Personnel Administration shall contract a firm. No definition of a firm. We don't know if it's multinational. We don't know if it's local. We don't know what it's about. Same wording has been used, that instead the commission, the Police Service Commission in this instance, hires a firm. The Police Service Commission said they wanted more autonomy. We specifically gave to the Police Service Commission the autonomy that they seek, specifically using the exceptions to procurement by virtue of government. Now, what is the mischief here? Trinidad and Tobago can witness 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, we now stand, 2016. And the Director of Personnel Administration has yet to approach a firm or to have a firm secured to commence this process. 5 years. Director of Personnel has not done the job. The last government did not do the job. We must engage in more analysis paralysis after deep consultation. Well, where do we go, Madam President? If there's a mischief afoot and you want to do it, how do you do it whilst balancing the proportionality, whilst making sure you don't intrude into it? What you do is you enter into a co-sharing arrangement. You preserve the autonomy of the Police Service Commission, and you specifically allow them to do the entire process. The order I invite honourable senators to look at specifically says in 3E, the Commission shall take into account all information on the candidates and thereafter establish an order of merit list. We remove the limitation that says that they could only resort 5 of them. The Commission shall select the highest graded candidate. But why use NIPDEC? Why keep the section 20A1? Because the client is the Police Service Commission, not the DPA, who has done nothing. The client sets the terms of reference for the firm. The Police Service Commission says what it wants to do, what it wants to advertise, what degree of consultation must be had, how it is to be interacted with, when lists are to come. It sets if it wants more information. They shall have the autonomy. Why would a government of Trinidad and Tobago not give them that autonomy by putting prescriptive processes in place which limit it?
What's wrong with that?
By giving a DPA which has been incapable on the facts of dealing with the position. How do we find a solution is the question. Have we intruded into the autonomy? I want to invite you to the use of the word shall in the order. There is a plethora of learning which demonstrates that the word shall may be read as the word may. Thank you. That is to be found. Extract from the book Legislative Drafting, VCRA Crab. Extract from the book Bennion on Statutory Interpretation, Section 10. It is to be found Julius versus Lord Bishop of Oxford, 1874 to 80. It is to be found in Regina versus Tower Hamlets, London Borough Council, ex parte Chechnik Development Limited. A plethora of laws which say that it is meant to be directory, it is not meant to be mandatory. But why do you want the minister there in the first place? All that the minister does in this order, when you read it carefully, is say to the commission, listen, can you please commence the process? Thereafter, it is entirely yours. Can the commission say no? Yes, it can. But by having the minister have the right to at least knock on the door, they must now provide reasons why they're going to say no. And if you have reasons, you're able to be held to account through due process. Can you compel them to act? By virtue of having at least an answer, you could approach the court to say, listen, 5 years pass, no commissioner of police because you didn't advertise. Could you please get on with it and encourage the court to lend you some assistance? Can the Police Service Commission act autonomously? Yes, it can. Is it the entity to choose the Commissioner of Police? Yes, it is. Who tells the firm what to do? Only the Public Service Commission, not the DPA. Because that's how we've changed it. We've taken it away from a member of the executive. Listen, the DPA is not an office holder in the judiciary, nor is the DPA a member of the legislature. Therefore, the DPA is a member of the executive. So if you're going to say that it is the executive intruding by the personality of the minister, it's the same executive to executive argument. Can there be intrusion? No, there cannot be intrusion other than asking for a request and waiting for an answer, either yes or no. And that is it. How does that fit into the modern theories of law? Specifically, I invite honourable senators to Fundamentals of Caribbean Constitutional Law by Tracy Robinson, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of the West Indies, Mona. Arif Balkan, Lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. Adrian Saunders, Judge of the Caribbean Court of Justice. And there is posited there at page 334 in paragraph 7035, a concept called the need for operational flexibility. And it says, a rigid separation of powers is neither desirable nor possible. Modern governments require the cooperation of various personnel and powers so that maintaining a rigid separation among the branches would be counterproductive and inefficient. In the worst case scenario, it could thrust the executive and legislature into antagonistic positions, leading to a deadlocked government. By contrast, participatory process of decision-making can promote good governance through collaboration and the efficient use of scarce resources. But I want to draw you in particular to this, at page 335. Another dimension of overlap between the branches is counterintuitively, perhaps, its potential for promoting intra-branch accountability by preventing the concentration of power in any single branch. Some diffusion of functions allows one organ to act as a check on the other, reflected in the Constitution by provision which facilitates interplay between branches in the appointment process for high offices. The doctrine is only violated where one branch purports to exercise the whole of the power of the other. Whereas diffusion in the form of a partial spread of powers operates as checks and balances would. The search is for maintaining fidelity to the paradigmatic function which each branch alone is empowered to serve, even if some aspects are shared with another branch to some degree. So, Madam President, those excerpts from this thing are drawn from the sources of authority: Thomas versus the AG, 1981, 3 WLR 375. DPA versus Cooper, James Madison, Federalist paper.
Honourable Attorney General, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So what am I saying here? Inefficiency in the system, undue expense in the system, analysis paralysis, significant consultation, a commissioner of police under section 123 capital A to be appointed with massive powers. The last government sat down for 6 years nearly and did a lot of consultation together with the opposition, but what is the end result? Shoulda, coulda, woulda, nothing. Not to blame them, this happens to the best of intentions at times. But where do we go now? How do we deal with the balancing line? Where's the line to be drawn between striking the balance where you do not intrude as an executive into the ambit of an autonomous entity under the Constitution? How do you strike the balance? Well, you strike the balance by empowering the PCA, as we have done, to prescribe its own process, come up with its own rules as the client to nip deck, prescribing its own terms of reference. They are in charge of it. You give them the opportunity to say, we have the sole autonomy, we will do it. The executive has a corollary right in this point, a corollary opportunity to knock on the door and say, PCA, could you please ask for a firm to be appointed? That's it. PCA can say yes, it can say no, it can say jump off a cliff. What does the minister then have? The minister has the opportunity to say that the review of the reasons is now called for, and that in not doing it, you're not performing your function, and therefore you can have that interplay, that correlation, where you, without stepping on their autonomy, you allow for the process to be advanced. That, ladies and gentlemen, honourable senators, or through you, Madam President, takes us back to where I started. That's called proportionality. Be it De Freitas and the Attorney General, leading case on proportionality, be it Northern Construction, as the Court of Appeal has construed, whatever the cases may be, proportionality is the key word in today's lexicon. Proportionality is the key word in today's jurisprudence. As a matter of fact, the government is saying that prescribing that a national of Trinidad and Tobago should be appointed is a good thing. We are saying that removing the 12-year limit for a deputy commissioner of police down to 10 years is a good thing. Why? It broadens the category. It encourages succession planning. We have removed the core requirements because time to lift the bar. Why do we want somebody without a university degree, without specific training which is specified? Why settle it down just to 20 years? We have enough talent when you look at the police service in Trinidad and Tobago, to more than be able to fill the post of Deputy Commissioner of Police without having to take a second-tier requirement. The process is there. There are nationals of Trinidad and Tobago who exist all over the earth. They don't have to live here, they just need to be a national here. So there is proportionality in 219 and 218 of 2015. Simple summary point. As a government having been elected through democratic process, there being a need to advance the process, there having been deep consultation in the process, as is evidence in writing, as is evidence on the Hansard, there having been no performance to move us forward, time to get the job done.
That's right.
We face the polls. The management of crime and security starts with a permanent appointment for a commissioner of police, and we have no horse in the race.
1 minute.
We have no one in the race. What we have is democracy, preservation of autonomy for the Police Service Commission foremost in mind. We have emboldened and empowered them to do their job. We've told them, you come up with your process and terms. All we want is the opportunity to knock on your door and say, look, can you start the process? Tell us whether you will or whether you won't, and we'll consider what we should do after that, within the confines of due process, proportionality being the driving factor. There's so much that could be said on this. 40 minutes of very limited time. I do hope that honourable senators would consider the deep rationale behind this. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the Senate and to the honourable senators present, and through you, Madam President, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I do hope that you recognize the bona fides. Enough is enough. No more analysis paralysis. There's been adequate and full and complete consultation in this process, and it is proportional and democratic. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm pleased to join in this debate on the motion on the appointment of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, Qualifications and Selection Criteria, Order 2015, and of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process, Order 209, be annulled. These are pieces of legislation before the Honourable Chambers, which I believe should be a top priority to the government and should be properly scrutinized and, if satisfactory, given support and efficacy. Madam President, for the past 12 years or more, the police service in Trinidad and Tobago has been without an appointed and confirmed Commissioner of Police as the designated head of this nationally essential professional organization. It has been my professional experience and observation that there are many ways that there are way too many acting officials throughout the three commissions in this country, namely the Police Service Commission, the Teaching Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission. One can easily be bemused and say it's Hollywood in these commissions. I have known persons acting in posts in government for more than 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and who have even retired while acting without receiving the Oscar they may have deserved. In many of these cases, the acting public servant or public officer leaves demoralized after having been given committed service during the course of their employment. The tardiness in such situations ultimately manifests in the pension of the public servant, that is to say, the retired acting officer would not receive a pension based on the higher office he or she acted in, as it would not have been that one substantive appointment. Acting officials are left in a constant state of suspension and uncertainty career-wise, and that can be readily appreciated by any employee who is or was in a similar circumstance, unable to plan their careers, whether to stay or move on, or plan their financial future on a specific level of income, and all the other attendant mischiefs that go with such uncertainty. Madam President, the patent distrust of politicians across the board in our society has led to the public being understandably suspicious of the government's motives and management of state's affairs in every regard, and makes the resolution of this untenable situation more urgent than ever so, to have the appropriate mechanism put in place whereby a commissioner can finally be chosen and duly appointed. I would like the discerning public whose interests we seek to appreciate that commissioners of police are more often than not professional police officers, but in some jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, like South Africa, they may be appointed politically by the government of the day. Basically, the commissioner is the manager of the police service who is responsible for the day-to-day running of the organization. In the case of the United States of America, a number of states use different methods of appointing their commissioners. For example, in New York and Boston, the commissioner is a civilian political appointee of the mayor, who may or may not be a professional and experienced police officer. In the case of the United Kingdom, the commissioner is called the chief constable and is appointed by a police and crime commission called otherwise referred to as the PCC, who are themselves directly elected representatives whose duty it is to ensure that the number of police forces in England and Wales, excluding Greater London, are functioning effectively. The idea for this proposal, I am informed and believe, was to replace police authorities and introduce a public voice to policing. The government of the day insisted that the PCC are not created to run local police forces, but to hold them to account and respond to the needs of the public. The idea was to give local people more say in how the police in their area will run, and was a way of boosting local democracy. There was a proposal for such in a white paper entitled Policing in the 21st Century, which was enacted in the Police Reform and Social Responsibility Act and became law in 2011. This is the United Kingdom. Madam President, my research discovered that there were 41 posts of the PCC covering England and Wales, not including London. And in the elections held in 2012, to fill those posts, the Labour Party and the Conservatives Party fielded candidates in each area, with the Liberal Democrats offering 24 candidates. The results were Conservatives 16, Labour 13, Independent 12, and Liberal Democrats none. Among the successful independent candidates were 8 former police officers. Most were barristers and an ex-pilot. The PCC's terms of office is 4 years with a maximum of 2 terms. The next such election will be held this year, 2016. Those public elections of the PCC across England and Wales were described by the BBC as the biggest shake-up of policing for almost 50 years in the United Kingdom. In the case of Greater London, the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police continues to be a royal appointment on the advice of the Home Secretary of England and Wales, and directly elected mayor acts as the Police and Crime Commissioner for the Metropolitan Police area. The Police and Crime Commissioner's responsibility includes appointing the Chief Constable, which is equivalent to our Commissioner of Police, of forces, and dismissing them when necessary. Holding the Chief Constable to account for the performance of the force's officers and staff. Providing a link between the police and communities, which include consulting local people, the council, and other organizations. Overseeing community safety and the reduction of crime, and ensuring value for money in policing. Setting out a force strategy and policing priorities through the Police and Crime Plan. Setting out the force's budget and community safety grants. Taken together, the commissioners are responsible for over 8 billion of spending on police in England and Wales. I have cited these examples to show that the selection of commissioners are differently done in other jurisdictions, some directly involving politicians and some civilians. The fact is, we ought to rise to the task at hand and determine what is the best practice for the selection of the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner for Trinidad and Tobago. We may consider other processes, but at the end of the day, we must determine our own destiny in a spirit of mature deliberation to succeed where others have failed. To fail at this time is not an option we can afford, given the high security concerns we all share as a nation. Madam President, I have listened and followed the debate of these two motions in the other place with great interest, so as to appreciate the positions of both the government and the opposition. The challenge I faced in so doing was first at times to get past the apparent hypocrisy and what was irrelevant to the debate. Madam President, I have been saying of late, and I've also heard members of the public express the view that the major issue facing successive government in this country is confidence. It is a widely accepted view that in Trinidad and Tobago, governments are not voted in, but voted out. All past governments have been voted out of office because of loss of confidence in pursuing the best interests of the people. Although the government will say that they are in fact seeking the public's best interests, the reality is that action speaks louder than words, and the public always has the final say, giving rise to a number of one-term government in recent times. There is the need, therefore, for all members of Parliament to behave in such a way that would engender the deep confidence of those who elected them to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago's best interests when handling public affairs. There were issues raised by the opposition that caused me to pause and pay further attention to what I had considered beforehand. I paid particular attention to the issue of consultation addressed by both government and opposition. Madam President, I was immediately reminded of the debate on the Municipal Act when the then government sought to change the first-past-the-post method of voting without engaging proper consultation with stakeholders. And I took a stance against that. As the opposition, it now sees the light and appreciates the value of consultation on matters pertinent to the public. If, as raised by the opposition, there is any merit in the claim of a lack of consultation with the stakeholders, I may have to reserve my support for the two orders as is. On the other hand, Madam President, the contention by the government is that it has not transgressed the separation of powers by the executive by giving the Minister of National Security the power to trigger the process in the selection of the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. The issue of a local firm selection has also been a source of contention by the opposition. However, both the government and the opposition have concurred that there is a need for the appointment of the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police as a matter of urgent national concern, deserving appropriate action to rectify same. There are two critical issues that are fundamental to deciding whether I support the motion or not. The first is whether there was proper consultation on the advent of the order now law. If and only if there was proper consultation, would the other issue arise of whether or not the order provide for a procedure of selection that can be considered best practice, transparent, and that generates confidence in the public so that the appointees will be accepted by and large in the public jury of opinion. Madam President, I take my guidance on the issue of consultation raised by the opposition from the seminal case of R versus North and East Devon Health Authority, ex-party Pamela Coglan, 2000, 1 All England, page 850. The Supreme Court of Judicature of England and Wales Court of Appeals stated under consultation at paragraph 108 that it is common ground that whether or not consultation of interested parties and the public is a legal requirement, if it is embarked upon, it must be carried out properly. To be proper, consultation must be undertaken at a time when proposals allow those consulted to give intelligent consideration and an intelligent response. Adequate time must be given for this purpose, and the product of consultation must be conscientiously taken into account when the ultimate decision is taken. The question that arises for the government to answer is whether, through this debate, it can demonstrate satisfactorily that, in fact, they had proper consultation with the stakeholders concerning the specific aspects contained in the 2 orders before the chamber. Before these chambers. Madam President, my concern primarily is one of procedure adopted by the government. Let us say, for argument's sake, that the government was not under a legal obligation to consult the stakeholders, as is the case when dealing with primary legislation. The issue may then turn out to be more political rather than legal per se. What I mean to say, if no consultation notwithstanding, the duty may have been required before giving effect to the 2 orders, given the importance of the offices sought to be filled, the challenged efficiency of the police service, the public perception of distrust of the government's motive and actions, and the fact that the public confidence is critical in the support of whichever candidate is selected to lead the service. Perhaps the government should err on the side of caution and have proper consultation if that was not the case, before the 2 orders were published and given effect to. Madam President, I really do not have an issue with the selection of a local firm, for I am all for confidence in and promotion of homegrown talent and resources. Over the years, we have produced some of the most accomplished individuals in every sphere of national life. So for me, a local firm can and should be preferred choice any day to be used in the selection process. Madam President, my other concern with the legal notice 218 order 2015 selection process is section 5 thereof, that the order of merit list shall be valid for a period of 1 year. I have practiced as a public and labor lawyer for some 27 years now, and I've encountered too many matters dealing with merit lists resulting in litigation. The interviewing process in the commissions, and I am not here making reference to the Judicial and Legal Service Commission, but the other 3 commissions which I have had dealings with, is too long, conflicted by dates of appointment in case of candidates securing the same scores upon being interviewed and placed on the merit list. The most disheartening, the lapse of time between being placed on the merit list and the appointment to a vacant post, which may take place after the expiration of a year. For these reasons, Madam President, I would humbly suggest that the government consider extending the time to 2 years. 1 year is way too short for the wheels of public bureaucracy to roll. Madam President, I also have no problem with either the qualification listed for the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner, nor do I have any issue with the Minister of National Security being, so to speak, the trigger to commence the selection process. It is often forgotten by many of my esteemed legal colleagues on both sides and in both chambers that the recourse to a judicial review application is always available either to compel a public official figure into action when necessary, or to quash that which may have been done improperly, unreasonably, or irrationally, among other possible flaws as the case may be. Madam President, in closing, I must ventilate my continued concern for the unduly long sitting of these proceedings from early in the day and sometimes into the wee hours of the morning. It is not good for anyone's health to sit in this cold environment for such long duration, and it is inconsiderate for the listening public who wants to follow live the conduct of the people's business. Not to mention the diminishing returns in terms of mental productivity this would cause on members of these chambers, which ought not to be the case when dealing with the people's business. I lamented on same while in the 10th Parliament and often got support from then opposition and fellow independent colleagues. Now the sides have changed, but the tune remains the same, so to speak. I am hoping that serious considerations can be given to putting a stop soon to these ungodly graveyard sessions, which, whether one is differently able or not, it is unacceptable, is injurious to one's health, and counterproductive. Madam President, with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Solomon.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm privileged here today to speak before this honourable chamber, and I just want to reiterate and support my fellow independent Senator Roach's comments regarding the graveyard hours and the productivity. It comes a time during the course of these sessions when we go into a period of negative productivity. I think we do best when we are rested and we can perform at our optimum. I understand the pressures on the government to get things done, but perhaps proper planning, proper scheduling will help us to get where we are. So I do support my comrade, Senator Roach, in that manner. Now, Madam, if I could just, Madam President, if I could just introduce by saying that the primary purpose of any government is to provide security for its people, for its citizens. And I want to start by saying that I don't think that this should be as adversarial as it may appear. The opposition is begging, imploring the government to consult, to work with the stakeholders so that we could come up with a proper solution for something which we all hold dearly, and that is to solve this problem, this scourge of crime which is plaguing our society. And I agree with the Honourable Attorney General when he says that crime is a runaway horse. Unfortunately, he is in charge now, and he must consult with all the stakeholders in order to properly understand how to tackle this very complex matter. It's not just a matter of simply going behind the back door and surreptitiously coming through with some orders in the dead of night and saying, hey, deal with that. That is not what this is about. This is about a serious matter that requires consultation. In fact, the orders that we presently operate under was done under mammoth cooperation between the then Patrick Manning and Basdeo Pandey. And it was tantamount to something that was historic, as both parties and the Parliament, we can say proudly now, came together to solve this scourge of crime. We must do that now. We must stop this petty politicking over something that is so serious, Madam President, that it must be dealt with together. So, to the government, we are open to you, we are available to you, we want to help, we are here to help, we are here to be consulted. This is not an adversarial matter, this is a matter of national and patriotic importance. I am not alone in the feeling that this needs consultation. I can refer to you, if I may, Madam President, Newsday, Monday the 18th, article written by Andre Bagu. The chairman of the Police Service Commission, the constitutional body charged with the appointment of the police commissioner, yesterday said the Police Service Commission was not consulted by Cabinet prior to last issuing of 2 legal notices which propose a new process by which the company's top cop is to be chosen. And this is a direct quote. The Police Service Commission needs to be consulted, and there has been no consultation, said Dr. Maria Therese Gomes, the chairman of the Police Service Commission. This is disconcerting and disrespectful in light of the constitutional role which meant to be played by the Police Service Commission, as well as the need for teamwork and combined expertise in reforming this process. Now, my colleague and learned friend in the law fraternity, the Honourable Attorney General, a man who I have great time for, went to great lengths to assert that there was consultation. And there was extensive consultation. Well, with whom? With whom? Because you're saying to this Honourable House that consultation is when you read a report. This report is dated June 2012. And there is nothing that I have seen in this report, which was prepared by the People's Partnership Government, which understood the need for consultation and went through great lengths in producing this document, that indicates that there is any recommendation from this report that has been included in these legal notices. The two don't follow. Reading a report and consulting with the stakeholders is two different things. And to try and shove it down the throats of the people in Trinidad and Tobago that this is consultation is nothing but insulting. Talk to the people. They have the answers. The people in the business of public service commissions understand the challenges. Support them. Give them the tools. Talk to them. They've been dealing with it for years. Talk to the opposition. We are here to support. Talk to the police associations. They're involved in the business of solving crime. It is not a simple matter, and it is not something that can come across in the dead of night and say, we have the answer, here, take that. And we consulted because we read this report and we read that report. That is not acceptable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. If I may, with your indulgence, Madam President, Newsday, January 19, 2016, the former chairman of the Police Service Commission, Professor Ramesh Diasaran, yesterday warned against the term, the privatization of the process by which a police commissioner is chosen, calling instead of the greater role of the played by the Police Service Commission as a constitutional body. And I want to really emphasize that our nation was built on the structure of these institutions and the independence of these institutions. It is fundamental to the proper functioning of the society that these institutions are protected from any sort of political interference. And I don't think that my honourable friend, the Attorney General, would disagree with me, because he has a deep understanding of the jurisprudence of law, as I do, and he understands the need to protect them. Thank you, my friend. Now, he goes on to say, in view of this guava season, it would be more appropriate to let the Police Service Commission do the exercise, Diasaran said. I don't see any harm in that. Otherwise, what are you doing? You're coming through the back door and privatizing a process unnecessarily. We should raise the bar in having a constitutional authority hire the post holder of a constitutional office. That is a significant statement coming from a former chairman of the Police Service Commission. This whole situation needs more thoughtfulness in the immediate period and in the long term. This Diasaran, who is also a former independent senator, said, if we go about what we are doing now in the manner that we are doing it, we may not do much better, and we may still end up with a convoluted process. He called for caution from all MPs this week during the planned debate. And this is the argument that I take issue with, is that we are being told that this is in the interest of efficiency, analysis paralysis. It would have been a lot more efficient and a lot more proactive if the government took the time to consult with the relevant stakeholders.
At 2 weeks.
This sort of ambush business is not how we want to run the country. We want to work with the government to solve the problems. We want to, you can get the 3/5 majority that is required for the Constitution, but you must work with us. You cannot come through the back door and surprise attack and ambush us in this way. That is not acceptable for us, the Police Service Commission, the stakeholders, the police associations, and the police officers who run this country. They deserve the best independent police commissioner, free from political interference, free from any type of interference that we can provide. And that is why we've taken such great care in protecting these service commissions, not only the Police Service Commission, the Public Service Commission, the Teachers Commission, and it's all enshrined right here in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the Attorney General mentioned, I believe, Section 75(1) of the Constitution. And if I may, Honourable Attorney General, there shall be a cabinet for Trinidad and Tobago, which shall have the general direction and control of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and shall be collectively responsible, therefore, to Parliament. True, that's true. However, that does not give you the right to go against the Constitution itself which protects the service commissions. And the service commission says, the police, section 1231, the police service commission shall have the power to appoint, process, to hold, or act in the office of commissioner and deputy commissioner of police, make appointments on promotion, and to confirm appointments. Now, this is a serious document. This is a superior law. You can't come through the back door to try and obtain stuff that may influence and aggregate and take away from the powers of the Service Commission. All of a sudden now there is a Minister of National Security, and no disrespect to the actual Minister of National Security, an honourable gentleman who I have the pleasure of working with in several committees. It is a position, it is a principle of democracy that needs to be protected. Why is it that all of a sudden an executive, politically appointed minister is now involved in the process at all? Hitherto not involved. Why is that so? You want to be able to say, he is the person who will then instruct the commission, if I am correct in what the Attorney General was saying, that he will instruct, on his request, the commission will then contract a firm, a local firm. So let me see if we have this right. In walks the Minister of National Security, instructs the commission to appoint a private firm. Just so? Why? Why the need for that? Suppose the ministerial fiat is not given, and the Minister of National Security decides, I'm not going to do that. You know what you end up doing? You end up hamstringing and hog-tying the Police Service Commission from doing anything, because they can't act without a fiat from the Minister of National Security. Definitely. So you have to look at both sides of it. Efficiency, analysis, paralysis, let's get this done. All these are nice catchphrases. This is not a Nike advertisement. This is serious business. I apologize. No, I do have the greatest respect for the Honourable Attorney General. Now, Madam President, when we come to the business of interference with the Constitution and the pillars of democracy, it's a slippery slope. It's a road that is a short road, and we know full well that it could end up in dramatic, incredibly difficult situations and impositions on the security of our citizenry, our democracy, the way our parliament operates. And we've seen it, as my comrade has said before. You see the Tonton Macoute from Haiti. They're not far away. They're right there in the Caribbean. You've seen Gary and the mongoose gangs in Guyana. Next door. That's right next door. These occurrences happen when the Prime Minister controls the police commissioner and has his own band of assassins or criminals to do his bidding, to deal with whatever opposition happens. This happened in Argentina with Pinochet. It's happened across the board. And we have to guard ourselves against any sort of political interference. And that is what this is happening here. Now, Chile. Sorry, my mistake. Apologies, Madam President. We look at the legal notices themselves, and we notice that a number of key qualifications are suddenly omitted. And one has to ask the question, why? Why is it? What is the intent? Why are you leaving out certain key criteria? Is it because there's somebody that you think will not fulfill these criteria? Because to me, these criteria have been thought about, they've been discussed with consultation with the Honourable Patrick Manning and with the Honourable Basdeo Pandey, and they came to an agreement, something that's monumental and historic. So we have to look at these things seriously. And to come just through Cabinet, straight to the President, and no Parliament, no consultation, and say we're going to omit these things. With that, I have great concern. So let's look at it closely. A candidate for the office of Commissioner of Police or Deputy Commissioner of Police shall meet the following core criteria. This is 3 years. These are matters that have been omitted. You no longer need leadership skills, which enable him to motivate, inspire, engender trust, and confidence in the members of the police service. That's no longer a requirement. Why would that be? Why would you not want a police commissioner with leadership skills? Why would you not want a police commissioner who is able to motivate, to inspire, to engender trust, confidence in the members of the police? That is critical. This police commissioner needs to have the ability to lift the entire morale of the police service. He needs to have them following with him in high moral standards. They can't be influenced by corruption or bribery, and the temptation is there. You see, the further down the recession puts us in a crime situation, we need to protect the police service. We need to ensure that they have a bulwark against any kind of political interference. So we abandon leadership skills. Analysis paralysis. Management skills, not necessary, which would include the ability to plan and organize operations, monitor and implement such plans, and identify and rectify problems. Gone. That's been omitted. Communication skills, not important. The government doesn't think it's necessary. They've omitted that as well. Both written and oral, which enable him to deal effectively with the media and community groups. Why would you want a police commissioner not to have communication skills? That would be essential. How can he operate if he cannot communicate properly, not only with the police, with the citizenry, with the media? He needs to get the message out that we are fighting crime. He needs to inspire. He needs the leadership skills. Otherwise, it's an abject failure. I wonder what person we have in mind. Commitment to the cause of the organization. Gone. The requisite vision which will enable him to guide the police service in the specific direction that will serve the best interests of the organization and the nation. Gone. This one really blows my mind. They've omitted that he should have integrity.
Wow.
Having the courage of his convictions and knowing among his peers for doing the right thing regardless of consequences to self and others.
Why would you want to be like
Why would you want to omit that? Breach of the Constitution? This is larger than that. This is an insult to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What, you want a second-rate commissioner of police? The Honourable Attorney General says, runaway crime, we need to deal with this immediately. This has to be done effectively. But you know, we don't need a man who has any sort of integrity.
that will stop the crime?
We don't need a man who has any leadership skills. Nah. We don't need a man who has any kind of communication skills or inspiration. What we need, Madam President, is we need not to advertise this publicly, because that's another amendment they've made. We want to be able to pick and choose who we're going to invite to apply for this highest post in the country.
Imagine that. Wow.
So we're not allowed to know who is being invited. And worse than that, what about all the people who want to apply and are not, they don't know that it's happening and they're not invited? Analysis paralysis? Madam President, tell me, how can we move forward when we're moving backward? In this report, which the Honourable Attorney General says is a consultative document they consulted with, not the people, a document June 12, 2012, or January 2016, consulted with this document. How is it that through the massive consultation that the government did in cabinet amongst themselves, that we end up with these omissions here? How is it that we end up with this secret advertising that's happening? The commission is no longer, through these proposed orders, is not allowed to consult with the firm about the candidates in the process. That's also been omitted. So they are now silenced. They cannot consult or discuss the matters with which the firm have come up with. What sort of selection process is that? What sort of transparency is that? What sort of good governance is that? Where's the protection for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? And you want to ascribe it down to efficiency and expediency? While sacrificing transparency and the best possible candidate and an integrity in the process? Not at all. Not at all. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Yeah, Express article. Madam President, January 19th, 2016, article came out. I was hoping that perhaps the government might take heed of the editorial and actually consider withdrawing these orders and taking a tact back to consultation, which we've heard them speak about so much. And it would have filled my heart with joy to know that, right, we're working together to solve the problems of this country. We on this side represent 340,000 people. That is no little amount of people. This police commissioner needs to govern all of them. This country is a very complex country. The police commissioner has to be able to handle very different situations. There's urban versus rural, there's racial, there's political. There is so many sectarian different sensitivities that he has to have. He has to deal with the training, he has to deal with discipline, he has to deal with corruption within the police force. When he doesn't have a handle on that, we are in real trouble. If I may mention something that happened very recently. When you think that this country is safe and you feel as though you have the protection of the police, and you do not guard jealously the Constitution and the separation of powers and the pillars of democracy, you can end up in a police state so quickly. Look what happened the other day with the total policing. Madam President, the country was brought to its knees. You cannot allow any sort of corruption or self-interest within the police force to fester. In fact, the Police Service Act specifically states that police constables should not ascribe to any sort of political communication, any sort of national security communication. They are demanded to be apolitical. But now the Minister of National Security is now telling the Commission when they must hire this privatization firm in secret, without any sort of public advertisement, private invitations going out to private individuals. Now, I hear my learned friend and my comrade, the Attorney General, say, well, we have the protection of the Central Tenders Board. And we go a big song and dance about the Central Tenders Board. Isn't that a government-appointed agency, Madam President? NIPDEC, as I understand it, or any other state agency that can get involved in that process, is also a political appointed process. So you have Prime Minister, Cabinet, Minister of National Security, NIPDEC. Where is the independence? The Police Service Commission, what we're doing is derogating their constitutional rights, their constitutional protection. These are serious matters, Madam President. And I really do urge the government to rethink their position. The police there's 6,500 police officers, Madam President, with numerous powers. Powers of arrest, powers of seizure, powers to arrest with warrant, powers to arrest without warrant, and all of these powers are contained within legal frameworks and constitutional protections. They are prone to abuse. Imagine that we have a fully equipped, fully armed police force under a police commissioner who has no integrity, who has no communication skills and is linked through the executive and this privatization of the firm, and was selected privately through private solicitation, not public, that is a recipe for disaster and danger, and it's a slippery slope, and we could get there sooner than you can imagine. Madam President, how much more time do I have?
50 more minutes.
Beg your pardon?
50, you have time again. You real hard time.
The other side would have me sit down. I'm afraid not. The Police Service Act, it deals a lot with how the police are to act. It says the service to ensure efficient and transparent management of the service and to provide that the principles of equity and meritocracy shall be applied at all times and for other related matters. Efficient, not happening on this side. Transparent, not happening on this side. Thought I dealt with that. Management, no need for management skills. The service to provide the principles of equity, that's fairness, and meritocracy shall be applied at all times. All people, all officers need to be treated equally and fairly, without fear or favor of political assuasion or otherwise. It goes on further in Part 8 to talk about the general functions and obligations and members of the police service. A police officer under Section 40 is disqualified from membership of the Senate, the House of Representatives, the THA, or a municipal corporation. Madam President, the reason for that is that the spirit of the law is that they should not be politically aligned. 41.1, subject to this section, a police officer shall not, A, in any public place or in any document or any other medium of communication, whether within Trinidad and Tobago or not, publish any information or express any opinion on matters of national security, national or international political controversy. A police officer is barred from engaging in any political activities. He cannot show political bias, Madam President. This is the law. And I want to stress that. I want to stress that a police officer is barred from engaging in any political activities. That is how important it is that we maintain equity. Anybody must trust in his police officer. He must know that regardless of who I am or what my political persuasion is, what my race is, where I live, what religion I am, the police and the police commissioner are going to treat me fairly. Don't mess with that. Let us work through this together. It needs to be done. Let us do it together. In conclusion, Madam President, I'm going to take a little stab at my old Latin. My Latin teacher said, "Facilis descensus averno." It's a quote from the Latin poet Virgil, and it's translated into local proverb as, "When you slip, you slide." To which you might also add, in local parlance, forgive me, Madam President, but you could fall on your backside. Well, Madam President, that's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Let's try and not use those colloquial expressions, please. Okay? Who shall be speaking next? Honourable Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand before you today to speak on a motion that I sincerely believe is very important to the peace-loving citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I stand here, Madam President, to give my unstinted support to my government's courageous initiative to treat with an outstanding matter and a very untenable situation that has been left to a large extent in abeyance for a very long period, Madam President. Madam President, I speak here about the motion to select the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police. I've listened attentively to the submission of Senator Mark, Senator Roach, and Senator Solomon. and I thank them for their contribution. When I looked at Order 218 of 2015, which speaks to this election process, it appears to me, Madam President, that one matter that continues on all submissions has to do with the role of the Minister of National Security. And I want to bring some clarity to that. It says in the proposed amendment, the Commission, on request of the Minister of National Security, shall, in accordance with Section 20A(1)(c) of the Central Tenders Board Act, contract an appropriate firm, local firm, hereinafter referred to as the firm, to conduct a recruitment process, including inviting applications for the positions. Madam President, it is a very simple action on behalf of the Minister of National Security. The action is to request of the Commission. The Minister of National Security can only request of the Commission one factor, because there is a vacancy in the position for the Commissioner of Police or the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Madam President. Secondly, what is even more important, the Minister of National Security, who has an understanding of the security environment, would treat that with a matter of urgency. So those two factors, Madam President, allows the Minister of National Security to trigger the process. And that's all he is doing. Triggering the process, Madam President, based on this crime situation and based on a vacancy, Madam President. That's the trigger. And that's all I bring to clarity for that. There also seems to me, based on Senator Mark's statement, that there is some sinister plot. There's some sinister plot behind this measure. I can assure Senator Mark and the wider Trinidad and Tobago public that there is no sinister plot from this government, Madam President. This government does not indulge in those kind of activities, Madam President. If there's any sinister plot, it might be a continuation of the Ramlogan policy to have somebody acting for as long as they want so that they can control them, Madam President. Madam President, I bring to this debate not a perspective based on law, because as I sit as Minister of National Security, who also has direct charge with Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, I bring to this debate the issue of leadership and governance, Madam President. Because I believe crucial to this debate is the issue of leadership and governance. As you are no doubt aware, Madam President, the Commissioner of Police is the highest rank in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. He's at the head of the pinnacle. He's the ultimate leader. He's the jefe among constables. In fact, in the United Kingdom, is referred to as the chief constable. Together with his deputies, they form the nucleus of this most trusted organization, Madam President. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is both a civil and paramilitary organization, charged with the maintenance of law and order, charged with the prevention and detection of crime, charged with the prosecution of offenders. Madam President, this is the body that is guaranteed, this is the body that is charged to ensure the security of Trinidad and Tobago, especially the internal security, Madam President. Madam President, the Police Service Commission in July 2012 appointed Mr. Stephen Williams, then Deputy Commissioner, as the Acting Commissioner of Police to take effect from the 7th of August 2012. In this regard, I want to quote, Madam Speaker, if you'll permit me, Madam President. I quote from the Commission statement at the same time they made that appointment, and it reads, in this regard, the Commission has today instructed the Director of Personnel Administration to invoke the provision of Legal Notice number 102 to ensure that the offices of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police are filled permanently in the earliest possible time, Madam President. Madam President, I repeat, in the earliest possible time. Madam President, it is now 3 years and 5 months since that edict was made, Madam President. 3 years and 5 months. It appears to me that the definition of the earliest possible time has lost significance and importance on the past administration, Madam President. Because to date, we are here, this government is here to make that right, Madam President. The present acting commissioner is now at his 7th 6-month contract, Madam President. His 7th 6-month contract in 2016. Between 2012 to now, 7 6-month contract, Madam President. This situation is untenable. It's unbearable and shows a lack of commitment, a lack of concern, a lack of care, a lack of understanding of the importance of leadership in that most important organization by the past administration, Madam President. Madam President, Lisa Kaulesa, writing in the Trinidad Guardian, dated the 30th of June 2015, stated, and allow me to quote, "It is reported that there are concerns among the First Division officers regarding the length of time it was taken to recruit and appoint a substantive police commissioner. One senior officer said it was demoralizing and insulting to the organization, Madam President." The Newsday of yesterday's date, in an article written by Andrew Bagg, page 18, the president of the Social and Welfare Association said, "The need for a commissioner of police to be appointed has overriding importance, if we want to be serious about improving national security and public safety. The police is suffering so much, we must all adopt a mature approach." Madam President, these two quotations indicate the state of affairs as a result of our procrastination to appoint a commissioner of police and deputy commissioner of police in the organization. It has left a state of demoralization within the rank and file of the police service, Madam President. We have seen the Social and Welfare Association agitate and say to us that they, and I can quote, Madam President, from the Newsday dated the 20th of January, page 18. President of the Police Social Welfare Association, Inspector Anand Ramasa, called on the government and opposition to work together. And he said he had no problem with the proposed requirement that the recruiting firm to be hired by the PSC to oversee the recruitment be limited to local firms. Madam President.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, my apology. There's a quick switch on me, my apology. Mr. Vice President, let us remind ourselves that the Trinidad Police Service is a paramilitary organization. And like all paramilitary organizations, or like organizations of that instance, at the core, at the very foundation, are the twin philosophy of leadership and discipline. Twin philosophy of leadership and discipline, Mr. Vice President. In the military, Mr. Vice President, institutions such as the Trinidad Police Service, the Trinidad Fire Service, the Trinidad Prison Service, some members bear arms. And they bear arms on behalf of the state, Mr. Vice President. And they're expected to make the ultimate sacrifice. And some of them have done that. We have lost lives in most of the institutions over the years. What is important, Mr. Vice President, is that the leader in this institution must be able to provide the kind of environment, must be able to provide the kind of moral that is required to ensure that the charges perform their job effectively and efficiently. We have heard the voices of the senior officers, and they have said to us that this absence of action being taken to appoint a police commissioner has left a demoralizing effect on the institution, Mr. Vice President. In the military, theorists such as Sun Tzu, Confucius, practitioners like General Patton and General Montgomery have said moral is the fuel that allows people to go beyond the call of duty. And so the actions of leadership, the lack of appointing a police commissioner and deputy commissioner of police have left a demoralizing effect on our Trinidad and Tobago Police Service today, Mr. Vice President. And that is based on the inaction, to a large extent, of the last administration. And if we understand the importance of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, if we understand the importance of leadership in an institution that bears arms, we understand the importance of leadership in an institution that is charged with the security of Trinidad and Tobago, then we cannot We cannot no longer procrastinate and continue business as usual. We must appoint a police commissioner who has the legitimate authority to carry out his job, Mr. Vice President. And so it's important, I believe, it is fundamental to the very existence of these institutions, which are very hierarchical in nature, that strong and sustainable leadership be executed and be appointed. The leadership of the TTPS, just like in the military organization, must be provided with the instruments of legitimate authority to be able to conduct their jobs effectively and efficiently, Mr. Vice President. The leader must be very important to this institution. This is an issue of leadership and governance. Because if, and for any reason, the leader himself is not secured, his position is untenable, then what happens, Mr. Vice President, in an organization of this nature? It means that there's a lack of trust, there's a lack of confidence in strategies that may be put forward by that leader. We have seen the present Commissioner of Police now into his 7th six-month contract. And so, Mr. Vice President, the 6-month contract is something that comes over his head almost every 6 months. You wonder, and his charges, his deputies are wondering, is he going to stay? Are they going to keep him? If he puts out strategies, it cannot be long-lasting. Because there's always a question of his followers, because leadership is based on following, of influencing your followers. And the people who follow you is based on their understanding that you're leading them in a direction of permanence and sustainability. And this cannot happen. It cannot happen in an organization such as this if the leader's position is untenable, Mr. Vice President. And we have seen what happens in the case of demoralization taking place in our other institutions. And I draw reference to the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. And I bring it into the picture, Madam Vice President, Mr. Deputy Vice President. I recall some time ago that the former administration chose to extend beyond the compulsory retirement of a former Chief of Defense Staff for 1 year. Beyond his compulsory retirement. Did you know what it did to the Defense Force, President? It demoralized the entire officer corps of the Defense Force. And when you do that to organizations such as these that are charged with the security of Trinidad and Tobago, you're sending a wrong message, Mr. Vice President. And I've seen it happen. And so we must understand that leadership and governance are fundamental to the execution of the duties of Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So, Vice President, it is generally accepted that our police service suffers from security of tenure at the leadership level. The police service has been in a state of instability for the last 5 years. And despite having a special majority in Parliament, the last administration absolutely took no effort whatsoever to improve this lot. Yet they come here to negative the attempt by the responsible government of today, Mr. Vice President, by the responsible government of today to make this right. Mr. Vice President, the police commissioner must keep this organization strong. He must dedicate to this task, communicate with the public. He works under a very stressful and demanding situation, but he must execute the kind of leadership. He must execute the kind of strong leadership that is required in organizations such as this. He sets the tone for his officers. He sets the tone for his deputies. He sets the tone for the organization. But if he himself is in an untenable situation, then the tone that he sets does not resonate to the entire organization, Mr. Vice President. Without security of tenure at the top, how can there be meaningful governance and improvement? We are saying today that let's put this right. Let's fix this, Mr. Vice President. Let's ensure that the police commissioner and the deputy police commissioner have security of tenure. And this is the reason that we are here today, Mr. Vice President. This is why this government in its manifesto said that one of the first things to bring to this House is to treat with the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police, because we understand the security situation that exists today. We understand the importance of having that leader of governance and leadership in this organization, Mr. Vice President. This is why we're here today, Mr. Vice President. It is in this context that the role of the Ministry of National Security must inevitably involve policy direction and strategic direction to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Because we have the responsibility to do that, to discharge that. But in order to do that, you must also at the same time have a leader that can roll out those strategies, that understands the policy. But he also must have security to do so. So that, Mr. Vice President, is an understanding that even at the strategic and policy level, in order to execute those measures, you must have an individual at the top of the organization who knows that he can do that free of anything hanging over his head, Mr. Vice President, that he will not be removed at any moment. It is the only way that we can treat the issues of crime and security in Trinidad and Tobago in a purposeful and meaningful way. And this is no disrespect to Mr. William. He's been doing a good job. He's doing a good job, but at the same time, he always wonders at the end of the 6-month contract, what is happening? And so we must change that. We have to, if we have to move forward in this country, Mr. Vice President. We know quite sure that incidents of crime and violence and so on, they're within the security environment. They're there for all of us in Trinidad and Tobago to see. We witness it, we see it, and we're treating with them as best as we can. But Mr. Vice President, in order to put everything together, in order to ensure that we can execute the actions, the operations effectively and efficiently, it is important, it is fundamental, it is necessary for us to treat with the issue of the police commissioner as a matter of urgency. We have seen efforts have already taken place in some directions, and I can tell you there's a new phase of reform taking place at this point in time. It's based on the development of good governance in accordance with government policy, Mr. Vice President. What we seek to build is a modern-driven and proactive police service with a leader that has commensurate authority, Mr. Vice President, that is practical and motivated, and meet the service annual benchmarks and surpass all expectations. We are hoping to build a very strong organization, one in which can really and truly serve the purpose which the Trinidad and Tobago Police was designed for. So we're talking here about leadership and governance. This is what the issue is all about at the end of the day, Mr. Vice President. It is leadership and governance. Strong leadership, strong governance. Of course, we put the legal framework in place. But at the end of the day, we're going out there to get a leader who understands his remit, who is there purposefully taken to ensure that we have strong leadership to execute what is expected of him, Mr. Vice President. And so we look at, if you would permit, Mr. President, some of the features we're looking for in the police service. A police service that's accountable to the public. A police service operate within the framework of the law and international policing standards. A police service committed to the promotion of high standard of moral and ethical conduct. A police service whose policing priorities and strategies are based on the needs and demands of local communities. A police service with a comprehensive structure and disciplined approach to the management of financial, technical, and operational resources. A police service open to collaboration and partnership with individuals and communities, public and private organizations and professional associations, among others, Mr. Vice President. But it advances this type of expectation and advances those type of programs. It can only be done, it can only be executed, and I'll repeat it, Mr. Vice President, because the issue here is leadership. Leadership and security of tenure. That's right. Mr. Vice President. This is the only way they can execute the policies and strategies of this government. And these are some of the expectations, Mr. Vice President. It is not today, or yesterday, or even just prior to September last year, that we have been calling for changes, Mr. Vice President. It is long before that. The records will show that as far back as July 2nd, 2010, the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin West, then opposition leader and now Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, spoke out vehemently against the shortcomings of the constitutional orders that are now the subject of this debate. Mr. Vice President, We recognize that the process used to select a commissioner of police and his deputies are indeed cumbersome. They are indeed cumbersome, and that has been confirmed by the former head of the Police Service Commission, who said it was convoluted. And we recognize that. And protracted, in fact, it incurred great expenditure. The AG mentioned something like $8 million. Not only expenditure in terms of the recruitment process, but even in terms of the selection process, Mr. Vice President. The last recruitment process brought us to two foreigners, Mr. Dwayne Gibbs and Mr. Iwaski. And when one looks at the remuneration that was paid to these people, let me just give you an idea, and this, Mr. Vice President, was in fact from the Service Commission Department. Permit me to read. The monthly salary to Mr. Gibbs was $108,990. $108,990, Mr. Vice President. The allowances alone, induced allowance, $72,590 a month. That's just allowances. The travel grant of $5,000 a month. A total package of $108,992, Mr. Vice President. And so when we talk about a local firm and a national of Trinidad and Tobago, we are in fact carrying out the policy of the government in investing in local potential, Mr. Vice President. And even in terms of this, of our economic downturn, you see what we're looking at, Mr. Vice President. So both in terms of content, both in terms of economic standpoint, there is no reason for us to doubt of the potential of the nationals of Trinidad and Tobago. No reason whatsoever. Mr. Vice President, I have been exposed to training abroad in Canada, in the United States, as a national of Trinidad and Tobago. And I can tell you, in my experience, I have topped some of the classes with people from the same countries, from Canada, from the United States. And I can tell you this across the board, we have some very intelligent people in Trinidad and Tobago. We have some very capable people in Trinidad and Tobago. I remember going to Canada, and I digress for a bit, and I was able to tell the Canadian officers in the military school more of the prairie in Edmonton, more of the prairie and oil in Edmonton than they knew, because I did that in geography in Trinidad and Tobago. So that when we talk about local content, when we talk about local and nationals, Mr. Vice President, it's because we in this government understand the potential of our citizens. We understand the capability of our citizens, and we feel quite certain that we can find the caliber of individual who's a national of Trinidad and Tobago, whether residing here or abroad, Mr. Vice President. This is the remit of this government, Mr. Vice President. And so, some of the effects, Mr. Vice President, we realize in going forward is the importance of creating the environment to raise and lift the moral of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But in addition, as we lift the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, we also lifting the moral of the entire institution of Ministry of National Security, because they worked in joint operations. And so we believe, and we firmly believe, that what we have before us today must be one in which we have the agreement of all. I've heard the comments from the senators. I've heard the comments of the senators. But I think, and I strongly believe, that we cannot continue for the last 3 years and 5 months. We cannot continue this acting arrangement. We have to put a stop to it, and we have to put a stop to it now, Mr. Vice President. We have to. If we truly believe that we can treat the crime, if we truly believe that we can treat the security of Trinidad and Tobago, we must give the Commissioner of Police the remit, we must give him the legitimate authority to carry out his job effectively and efficiently. You see, acting arrangements have shown quite clearly that there are some pitfalls, and we have recognized that. You see, in an acting arrangement, Mr. Vice President, there's always a perception that holders of acting appointments are not given the respect afforded to those who hold substantive position. There's always a perception that holders of acting arrangements could not make important and far-reaching decisions. There's always a limitation, because your far-reaching decision sometimes will not be carried out in extremity. there's always a perception that acting appointments, that the impression that management doesn't care about the individual or the organization. There's always a perception that our regional and international partners will not share the kind of information, will not expose us to the kind of training that's required, because they feel that, or they sense that, the person who is exposed to those training will not benefit because of the untenable situation of their own position. And so we must get past that. We must be able to get past those acting arrangements. We cannot, in today's world, continue doing business like that. We have done it for far too long, and we have seen the effect on the organization. We have seen the demoralizing effect on our organizations. We have seen the low moral executed, as was mentioned by the senior officer in our organization. As a result, to a large extent, Mr. Vice President, as a result of inactivity, of our inaction in ensuring that we fix this problem, Mr. Vice President. I'm not here to talk specifically about any individual. I will compliment the Acting Commissioner of Police for the job that he's doing, notwithstanding what is hanging over his head, and he's doing a job. He's doing it given all that. So I'll compliment him. But he will do an even better job if he has security of tenure. That's right. He will do an even better job if he knows quite well that every 6 months he doesn't have to wonder whether he's being recruited. And we are here today to fix that problem. We are here to fix that, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. We are here to ensure that the best candidate is selected. And as Mr. Williams has mentioned, he too will be applying. He's mentioned publicly. He's free to apply. And he too will be applying to the position. And so to many others who are so qualified. But what has happened, what is happening, is that we are widening the pool, so that at the end of the day, the selection process will bring to us the best candidate among all applicants. And this is the transparency that this measure will do, Mr. Vice President. Permit me for a while, Mr. Vice President, to talk about this appointment. It's abundantly clear. It's abundantly clear to all of us that we're at the point where we have to, and we must take good action. We must take positive action, Mr. Vice President. That's right. We must. We are treating with crime and security. We have said that crime is our #1 area target that we're going to be targeting. We have said so. And in order to do so, we must bring all the activities, we must bring all the institutions, because we said we're using a whole of government approach. And the whole of government approach means we're bringing all the agencies of government to choose that #1 target. But at the end of the day, while we deal with policies, while we deal with strategies, the institution charged to execute those policies and strategies, the #1 institution is Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Supported, of course, by the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, supported by the prison, supported by the fire, supported by others. But the #1 institution charged to deal with that, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And if that is the #1 institution, then we must ensure that that #1 institution is equipped in terms of leadership, is equipped in terms of governance, is equipped in terms of equipment, in terms of an apparatus and so on. But in order to lead the charge, the police commissioner must have that sense of security, must have that sense of legitimate authority to execute his job effectively and efficiently. Mr. Vice President, when we look at the selection process itself, and I go down in terms of the criteria, I heard mentioned that most of the senators mentioned in terms of we have left out this and we left out that. If you look at the order itself, it talks about 3A says the firm to conduct a recruitment process. Inherent in that recruitment process, Mr. Vice President, is of course an interview. And this is where elements of communication skills, elements of managerial skills, elements of leadership skills will certainly come out. It doesn't have to be there. Any firm that is charged to recruit in terms of the process will bring out certain information of the individual that they're recruiting. So I heard a number of arguments that they would not see leadership, they don't see management skills, they don't see communication skills.
Oh, I remove it.
Yeah.
If
It is inherent. It's inherent. It's basic. It's inherent. It's inherent in the process. It's inherent in the process.
We left it for the PSC to negotiate.
Of course, it's inherent in the process.
They tell the firm.
That the firm, of course, it's inherent in the process. So the argument, you know, there is no sinister plot from this government. You see, Shakespeare has a way he says.
If there's a plot, it means the PSC has a plot.
That's right. The eye sees not itself but by reflection. So maybe you're looking in the mirror sometimes. Yeah. There is no plot whatsoever by this government. This government doesn't engage in plot. And so, you want to hear it again? The eye sees not itself but by reflection. So maybe you're looking in the mirror. And therefore what he's seeing is sinister plot based on his own reflection in the mirror. So, Vice President, let me say that as we go forward in the recruitment and selection of the police commissioner, that we are into a world of interdependency. We are here where no one entity can choose the many challenges that confront us. We are here where no entity can choose the issues and challenges that confront us. We are in a world of interdependency. And this government recognizes that. But we want to send the message that we expect a responsible opposition. And I want to plead on the senators, and I thank you for your support. I thank you for your contribution to independent senators. And I ask you to understand that we live in a world of interdependence, one in which no entity can choose the many challenges that confront us. And therefore, going forward is based on cooperation and collaboration. It is the only two mechanisms that will allow us to treat those issues. Cooperation and collaboration. And I say to you, when we treat on crime and security in any jurisdiction, it is not my business, it is not your business, it is all of our business. It is all of us. All of us. Because crime and criminality cannot be treated in any one entity. So my urging is that let us look at it in a holistic manner. Let us understand that we all have a part to play. Let us understand that we all have a role to play. And so let us contribute significantly. Let us contribute significantly to treating with the crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. Let us use a whole-of-country approach to dealing with these matters. And if we understand that remit, and then we understand the importance of this debate in terms of the appointment of the Commissioner of Police, Deputy Commissioner of Police, I extend my hand to you and say, let's do it together. Let's do it together. And more importantly, let's not procrastinate again. Let's not procrastinate again. But let's do it now. Let's do it now. And we'll do it together, but let's do it now. It is far too long. It has been far too long in waiting. We cannot continue going this way. We cannot no longer have acting commissioner of police. We cannot no longer have acting, because you see, you know, we have to understand, if we have acting commissioner of police, you know what happens? His substantive rank is deputy police commissioner. So what happens, what it filters down is that the deputies below him, they can't be deputies. Everybody's acting. Senator Roach mentioned almost that there's a Hollywood acting going on, taking place. How can we, in today's world, in the 21st century, in 2016, sit down and have a police, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service with the acting commissioner of police, acting deputy commissioner of police, acting assistant commissioner of police, and expect that the organization to perform 100%? There must be security, and they're talking about leadership and governance.
What did you do? You manage an army.
Of course. Leadership and governance. Mr. Vice President.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes speaking time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Leadership and governance. In any structure, and you see what we don't understand again, as I mentioned, the issue here today, while you understand the legal input and the legal ramification, the issue here today is the implications of not having a legitimate police commissioner. The implications for crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the implication. That's the crux of the debate. leadership and governance. And as I said before, I urge you all, as we go forward, the world is one of interdependency. Not to support this motion, fine, that's right. But I actually support this government in putting this thing right and fixing it once and for all. Once and for all. Ensure that we have a commissioner of police and deputy commissioner of police that is legitimately has the legal authority. Has the legal authority. I'm learning from you. Who has the legal authority, Mr. Vice President, to ensure that this country, Trinidad and Tobago, will once again, under this government, will be a peaceful place, free of crime. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister of National Security. Honourable members, I think now is a good time that we take the tea break. So this House will now stand suspended until 5 p.m.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
A passionate and outstanding parliamentarian, John Humphrey first served as a senator and then as the Member of Parliament for the St. Augustine constituency for 20 consecutive years. As an MP, he also functioned as a cabinet minister under 2 administrations. Well established as an architect and designer for over 40 years, he has displayed his creative genius. Born on February 19, 1933, John Humphrey spent his early years in Port of Spain, living in one of the historic buildings around the Queen's Park Savannah. His parents, William Neal and May Josephine, were well-to-do. So, as a youngster, John had the benefit of attending prestigious schools both here and abroad. He excelled in swimming and water polo and displayed a natural talent for art early on. Later, he went to Canada to pursue architecture at McGill University. Although he grew up in a somewhat privileged environment, John Humphrey developed a keen sense of social justice from an early age.
He always had a streak in him, a strong streak of striving for equality and for alleviation of poverty. And he expressed that, I find, in many different ways. And certainly in terms of his, of the fact that he took risks. He was always brave in what he was doing, and he was always outspoken in his beliefs.
On his return from Canada, John wasted no time in engaging in the issues of the day.
In the 1960s, he became part of the New World Group. In fact, I should tell you this, that at that stage, the New World Group, which was at the time in Trinidad, was under Dr. Millet. He was the leader. John made available a little family dwelling, building that existed at the corner of New Street and Pembroke Street. And every Wednesday night, I think it was, we used to meet there and talk about the issues of development. And we had people of different walks of life that came to talk about what their views were.
By the early 1960s, John had developed an independent voice.
My first involvement
was to try and persuade Dr. Williams and Dr. Capillo to come together. In fact, this was before they went to Marlborough House for the Constitution. And my argument was that if we do not unite our people, we're not going to make the progress that we deserve.
By 1966, John Humphrey had become politically active.
My earliest recollection of John, I think, was when the Workers' and Farmers' Party in 1966 was campaigning for the elections of that year.
65 is when CLR James was put under house arrest. And I was taken by a friend to meet him in a little house in Barataria. And we had lengthy discussion. And I suggested to him that what he should do is rally the trade union movement, the labor movement, but join with the official opposition, which was the DLP, and not to form a separate party. Because what I argued back then is that you'd split the votes and you'll keep PNM in power.
After his brief involvement with the Workers' and Farmers' Party, Humphrey joined Bastille Pandey in his struggle.
The Workers' and Farmers' Party lost everything, even the deposits. I got close to Baz and I helped him struggle in the union. And then we worked with the leadership of the workers, the trade union, and we formed the United Labour Front.
Prior to the emergence of the ULF, the trade unions staged a mass peaceful demonstration which ended in confrontation. Now known as Bloody Tuesday, it remains etched in the minds of activists.
In fact, John was involved in that. He was one of the frontliners. So that when the police confronted us with batons and tear gas and guns and so on, they held him, beat him up very badly, shoved a baton in his belly and punctured his intestine. John was injured very badly.
Our cry was peace, bread, and justice. We were trying to unite Indians and Africans by uniting the All Trinidad Sugar and General Workers Union with the Oilfield Workers Trade Union. So it was, in fact, natural for me to become an ally of Baz and work with him and struggle for this unity.
In the 1976 elections, we displaced the DLP as the official opposition, and I became leader of the opposition and appointed John as senator because I wanted someone in the Senate who would represent the workers' aspirations.
In the late 1970s, he also became a strong advocate outside of Parliament.
There were serious issues related to squatting because many people could not obtain lands. There's something that happens in the society whenever there's an oil boom, whenever there's extra money within the system. The first thing people do to secure their funds is to buy lands. It's about the safest investment, and the price of land will suddenly go up. So you notice that anytime there's an oil boom, price of land goes up. So poor people cannot access a piece of land to live on, and squatting would escalate. And the response of the administration at the time was to break down squatters' houses. And Humphrey tried to influence the then administration that they ought not to proceed in that way, that squatting can be a solution in some situations. And before you break down somebody's house, at least try and relocate them somewhere. These are people, families, children, and so on. So when they broke down the houses, Humphrey would go and build them back up.
Also a member of the ULF, Lennox Sankersing was selected to contest the St. Augustine seat in 1981. He recalls how Humphrey entered electoral politics in that year.
But when I went into St. Augustine trying to organize a seat, I found that there were a lot of people who were resisting. I felt that they needed a more high-profile person to find that seat, somebody who could be more influential. And it was suggested that John Humphrey might be the right person. So that's how we got into St. Augustine.
And we captured St. Augustine. We thought we were going to lose it, but we captured it. And then I stayed there for 4 terms.
Although many remember Humphrey for his stand on housing issues, he sees his focus in this way.
Always finding solutions to end poverty and to unite our people in the process. Always. Susulan was based on that. And it was very successful because we started it in the very early 80s, just after we had come into office. And at that time, we had come to the end of the first oil boom, where the prices of land had so skyrocketed that not even the middle class could afford to buy land for a home. And we demonstrated with Susuland that we could take poor people's money, buy land, put some basic development, give it back to them, and they could have their homes. Now, if we could do it as a private initiative, and we had no money, really, we used the poor people's money to do it, why can't a government do it?
Dubbed Land for the Landless, the Susu Land Project was one of Humphrey's outstanding innovative solutions to alleviating poverty.
There were 17 squatting families in the Train City area, which formed part of the St. Augustine constituency. And they occupy lands owned by a large land developer, I believe it was Trinidad Homes Limited at the time. And the land developer obtained judgment against these people, a court order that they have to move out. So they had the tractors lined up to move them out, and so they gave them a day or two to move out. But the people went to their representative, Humphrey. Humphrey came to me as a lawyer. I had my practice in Port Spain, and he asked me to write to the developer asking them to hold their hands for 2 weeks so we could find an alternative place to settle them. So they agreed. So we had 2 weeks. At that time, a strange thing was happening to society. Because of the ERP programs, called it DUDE at the time, and so on, there were a lot of make-work programs, and a lot of people were leaving agriculture and coming out and working these make-work programs where they could get, I suppose, easy money. You work for 2-3 hours for the day and you get a full day's pay and so on. And so they shifted. There was this abandonment of agriculture. And many estates were abandoned. And people were selling it relatively cheaply and so on. So Humphrey got the people together and told them, listen, there are so many abandoned estates in the country. If you can put your money together, small amount, and we can purchase a small estate, it's possible that we can subdivide it with minimum infrastructure and everybody can get a separate piece of land and build a house. They agreed, and we located a small estate in Corial village of 38 acres. However, 38 acres was too big for the 17 families, because some of them only needed a half lot or 2 lots or half acre, not more than that. So he told them, listen, invite your friends and families and other squatters, people who have land, to join in the process. So people joined in. People came in, more people came in, until we realized that we had so many people that we had too much. So we asked a few people, quite a few, to take back their money because we could not come down on them. Not a person took back his money, not one. So we asked, well, what do we do? They said, well, buy more estates.
That was the beginning, and it really was a physical expression of a political view about development. And there are accidents in history because you don't know it's going to happen tomorrow. But that's what happened with Susu, the beginnings of Susuland.
From 1983 to 1987, the Susu Land Company purchased 10 estates in Trinidad and 1 in Tobago, distributing over 2,000 parcels of land. Working closely with Bastio Pandey in the political arena, Humphrey continued his thrust for unity from the 1960s. In 1986, he was a catalyst in the formation of the National Alliance for Reconstruction.
I had always liked Carl. We were always friends. And in fact, when he led the National Tenants and Ratepayers Association, I got involved with him. And then when I started Susuland, we shared our ideas. So when he had lost the 81 election, and I kept hard copy of the results of all the election from the time I was interested, I did the maths and I saw where if the ONR and the ULF had joined forces for that election, we would have won it. Now the NAR was National Alliance for Reconstruction. We had already, the ULF had already joined with TAPIA and with the DAC, and we had formed a little coalition that we called the National Alliance of Trinidad and Tobago. So we formed the NAR, and it was highly successful. But then it didn't last more than a year.
In January 1987, John Humphrey celebrated the NAR's landslide victory with a second term as the MP for St. Augustine. This time he was also part of the cabinet as Minister of Works, Settlements and Infrastructure.
My concern was physical plan for the country and to shelter our people adequately. And I'd asked my permanent secretaries to come back with an evaluation of how money was being spent in the various divisions of the ministry. And if I tell you the works division of the government, for every dollar spent, I think it was 98 cents was spent in labor and 2 cents spent in everything else. Now, I had come out of my architectural practice where the worst project that we had undertaken, it was a 50-50 split. 50% labor, 50% everything else, transport, materials, everything else. The more efficient ones was a third labor and 2/3 everything else. So when I saw this, I said, no, we can't excuse the government for wasting the people's money in this way. And I called Robinson and I said, we have a paid labor force. When I checked it, it was about 30,000 in the construction side with 1,200 university-trained people. That is a big, big human capital resource. We also have the state land. I suggested to him that what we do is pool the labor that we are paying for with the land that we are managing on behalf of the people and call on the private sector to enter into partnership arrangements with us to develop all this idle land.
He asked me if I would head the National Housing Authority with the intention of turning it into a land settlement agency based on the Susulan concept. The board, the NHA board, was the first board established by the NAR government at the time. And we therefore set up an approach that could allow us to take the Susulan experience that we had all worked with and developed into a national development approach.
Despite the tangible results and the productive period, Humphrey's first stint as a cabinet minister was short-lived.
Before a year, I was fired. Now, I didn't know why I was being fired because he never told me why. I only assumed that he wanted to get rid of Baz because he wanted to capture Trinidad. All he had was, remember, 2 seats in Tobago. And he felt the only way to do it, again, use the race card. So, fired. I found out why when the Commission of Inquiry into July 27, 1990, called him to give evidence, Mr. Robinson. And the evidence he gave, I was fired for 2 reasons. That I breached tender rules by awarding contracts unlawfully, and that I was talking about monetary reform and upsetting the whole business community.
I believe, my own feeling is that I think Robinson was very angry that John was speaking about monetary matters. I do not know if Robinson felt only he should speak about that. And I do not know whether that was the reason he fired John, but I know that that was something of Robinson's craw.
All right. The tender rule, I didn't breach it. I formed a committee that included the chairwoman of the Central Tenders Board so that we wouldn't have flooding. We had 2 weeks from the end of the dry season and the start of the rainy season to clean the rivers and the drains to avoid flooding that year, which is what I did. And it's the only year that we didn't have flooding. So I was fired for that. And then what was the monetary reform? He was the minister responsible to CARICOM leaders for bringing the Caribbean dollar into being. He was given that mandate. I called him and suggested that I had long considered a way to reform the system. And I suggested that he persuade his colleagues to unify all the reserves of the CARICOM member states and create a Caribbean central bank and create the Caribbean dollar as a special drawing right on the reserve.
After Humphrey was fired, other ULF colleagues were forced out of the cabinet. The NAR was split and eventually members formed the new opposition.
Because of that, our supporters were very, very angry. And they established Club 88, which was 1988. And from Club 1988, of which John again was a part, a very important part, the UNC was born.
Before the end of the NAR term, in July 1990, there was an attempted coup and Humphrey was held hostage in Parliament. In December 1991, the UNC contested its first general election, winning 13 of the 36 seats. John Humphrey returned as an opposition MP. After spending 6 years in opposition, the UNC won control of the government in 1995 in coalition with the NAR. John Humphrey won the St. Augustine seat yet again and was appointed Minister of Housing and Settlements.
So when we got to the government, I appointed him as Minister of Housing. And one of the planks of our housing policy, which was again inspired by John, was that people should be given land upon which they will build their own houses according to their own style, according to their own finances and in their own time. And that was a great idea. It was a very successful program.
The NHA had a very important role to play. We identified enough land areas for housing that are still the land areas that are being used to deliver houses today. And what I wanted to do was to establish a land information system. And we had, in fact, communicated with the Canadians who had been very successful. If you have a land information system, all the data on the buildings of the country is in the computer. All electrical lines, all the water lines, all the sewage lines, all the boundaries. And it's very easy once you have that data to plan. So we had put together a very strong team, technical people, and we were doing that exercise. And in fact, we completed it. I would say that 95 to 2001 was the best government we had under the Prime Ministership of Mr. Pandey.
Humphrey did not contest the 2001 general elections because the leader of his party had other plans for him.
We thought that John would have made a very good president. He was always so accommodating. He had tremendous skills for soothing people who were in anger and so on. And therefore we thought John would be perfect as the head of state.
Today, John Humphrey is still passionate about national issues. For over 40 years, through his contribution to art, culture, architecture, and politics, he has left an indelible imprint on the landscape of Trinidad and Tobago.
As an architect, and you are always creating things, you are building things always. You have to design things. And I thought that John could probably be described as a political architect. That is to say, in the politics, he was always thinking of new ideas. How do you help the poor? How do you create systems, Susulan? How do you deal with this question of money? And he talked about the Australian dollar and that sort of thing. Always, I think his career influences politics, and he probably could be described as a political architect.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament.
Parliament Outreach.
Well, yes, I think that the parliamentary outreach which we had today was really effective and informative as it sought to really inform students of the roles and functions of the parliament. Because oftentimes we might take the parliament and the members of the parliament for granted. And I think that through this outreach and through direct engagement and interactions by the Speaker and members of QRC, we were able to directly learn about the functions of the Parliament. So I think it was indeed informative.
We in QRC doing that same type of abstract presentation, because you would observe students of my generation tend to want to participate and they are interested in color and abstract, and I was impressed in terms of how the Speaker on the Parliament and the stewardship of the Speaker was able to, transform a system of that complexity to break it down for the average citizen, the man in the street, basically, to understand the importance of Parliament in the role of democracy.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes. ttparliament.org.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Representatives from the Parliament of Canada visited this country's legislature from March 16th to the 17th, 2015. The 7-member delegation included Senator the Honourable Leo Housakos, Speaker of the Senate and member of the Conservative Party of Canada. He was accompanied by Senator David Wells, Senator Grant Mitchell, Senator Panna Merchant, Senator Ann Cools, Miss Betty Unger, and Miss Marie-Eve Belzile. During their tenure in our Twin Island Republic, the representatives paid courtesy calls on both presiding officers of the Parliament, the Speaker of the House, the Honourable Wade Mark, and the President of the Senate, Senator the Honourable Razia Ahmed. They continued to hold discussions with our parliamentarians during their visit. They also attended a dinner hosted by the Trinidad and Tobago branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Before leaving our shores, Senator Leo Housakos was interviewed by the Parliament Channel 11. How will this visit help to strengthen ties between the two countries' parliaments?
We're here on a parliamentary diplomatic mission, and for us it's essential, of course, that diplomacy is carried out between the executive branches of government, but in any democracy, parliamentary diplomacy is an essential element in helping create bonds between people, between parliamentarians, to better help understanding of what our strengths and our weaknesses are, both from a bilateral point of view, a multilateral point of view. And of course, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago, we share the hemisphere, and we have some trade issues that are in common. We have some political issues that are in common. And of course, we have a long cultural history and background. We're both Commonwealth countries. Even though we've decided to take different roads in achieving our independence, we have deep-rooted historical background that unites us.
Can you provide any details on the discussions that have taken place during your visit?
We've had a number of meetings with officials of Parliament, with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, with the President of the Senate. We had meetings with your Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Trade, Commerce, Investment and Communications, as well as a meeting with the Leader of the Official Opposition. The discussions were very fruitful. I have the privilege of leading a very distinguished group of senators from Canada who have all found the exchanges very interesting. We've gotten to learn a little bit more than we already know about this great country. We hope they have had an opportunity to also benefit from our exchanges, and I think only through these exchanges will we continue to strengthen our ties between our two great countries.
Based on your background in communications, what are some of the communication tools that can be used to better connect to the citizens?
Well, I think the 21st century is one of rapid change in the communication world. Communication platforms are changing at a lightning speed rate. Just a few years ago, we didn't have a thing called the iPad, for example. We didn't have a thing called social media. I think more than ever before, Parliament and the democratic institutions need to reach out to compete for the eyes and minds of citizens, and to be able to engage them and to excite them about the democratic process and about empowering them in using their institutions in order to improve our daily lives. So when you look at the changes in communications from a perspective of platforms, like I said, and technology, we have to be as innovative as ever before to compete for the eyes and the hearts of people. On the other side of the equation, of course, because you're able to rapidly communicate with people, rapidly be able to reach past their living rooms through TV sets and radios right now. You can touch them through their iPads, their cell phones, their iPhones. I think it's an added edge, an added value. It's not a question of making it more difficult. It's a question of just making it different when it comes to how we communicate with our citizens. And the whole world of media and communications is evolving. And of course, our institutions have to work within those parameters. So I think there's a lot that can be done, and I know that your government is doing it, as ours is doing the same thing, to adjust to the ever-changing environment of communications.
What has the Canadian Parliament done to become better connected to its citizens?
Well, a big thing is using social media. Having comprehensive websites is one of the #1 things. I think we can do a lot more, quite frankly, from a digital perspective. I think all governments are ahead of the learning curve when it comes to the digital economy and digital communication. So, like I said, I think we could be using platforms where we can communicate our committee work, legislation, in a more interactive way with the population. We've seen what social media has done in various electoral campaigns around the world. President Obama has used it so successfully in his elections. And of course, many savvy politicians around the world are communicating directly with masses of people with one switch of a button or one tap of a button. So our government has gone a fair distance right now in improving the way we use digital communications through our websites, through our web hashtags that we use to promote our committees. But I think a lot will even come. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff coming in the next few weeks and months in terms of technological change that we don't even know about right now.
How can parliaments encourage more citizen participation in the decision-making process?
You can use technology to reach out to people. You can find innovative ways to reach out to people. I think inevitably people have to just understand that they have to engage in their political process. Democracy only functions when people participate. And I keep telling people that we politicians in whatever country in the world are always victims of a lot of cynicism and a perspective from the public that always holds politicians to account at a standard that might not be always so realistic. But I think it's easy to criticize. I think it's easy to condemn. But I think all citizens have to understand democracy works when they participate. And you can participate at various ways. You can participate in your local school board elections back in Canada and municipal elections. You can participate in your regional governments here in Trinidad and Tobago. You can go to symposiums, seminars, educate yourself. Take in as much information as you can in garnering an opinion that is balanced and beneficial. And then don't be afraid to express that opinion. And express it in a positive way. Express it within the institutions at play. Call your local officials and have an intelligent, calm discussion about things that you find are unfair, unjust. Don't stay home, shake your head, and say, well, that is the way it is and we can't do anything about it. Citizen participation, I think, is the most important thing, even above and beyond technology. It's a basic principle when the ancient Greeks invented democracy, and it's a basic principle today in 2015. Without the public participating in their institutions, the institutions cannot function effectively.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Parliament Outreach.
I do think that there are some biased comments that go out there into the media, especially in newspapers. When you read articles, you could pick up on the biasness. As also in terms of letters to the editor, certain opinions, when there are many people who write letters to the editor, but only a few are selected to be published, and that shows some sort of biasness.
I think they should report on what is truthful and not really what they want, because if they reported on what they want, then they would just make shock headlines in order to increase their revenue.
No, I don't believe they should report on everything, because it's all about how they sensitize things. Some things the media will not be able to handle. The public will not be able to handle. And to display that to the public could cause a lot of uproar and eruption of emotions. And so it should be sensitized and limited to some extent.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Good afternoon once again to our listeners on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament Channel, and to those of you joining us via the World Wide Web on the Parliament's website www.ttparliament.org. We are less than 1 minute away from the resumption of debate on two motions filed by Opposition Senator Wade Mark, which seek to annul orders to change the manner in which the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police are appointed. Several members have contributed thus far, and we expect that this debate will continue when the Senate resumes. So let's take you over to the chamber for the resumption.
The Honourable Madam President.
We now return to the 9th sitting of the Senate in the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Thursday, January 21st, 2016.
Senator Chote.
Grateful, Madam President. On the 2nd of July 2010, the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, had this to say. Speaking in Parliament, and I'm reading from the Hansard record for that day, he said, "I want to make one more point. The government will do well not to sell the appointment of a Commissioner of Police in the context of how many murders take place in this country. I do not know that any of those murderers would have called the police headquarters and inquired who the Commissioner of Police is before they killed someone. I do not know if many would think that because the UNC is in government now and that the PNM has gone, they would stop killing. They have their own agenda. I respectfully wish to commend these wise words to this honorable chamber, Madam President, through you, because I think in this discussion we have mixed up several issues. We try to speak with clear heads, but sometimes what comes out is the language of distortion. Talking in this House and making parallels or seeking to draw parallels between our democratic country and the Tonton Macoute in Haiti and Sir Eric Gary's government and so on, with all due respect to the speaker who made those references, I wish to say we disrespect those people in those countries who suffered tremendously under those regimes. And it is an unhappy parallel to draw because it allows the citizens of this country, or it encourages the citizens of this country to live in an environment of fear. I did not want to say that speaking in this way is nothing more than fear-mongering, because then that would suggest that the words were said with a certain degree of malintent, and I do not think that they were. The second thing that struck me about another of the speakers, and that is the Honourable Minister of National Security, is that a great deal of time was spent on how much leadership is required in the police service. And yet when you look at what is now being proposed, the leadership skills, which had been referred to at Clause 3 of the 2009 notice, leadership skills, management skills, and so on, all of those things have been removed. Now, it is quite possible that there is a good reason for the removal of those items, but unfortunately, none has been given. I think perhaps if we go back to where we started, that is to say, with Senator Roach's contribution and his concern about the lack of consultation, we may find a reason for this. I respectfully suggest that had there been consultation with the stakeholders, someone may very well have said, listen, if you're asking a firm to consider candidates for a job, there are certain guidelines or criteria that you must take into account. Why does your new legal notice not have these criteria? I am extremely disappointed at the lack of consultation which has occurred here. We have been told that consultation has taken place, but not with whom? Are there significant stakeholders? Are there stakeholders at all? We do not know. What I do know as a parliamentarian and as an independent senator is this. I see that this notice was gazetted on the 16th of December 2015. I made sure to double check with the Secretariat this morning, and it confirmed my own records. That is to say that this gazetted notice was only sent to me as a senator and as a member of the Statutory Instruments Committee on the 7th of January 2016. I beg your pardon. There is absolutely no reason, in my respectful view, for this delay in informing senators of what surely is an important piece of delegated legislation. So if senators have not been consulted, I would have to ask the question through you, Madam President, who has been consulted? And I think in asking that question, I simply echo what my colleague Senator Roach has already asked. Now, since we've had so much talk about we must have the confidence to have a local take the job and that kind of thing, I will continue my contribution by referring to a local authority on commissions because he has spent so many decades of his life in public service. And I will read a little bit from the Public Service and Service Commissions in the Commonwealth Caribbean by Kenneth Lala, Senior Counsel. And I'm reading from page 75. He says, politicians would appear to be profoundly oblivious of the role and function of the police in a democracy. The function of the police is confined to crime detection, law enforcement, and keeping the peace. In the exercise of its function, the police is independent of the executive and indeed the servant of no one but the law. The question who manages the police service appears to have been a perennial issue, not only for politicians, but generally. However, it is abundantly clear that the police service falls under the purview of the Ministry of National Security, and according to the Constitution, the minister of that ministry not only has the general direction and control of it, but the ministry is also supervised by a permanent secretary. It is plain, therefore, that while the Commissioner of Police enjoys the independence from the political directorate in his role of law enforcement and keeping the peace, the minister has a general direction and control of the overall efficiency of the police service. It is the minister and not the Police Service Commission who has a general duty conferred on him by the Constitution to monitor the overall performance of the police service and to promote its effectiveness and efficiency. Excuse me. To refer all disciplinary proceedings against the commissioner to the commission when necessary, and to recommend when necessary his premature retirement, and so on and so forth. So let us not send mixed messages to those who are listening or who are trying to follow this debate. Let us be clear that we identify for those persons what the roles are, who performs those roles, and who has responsibility for what. Now, I say we need to address the issue of misinformation because what often comes out in the newspaper as information is actually inaccurate and is actually misinformation. A classic example when I was doing my research was an article under the hand of Miss Geisha Cowlesser, writing in the Trinidad Guardian on the 13th of March 2012. This was at the height of the so-called scandal with the former Commissioner of Police Gibbs and so on. And the headline is, PSC protecting corrupt police cocoa in sun, and it is quite clear that whoever was putting about this kind of information was disseminating material which couldn't help the general public understand who had to do what. And when we don't do that in this respectful chamber, Madam President, may I respectfully suggest that all we do is we add to the noise. And I think we have a responsibility not to do so. I totally support the idea that there should be someone from this country, a citizen of this country, as Commissioner of Police. I do find it ironic that we should take that position when historically our police service took in many officers from Barbados because there was simply not enough people on these islands to police the citizens. And many members of our police service today have parents and grandparents from Guyana and Grenada. But that is all well and good. As a country, naturally, we would like to see our citizens advance and do well. And after 54 years of independence, I think that the time has come for that. I don't think there is any dispute about that. Unfortunately, what we have also seen is that the current police service is not minded to work with a foreigner. That's the bottom line. It got a situation under Mr. Gibbs and, I beg your pardon, Dr. Gibbs and Mr. Iwatsky, where they could not control the men under them. Which takes me to another point and another reason for my concern over the removal of these criteria for the job. One of the earlier speakers, I think it was Mr. Solomon, referred to the total policing day to illustrate a point that he was making. And as it happens, I had a great deal of interest in the total policing day and the parliamentary committee which followed, which held an inquiry into what had happened. That parliamentary oversight committee had been chaired by then Independent Senator Dr. Balgobin, and it included amongst its members our Honourable Prime Minister. What did we discover about our local police officers? We found out that the acting commissioner happened to be away at the time. The person acting in his position ordered the officers who were conducting these illegal activities to stand down, and they refused. There were 6 divisions of the police service involved in this activity, which brought our country to a standstill. The officer who was mandated to conduct the inquiry on behalf of the police service, Officer Edwards, he was mandated, I believe, by Mr. Williams to conduct an inquiry into what had occurred. Complained that he could not get all of his senior officers to speak to him. he could not get, for example, he said, and it's on the parliamentary website, he could not get the head of the special branch to give him information. What he did know is that the special branch had not clued in to the fact that there was this illegal activity which was being planned. So we have at the top of our police service officers who were called to account or called to answer, called to show how they can perform on that fateful day and during the course of the parliamentary inquiry which followed. And I must say that that is even more reason for us to ensure that there are very high standards to be met for this office. And the standards which existed in the previous notice and which have been taken out, and I think I need to read them so that they will be on the record. It says this, Clause 3. A candidate for the office of Commissioner of Police or Deputy Commissioner of Police shall meet the following core criteria. A, leadership skills which enable him to motivate, inspire, and engender trust and confidence in the members of the police service. B, management skills which include the ability to 1. Plan and organize operations. 2. Monitor and implement such plans. And 3. Identify and rectify problems. C. Communication skills, both written and oral, which enable him to deal effectively with the media and community groups. D, commitment to the cause of the organization. E, the requisite vision which will enable him to guide the police service in the specific direction that will serve the best interest of the organization and the nation. And integrity, having the courage of his convictions and known among his peers for doing the right thing, regardless of consequences to self and others. I can see absolutely no reason for us not wanting to have those criteria in any notice of this kind. I think the unspoken fear in this honorable chamber, Madam President, is this. The unspoken fear is that whoever is responsible for the appointment of a police commissioner holding a permanent position is going to be able to use that commissioner for political purposes. Well, now it's spoken. And the question is whether that is something that can be monitored, avoided, protected against. And I think the answer would have to be to all of those three things. Yes, there are certainly steps which can be put in place to ensure that the police service is not politicized. And one of the things might be adding to the criteria for selection as they had existed in the previous notice by saying something to the effect perhaps that any officer or any person applying has to declare his interests, as it were, of affiliation with any government official. I was here. Sometimes you hear you hear the funniest things on talk radio, Madam President. Not that I can confess to be a fan of it. But as it happened, I was listening to this program and someone was saying, well, you know, this is what the Prime Minister wants. It's because he wants somebody from Tobago to become Commissioner of Police. Well, with all due respect to that caller, so what? We have a Chief Justice who is originally from Tobago, and we don't say, okay, Mr. Chief Justice, you can't hear this case because it deals with people from Tobago, or it deals with matters from Tobago. I think that kind of thinking can only persist if we continue to speak in the language of fear and distrust. Let us speak plainly, let us act openly, and certainly there will be less criticism of whatever work product comes out of such action. With all due respect, Madam President, I don't think that this has occurred in this case. Now, if I may look, because I am a lawyer, I need to look at what words there are and to see if they make sense. When I look at clause 4, which was deleted, for example, I say that this was a good thing because clause 4 sought to embody what had been held in an old Privy Council case, that is, say, the Rajkumar case of 2001, where basically a prison officer had taken the Commissioner of Prisons to court to say that he had not been fairly assessed for promotion because he had not had academic qualifications and so on, but he had had years of experience. And the Privy Council had said, yes, you are entitled to consider him for promotion based on the issue of his experience. But I really do think that that kind of thinking is out of date for our current environment. Our Commissioner of Police not only has to be well respected in the field, he must be someone who has done field work, but he must also be someone who is qualified. And I think the requirement for some kind of degree, some kind of relevant degree, is absolutely necessary. Now you see, Madam President, had there been consultation, we would have not had any discussion of that because everybody would have been agreed that that was a good thing. I turn the page. Now, I see here in this brief information brief provided by the Secretariat and which is online on Parliament's website that the requirement for advertisement of the position is removed. Again, I don't see why that should be so. I think for any public office, you have advertisements to fill the position. What harm is there in requiring that there be an advertisement for a position as important as this one? The other thing which was taken out was this. An applicant shall apply in the form specified by the firm and shall submit to the firm his application accompanied by his biography or his resume, his references, and any other relevant information. Well, it seems to me that that could safely be taken out, because you know that if you're applying for a job, you have to put in an application, you have to put in a resume, and you have to put in your references. So that's fine. That's neither here nor there. Now, I am a little concerned about another thing, because throughout the language of this new notice, we see the use of the word shall. I appreciate what the Honourable Attorney General has said, and that is to say, in some cases, shall has been interpreted to mean may. Well, why do we wait, or why do we speak or write in language which would open someone who is dissatisfied with the notice to run to a court to say that shall means a mandate? If you mean may, say may.
Easy.
What is the difficulty with that?
Agreed.
It seems over-lawyered, quite frankly. And I continue. The next part of it, firm shall select from the applications received the most suitable candidates. Fine, that's expected. Firm shall ensure that the candidates referred to in paragraph B are subjected to the best practice security vetting and recent professional vetting. This is also included in the new notice. I just thought, however, that perhaps the Honourable Attorney General, through you, Madam President, I'm asking that perhaps this could have been worded in a way that was more felicitous, because I'm not quite sure that best practice security vetting and recent professional vetting, I'm not quite sure what it means, what criteria you are looking at when you refer to these things. This was the 3F. This was 3F in the previous notice, and it's now 3C. (3G), which says that one of the assessment panel had to be someone of an equivalent or higher rank, that no longer exists. I think that makes sense. You can have ordinary citizens doing the job of assessment. I turn the page and I am looking at 3.1. The Commission shall conduct its own assessment of not more than the 5 highest graded candidates on the short list. Now, if we are saying that there is no intention to take away from the Police Service Commission any of its powers, then certainly the removal of this ability or this responsibility from the Commission is doing exactly that. So it seems to me, Madam President, that we are saying one thing, and yet there is another thing which is to be interpreted from the wording of this notice. And this, I believe, is a very serious matter, because there are many independent commissions protected under our Constitution, set up since our Republican Constitution in 1976. And if it is that we are now saying that with respect to the Police Service Commission, that they will have to be guided by whatever the headhunters decide, then it means to say that when we slip, we slide. it will happen with all of the other commissions, one by one. To me, that would amount to interference with the Constitution. And I think that if this bit of delegated legislation had been subject to discussion, had been the subject of discussion, I beg your pardon, had been the subject of input from other parties, that maybe this was something that the Honourable Attorney General may have taken on board. But as I say, Madam President, we have not yet been told who these stakeholders were, who had been consulted. Now, it says here that the Commission shall select the highest graded candidate on the order of merit list and submit that candidate's name to the President in accordance with the procedure set out in Section 123 of the Constitution. Now remember, we are a small society, and I think perhaps it has happened in other situations where persons have applied for high office. I just use as an example, say perhaps someone had applied to become a judge, and on paper that person seemed to be an acceptable candidate. But let us say before the appointment was made, I don't know, the Commission discovered that the person had a history of domestic violence or something along those lines. Then it would mean that the Commission would have the autonomy and the authority to say thank you, but no thank you. But in this case, the Commission does not have that power. And I think that when you are talking about the Commissioner of Police, who is responsible for the upholding and enforcing of the laws of our beloved country, that it must be that the commission to which he accounts must have that power to say, hang on, you can have as many certificates as you wish, but if you are not a person of good character, or if for some other reason we feel that you cannot competently perform your job, then we cannot hire you as Commissioner of Police. Now, I wish to add this. I looked at the debates in the other place yesterday, and I have listened to the honourable senators who have spoken today, Madam President. And some of the things I heard yesterday are some of the things that we heard in this chamber. Thank you, Madam President. Today, what I would like to say in closing is that it doesn't help us for one side to pull out huge chunks of the Hansard and say, well, in 2006 you said that, and in 2009 you said this, and so on. When I tried going back, Madam President, this whole thing started in or around 1993. Are we going to spend the time in this honourable chamber exchanging with each other which party said what from 1993 to 2016? I respectfully, through you, I urge my fellow senators to see that we do not go down that road. We look at what we have here. We look at it to see whether it is of the quality that we wish to support, and if we cannot support it because we do not think it is of sufficient quality, well then let us say so and see how it can be made better. Because certainly I think everyone is agreed that having an acting commissioner of police, especially for such a long time, cannot be a good thing. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ameen.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Madam President, had it not been for the vigilance of the opposition, we would not be here debating this matter today. Madam President, the legal notices were published and they were never laid in Parliament, and that is viewed by the public as a disrespect to Parliament. Madam President, this is one of the points which I wish to make today in my contribution. Another matter which I wish to outline is the government's lack of consultation on this matter, and in the fact that this is just one occasion where you have this type of action. The actions taken by the government has serious implications on the citizens of this country, on the stakeholders. And there are several other areas where this government promises consultation and does very little in the line of consultation. And I wish to take the opportunity in my contribution to outline how this is a dangerous path to go down. Madam President, I also would like to take the opportunity, because I see this move as mentioned by several persons who contributed to the debate before me today, as well as people in the public domain who have indicated that this, as small a matter as it may seem to those on the other side, is one in a series of steps by this government to undermine the independent institution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And it appears to be becoming a pattern, a habit, and I warn that it is dangerous. Madam President, I wish to begin, Madam President, with the disrespect and the undermining of democracy. I listened to persons contributing earlier, and of course it was mentioned that we are in a Westminster system. Yes, we have the cabinet, and we have the government. We also have the opposition. And my colleagues earlier mentioned that the opposition in the present Parliament got over 342,000 votes from the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The opposition is the voice of the people. And whether you voted for the opposition or not, the opposition presents a different view. So that you will have balance. The opposition will also bring to the table views of those who may not be involved in the opposition as a political party, but even from civil society. And when I hear the Minister of Communication on record as saying that he would not respond to opposition concerns, that is such disrespect. Disrespect not to the opposition only, but disrespect to our system of government, disrespect to the people who voted in this country, and disrespect to the role of the opposition in the balance of power. And Madam Chairman, Madam President, today, the vigilance of the opposition, due to the vigilance of the opposition, we are here on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Parliament is the place where representatives speak. People who represent constituencies, people who represent the ordinary people in Trinidad and Tobago. Parliament is also the place where the media has the opportunity to hear your representatives speak and to add to the conversation. Parliament is also the place where much of the public gets information. It's discussed in Parliament, it becomes a topic in the public domain, and so there's discussion around it. In a taxi, you take a taxi, you're going up the road, they will talk about what's going on the Parliament debate. And so it's very important for the Parliament to continue to play a role. And because in the public domain there is so much interest, it is particularly important for the media to report accurately, not only by way of the reporters, but also by their commentators. And Madam President, I saw in the Express editorial today, I think it was, Theodore Lewis, in a highly political but sadly uninformed piece. I don't know his political affiliation, but judging from the headline, judging from the tone of his article and the manner in which he wrote, I would have expected him to get his facts right. And I want to quote him where he said, "The government had approved the measure on December 14th, but brought it to the House only in January." This is in the Trinidad Express. This is in print. This is in the public. And one would expect it to be truth. Because this is the expectation of the average citizen who takes an interest in what goes on in Parliament. But I want to put it on record, for the sake of the Trinidad Express, for the sake of Mr. Theodore Lewis and whatever political interest he may represent, that the government never brought this legal notice to Parliament, that it is the opposition who remains vigilant, whose job it is to keep watch and to protect the citizens from the dangers and difficulties that could come, who brought this matter to Parliament by way of this motion brought by Senator Wade Mark. Madam President, it is my understanding that the legal notice should have been laid in Parliament on the same day that it was published. The government's action by publishing the legal notice on December 16th, and that is legal notice 218 and 219, and never bringing it to the Parliament. I want to also put on record that today makes it 36 days since the 16th of December, and the government failed to bring this legal notice to the Parliament. 23 working days. In a matter where you are talking about the appointment of a commissioner of police, a move that has implications on the safety and security of all citizens, a matter as critical as this, today, Thursday, January 21st, we are here because of a motion brought by the opposition to annul this notice that was published. And had it not come out would have been implemented almost in secret. The action of the government would have become law without this ever seeing the light of Parliament. It would have become law and would have avoided the voice of the opposition had the government succeeded in bypassing the Parliament as they are attempted to. And the approach of we are in charge, the approach of taking absolute power, no account to the people, not giving consideration to the wishes of people, the opinions of people. And I'm not just talking people in terms of the citizens. I am talking about the stakeholders. This is the making of a dictatorship. That should not be the approach of any government. The engagement of civil society, of stakeholders, is very critical to bring balance. And had those consultations taken place, the government would have at least avoided the perception that you are in fact trying to do something in a sinister and clandestine manner. And while we on this side will appeal to the opposition to reconsider and to withdraw the notices, the government, sorry. My apologies.
Well, we expect them to come up.
Why? You'll be here shortly. You may not even last the full 5 years, so that's okay. Good practice from now. While Madam President, the government may take the opportunity to ignore the voice of the opposition in this motion, thankfully, the guardian of our Constitution is the Supreme Court. And the leader of our opposition has already put it on record that the opposition will consider legal action, taking this matter to the Supreme Court for a ruling on the view that it infringes on the constitutional rights and the constitutional provisions as regards the Commissioner of Police. Which brings me to my next 2 points. The undermining of the independent institutions in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the actions, Madam President, that I see as an emerging pattern of interference by this government, and the lack of consultation, which seems to be the preferred modus operandi of the government. Madam President, the dangerous undermining of the independent institution that produces the police commissioner, and the fact that the police commissioner, and in fact the police service, should not be influenced by politics, whether it is from the sitting party, the sitting government, or any political party. Madam President, crime is an urgent matter, and it should not be that the enforcement of law could be perceived as being politicized. I want to commend at this point, Madam President, the Minister of National Security. He is a very respected gentleman, officer of the law, and when he came into office, he is on record as having expressed gratitude and appreciation for the presence of the OPV, those vessels that secure our border, which were purchased by the People's Partnership Government. And he also mentioned other methods of empowerment to the protective services that were implemented by the People's Partnership Government. At that time, I believe he was really speaking as a man who would have worked as part of our protective services and who would have been expressing his true opinion, unpoliticized opinion at that time. Unfortunately, though, I think as time progresses, I see this goodly gentleman apparently having to toe a political party line. He has recently joined in the unfair criticism of the same People's Partnership government. And I noticed in his presentation, he found it difficult to agree with what was being put forward. I noticed in his contribution that while he spoke on the measures that are being proposed in terms of the qualifications and the method of appointment, I noticed that he agrees that leadership is required. I noticed that he agrees that communication skills are required, because he indicated that it is inherent that once you ask for a commissioner of police, it is understood that they should have those qualities. Then I expect that based on your contribution, you are endorsing what members on the independent bench who spoke before me indicated, that there is no harm in leaving those requirements in. And therefore, if I am to listen to your words, Ms. Honourable Minister, I think you are in fact agreeing with the government that this motion, with the opposition, that this motion should be annulled and that we should go out and have proper consultation. And while I am here, you know, when you see people who serve with distinction in different spheres of public life, when you see people who give their life, risk their life, sacrifice their families to be a part of the protective services. Madam President, I have relatives who are members of the protective services. And every time they go out there, they are not sure that they will come back home to their children or to their families. And when you serve and you attain a senior rank, you develop, most times, a genuine concern for the profession. The ideas that you put forward will be in the interest of the profession. And that's the importance of consultation with the stakeholders. And I wonder, as a man who climbed the ladder, who moved up in the ranks, who served at a distinguished position as a senior officer in the protective services in Trinidad and Tobago, that had the gentleman who now occupies the position of the Honourable Minister of National Security not been on a political ticket here, would he have agreed to the proposed action? Would he have agreed that political interference is the best thing to trigger the process? Would he have agreed that whoever is in government, whichever minister, should be allowed to interfere? Kind sir, I do submit that I highly doubt you would have agreed with that action. But I know that when you serve as a minister of government, you have the political agenda of your party on the table before you to balance with the interest of protecting the country. And I want to submit to the minister through you, Madam President, that the issue of national security and protecting our nation should not be compromised based on the political agenda of the PNM. And the many members of the protective services, including the police service, see the move to allow interference from the political arm as dangerous. And they are asking, what next? Because, Madam President, members of the public and members of the police service in particular could recall when a sitting prime minister over a weekend, not on the normal course of duties, called in an acting commissioner to present him with his appointment, his instruments of appointment. That was an invasion of the executive arm of the state, where a prime minister could say, ah boy, I have you. Just remember who gave you your appointment. Where a sitting prime minister or politician could say, I gave an instruction for you to hold this big post. In fact, he probably doesn't even need to say it. It would be implied. But even if that officer rises above that in the public domain, where the perception is that there was a political intervention, there will always be the perception that that appointee has a political affiliation and therefore will not be fair in administering his duties. And that is a major part of what we must protect the office of the Commissioner of Police from. That perception that he or she may be biased in the carrying out of their duties. And the function of the independent arms, the Police Service Commission, very often, when these instruments are presented, it's usually the independent arms who do the presentation, the Police Service Commission, the Public Service Commission, So what is the message? What is the message that you have for wanting this, this opportunity to intervene? I recall as well, Madam President, the former Chief Justice of this country, Mr. Justice Sat Sharma, he had then, at that time, had a disagreement with the then PNM government. And the interference that this nation saw, the blatant interference in what is supposed to be the sacred independence of the judiciary, where the Honourable Justice Sat Sharma was hounded out of office, is also an occasion for us to remember. And it seems to be that when you consider that all of these things would have been carried out, we ask ourselves, is this the governance style of the PNM? Is this the governance style of the PNM who would have put a House Speaker, Speaker of the Parliament under house arrest? Recently, very recently, we saw where the governor of the central bank got the axe. We saw where the Minister of Finance made no secret that he was in disagreement with the governor, who is an independent, and the office of the governor of the central bank is an independent office. And you had the opinion of an economist versus the opinion of an engineer on the economy and financial matters. But because somebody has power, and because we in charge, as they say, the gentleman was removed. And the message that goes out to any professional, any distinguished person who would be willing to serve in office, people who put themselves and who have a lot of integrity, is that they can be lynched by the political mob at any time. The victimization, yes, those are very strong actions, and the government doesn't seem to believe that those things are serious. They seem to believe that, oh, we just get rid of him, yeah.
Senator Ameen,
But the victimization.
Senator Ameen, can you just come back to the motion at hand, please?
The undermining of the independence and the perception and the sacredness of those independent offices, that is one in a series made by this action, this legal notice, with the request, follows in a series of actions by the government. And if persons who are willing to serve this country in such high offices, such as the Chief Justice or the Governor of the Central Bank or the Commissioner of Police, if those people can be lynched by a political agenda, what would happen to the ordinary man in Trinidad and Tobago? Madam President, and as I speak of the ordinary man, I want to come back, the issue of consultation has been spoken about by several other persons contributing to this debate in the House today. And I listened to the contribution of the Attorney General. A lot of fancy language, came here with his straight shoulders and pink tie. And he came with a lot of flowery language. He listed a series of meetings. He made it clear to us that he could add and subtract because he came up with a total of 21 meetings.
Senator Ameen. Senator Mark. Senators, we've been proceeding very nicely. I would like to hear Senator Ameen and let her conclude her contribution. Senator Ameen, no need to focus on the color of the Attorney General's tie. I think we can just deal with the motions at hand, please.
List the good looks here. I just said he had straight shoulders and a pink tie. But Madam President, my point is that, the Attorney General came to this House and he listed and he made us aware that he added and subtracted, but he came up with a total of 21 meetings, or sessions and conversations called consultations. And I'm not sure if he mentioned in all the things that he quoted where in these consultations or meetings or session it is documented that any of the participants in any of the reports given recommended the changes made. He quoted Lord this, that, and the other of all sorts of places, and that's good. But I don't recall him mentioning that the consultations he spoke about gave the recommendations to make these changes. So consultation is not having meetings and discussions and then going ahead and do what you want. Did the Police Service Association recommend these changes? Did the Police Service, the Association and the Commission, I should ask, because they are key stakeholders. Did any of the committees that were formed over the years that he mentioned, did any of them recommend that the candidate for the Commissioner of Police or the Deputy Commissioner of Police should not have leadership skills or should not have communication skills? Did they say do away with that because it's inherent, it's expected? Did they say that you should reduce the number of years that experience that these candidates should have? Did any of those stakeholders anywhere in any of those reports say we need political intervention in the appointment of a police commissioner or a deputy police commissioner? I am asking. So for me to go and look up Lord this, that, and the other, it doesn't answer my question. And the fact of consultation, the point of consultation, is to take what is put forward and include it in what you are doing. And I don't see that that has happened before. I don't see that that has happened, sorry, in this case. But I trust that perhaps some other member on the other side may be able to provide the information as to where in the report that would have come. And this is a continuing, this is a pattern. This seems to be PNM's approach to consultation. You know, consultation was mentioned so many times and other times that they came to this parliament. And in fact, Madam President, last night I was at the local government consultation in Presal High School. And last week or 2 weeks ago, they held one in San Fernando. And I sat and I observed. And I saw that the approach to consultation doesn't appear to be taking people's contribution into consideration. It appears to be going to them to justify what you already plan to do. And I'm seeing that happening in the public domain, in the local government consultation, and I'm seeing it happening in other places. And here we have this coming forward with the Attorney General telling the House today that what he quotes as consultations, what he refers to as consultations, and I question what the PNM's understanding of consultation is. So when they do in fact consult, they insult. Because they claim to consult, they talk with people, and they waste people's time. Don't do that to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The approach of we in charge, this government seems to be intent on doing what it wants at the end of the day. And you have other areas of where there are decisions that serious implications on the public. You have this situation today with the Commissioner of Police. You had this situation where a major decision to increase taxes, to increase VAT, that was a major con job. It was referred to as a major con job by an article in the Express editorial. Call it a major con job. Mr. Sahade Ramnanan. I was a bit relieved when I heard that VAT would be reduced to 12.5%, but it was an elaborate con job. That is the view of many people in the public domain. Who was consulted before they raised VAT, before they increased the charges, the number of zero-rated items removed from the zero-rated list? I am speaking about consultation. When the Prime Minister, before election, gave the assurance that the items on the zero-rated listings would not be removed, he gave the assurance, he's on record as giving that assurance. But after the election, no consultation, because they're in charge, so they do what they want. Today, you have VAT on books, VAT on computers. And the Shoguna's Chamber, in today's Express, the headline, one of the headlines, I think it was about page 22 or something. The headline is VAT on books, computers, a backward step. Were the consumers ever consulted? Were the business owners ever consulted? You increase VAT, you increase business levy, you increase...
Senator, Ameen, I'm sorry, we're not dealing with VAT on anything. We are dealing with emotions at hand. I understand the point you're making about consultation, but tie it up to the emotions at hand, please.
Certainly. Madam President, I thank you. And I want to reiterate that the government's whole approach to consultation, actually marginalizes many sections of the society. So you have people being marginalized because of taxes. You have people marginalized because of where they live. I mean, there's this issue with the South Campus of UE and so on. You know, there are so many areas. But I want to move away from consultation, because I think the government has been getting a lot of blows, and I trust they will listen in the public domain about their lack of consultation with regards to bringing these measures.
Senator Ameen, you have 5 more minutes.
Certainly. Earlier as well, the Attorney General indicated that indicated something that I found very misleading. I think he was implying that the opposition is asking to go back to the 2009 method of recruiting. And I just want to put on the record that the UNC at the time in opposition objected to the 2009 the changes, just as we are objecting today. A motion was brought by Subhash Pandey at that time. And the process had already been triggered when the partnership came into government in 2010. In fact, the debate, I believe, was on July 2nd, because it was published in the newspaper on July 3rd. And the process to procure a commissioner of police was already underway, and it came to Parliament when the partnership, so it saw a change in government. But the partnership allowed the process to take place because of the critical nature of getting crime under control. And the partnership did not interfere with the process or stop that process. They brought the recommendations to Parliament, and members on both sides had their say. So it is misleading to say that, you know, the partnership government would have interfered or objected and so on. But to wrap up, Madam President, I want to reiterate that crime and the security of our citizens is a critical matter, and the opposition remains committed to participating in meaningful discussions with the government, as indicated by the Leader of Opposition, to get crime under control and to secure our citizens. And I trust that the government will see it fit to withdraw this notice and to allow consultation, because it wouldn't take very long. It has been, it has been up in the air for how many years? And a few more weeks wouldn't hurt. So I want to suggest that they withdraw, that they have the necessary consultations, and then come back to Parliament so we can have the, give the support. Thank you.
The Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I join to make a brief interjection in this debate on the motion before the Senate, which seeks to nullify and annul legal notices 218 and 219. But before I delve into the subject matter, I just want to respond to some of the comments made by both the opposition and the independent benches. Madam President, it is Senator Mark who brought this into the debate, so I think I need to respond. It is with a great sense of regret that I heard him say that under no circumstance will the United National Congress be supported the Caribbean Court of Justice. And I still want to hope against hope, because he is not the political leader of the United National Congress. And unless that comes from the mouth of the leader herself, I will still not want to believe that. Because, Madam President, it's Mr. Pandey who signed the CCJ agreement. In 2001, they were so committed to that court that they agreed to house the court, the headquarters of the court in Port of Spain.
Right here. Winshaw building it was. He was arguing for that.
Only to renege on that commitment after the government change, when the Patrick Manning administration came in at the 1818 and subsequently in 2002.
Hundreds of millions.
Reneging on a commitment to CARICOM. Reneging on a commitment to bring an independent court and an appellate court under the CARICOM jurisdiction. Then comes the Honourable Member for Siparia. And I think this is one of the most regrettable statements that was ever made, because she didn't know at the time that she would have been Prime Minister of this country, when she indicated that the problem that the UNC had with the Caribbean Court of Justice is because there were insufficient East Indians on the bench.
That's right.
It was a regrettable statement at the highest level. I know personally that she regretted it, because she never felt that she would have attained the highest position in the country to become Prime Minister. But Madam President, that having said, this government is committed to bringing legislation to this Parliament to make the Caribbean Court of Justice the final appellate court in Trinidad and Tobago. And I just want to quote one thing before I leave this point. I remember Mr. Manning telling me once that on the matter of this court, he had some discussion with the Prime Minister of India. And the Prime Minister of India told him, the Supreme Court of India is supreme. You cannot say that for your country. Let me repeat that. The Supreme Court of India is supreme. The Supreme Court of Trinidad and Tobago is not supreme. And that is what independence is all about. That is what we have struggled hard and we have toiled to unlock the shackles of colonialism, so that today we are an independent country and we are an independent republic with a democracy.
Bring the legislation.
A special majority?
Well, yes, but at least we'll expose you. And you'll have to come and account to the nation why you would not be supporting legislation to that effect. I will leave there. I now deal with Senator Roach. Wonderful presentation. I like Senator Roach because he's very brief and to the point, and he makes sterling contribution to this House. He made a very valid point, which I just discussed with the Attorney General, where he said the merit list should not be for 1 year, it should be for 2 years, because the bureaucracy of this country is so slow that sometimes the process may not be completed, and then the merit list becomes defunct, and then you have to start the process all over again. But I just want to draw his attention that this is a motion to annul. And probably later on, we could consider this and some of the other recommendations, which made by Senator Chote in particular, that we can bring a subsequent order at a later date to deal with some of these matters, raised in particular by the independent bench. But I'll deal with the consultation aspect. No, I'll deal with it now. Madam President, when does a government have the authority to act? And when does a government needs to consult? There's a lot of gray areas there. We are committed to consultation, but more importantly, we are committed to consultation on the formulation of policy. That is what consultation is about. You want to bring about constitutional changes, you consult. You want to make about policy shifts for the country, you consult. For example, Senator Ameen spoke about the consultation on local government. That is a fundamental change in the governance structure of local government. We will be hosting 14 consultations throughout the 14 regional corporations. And she is wrong to say that we are not listening to the people, because we are starting the process from ground zero. And we are not forcing our ideas on them. And that is what the consultation is all about. I know what she pines about is that I, as Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, went down to the Kuva Tabakit Talparo Regional Corporation, where there's only one PNM councillor. 12 UNC councillors. And I had the whole council eaten out of my hand. I was warmly welcomed. I was well received. I was complimented. I was articulate, and I was very intellectual in articulating the policy position of this PNM administration. That is what is written now. Our next consultation will be in Sandy Grande, and then after that we're going down to Siparia, the constituency of the Prime Minister.
Honourable Minister, please address the chair. Yeah.
So, Madam President, consultation. We are committed to consultation on policy. Again, I don't want to say what the UNC did, but on the runoff bill, was there consultation on that? It formed no part of the Constitutional Reform Commission consultation that was headed by Mr. Prakash Ramada. Like a thief in the night, they brought it up. The proportional representation component of the Municipal Corporation Act was passed 1 month before the local government election of 2013, serendipitously. I'm not going to take it off. But you speak of consultation. These are fundamental changes. What we're debating here is just an order, which is supplemental legislation. No, it's not an order, but no. But what we are talking about, and I will go to say where some of the changes are not so fundamental to talk about it. It is just changing who will be initiating the process. I'm not saying, yeah, and everything the AG has explained. But the point I'm making, Madam President, we are a consulting government. We'll be hosting a national consultation in February on education.
That's right.
As we speak, the Ministry of Finance is consulting on the gambling and betting ordinance. Okay, we'll be discussing what role casino gambling is playing into the country and the credit union movement. We'll be discussing with the IRO how do we plan to deal with casinos.
Why didn't we do this? We've had 2 already.
So Madam President, I make the point finally. We are committed to consultation on policy, and where it's possible, we have a cabinet and we have been elected to govern this country, and we will be taking our mandate to that level.
On the record.
But Madam President, let me get back to this idea of national security. I'm not an attorney at law, so order this and order that, I will stay away from it. But I just want to make some general principles that govern society and to show how as a national society, how we fit into this thing. And let me again start from ground zero. National security is paramount in the nation state. Everybody knows that. I don't want to offend Senator Rodger Samuel, but as a geologist, I'm trained in paleontology and I'm trained in what we call the fossil records. And I'm versed in what is called the theory of evolution. And when Homo erectus evolved into Homo sapiens, and they appeared on the plains of the East African Rift, they formed themselves into tribes. And the concept of the tribe was to be a social unit. And then the enemy of the tribe was the other tribe. So security to the tribe meant you secure the clan from external influence and external threats. As the nation state evolved and modern civilization took root, the tribe went into feudal lords in Europe, and then it became the nation state took root. And the nation state became a complex entity. So 2 matters of national security came into play. One was defense, which was external threat. And for the first time in the evolution of human society, an internal threat was defined. And the internal threat morphed into the Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of National Security. But the national security of the nation state became paramount, and in some societies even more important than external security. America, China, Russia, they are world power. External security is paramount to their civilization. But in our case, our internal security is the most important. And it is because of that concept of internal security and national security that the whole concept of the failed state evolved. And today you have failing states like Syria, like Iraq, like Yemen,
All created by the United States.
like Afghanistan. But I'm just putting the national security thesis into perspective. And that leads me on to my discourse on Trinidad. Because, Madam President, this debate has a chronology to it. Because what it demonstrates is that as a society, and as a plural society, we have great difficulty in building consensus on matters of urgent national importance. And I'll show why. Because us not being able to handle this matter of a commissioner of police and police legislation probably has been the most, that has had the most serious negative effect on crime. Because somehow the system doesn't seem to be working. And let me start from ground zero. This whole process started in 2000. In 2001, Ramdani, who miraculously escaped police custody down in Sierras, and then took a pirogue to Venezuela, exposed at its rawest level major deficiency in the police service. Patrick Manning was the opposition leader at the time. It brought a bitter taste to his mouth. I'm quoting him. And he felt so aggrieved by that situation with Ramdani that he went to Mr. Pandey at the time and said, let's work together. We have to solve this problem. Shortly after that, the government changed. And Mr. Manning and Mr. Pandey, with due respect to those two statesmen, continued to work on this issue of police reform. And Mr. Manning, sorry for the phrase, had to swallow his spit and make serious concessions to Mr. Pandey and the UNC. Because Mr. Pandey dug his heel in the sand and said, we're not moving unless we get A, B, C, and D. The most important of which was the Prime Minister to give up his veto power in the appointment of a Commissioner of Police. That is the most significant shift that has occurred in all this entire legislation. And it is the UNC and Mr. Pandey who insisted that we had a foreign firm to do the recruitment. It is Mr. Pandey and the UNC who insisted that we had this convoluted process to appoint a Commissioner of Police. And it is Mr. Pandey who insisted that the Prime Minister of the day give up his veto power, and that veto power comes into the hands of the Parliament, where the nominee for Commissioner of Police has to be debated and approved by the House. Having said that, Mr. Manning felt so strongly about the matter, the Honourable Prime Minister Manning at the time, that he said, we have to find solutions to the crime situation in Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago cannot become a failed state because of the level of crime that was being perpetrated in the country. So he made these concessions. And from these concessions, Madam President, in 2006, a package of legislation, which we call the police bills at the time, was passed. It included the Constitution Amendment Act 2006, which is Act number 6 of 2006. The Police Service Amendment Act 2006, which was Act number 7 of 2006. And the Police Complaints Authority Act 2006, which is Act number 8 of 2006. All these bills became law. All these bills went into to become law and acts on January the 1st, 2007. And then the process started for the recruitment of a Commissioner of Police. The Honourable Attorney General, either in this House or in the other place, indicated $8 million was spent. How much was spent? It was more than the salary of the Commissioner of Police for several years. And that whole convoluted process cost this country, not money, $8 million, in a sense is small money in the context of the Trinidad budget at the time. But it cost us a lot of ground in terms of our fight against crime. Look at the passionate appeal of the Minister of National Security If you have a conscience and you listen to the Honourable Minister of National Security, you will understand how he feels about the matter.
You go fool me?
Good? And he is committed to his work. And he wants a solution to the problems that we face. And this is not a no laughing, this is national security, the single most important issue that faces the nation state, as I just explained to you, the evolution of this process.
Sorry.
We ended up appointing Dr. Gibbs as Commissioner of Police and the DCP Iwatsky. Out of the blues, I think Mr. Jack Warner was the Minister of National Security of the time. They were summarily dismissed. It's claimed that they resigned, but if you resign, why would they pay off your entire contract? So that was just pulling wool over the national population. Okay? And then, that was in 2012. And nothing has happened from 2012. We are now in January 2016. Because it is the opinion of this administration that it is the way these legal notices are worded. Added to which, whether we like it or not, a government is elected into office to govern.
That's right.
We were on the campaign trail and we made certain commitments to the national population. Among other things, that we will make the recruitment process of the Commissioner of Police less cumbersome, less convoluted. We'll make it as transparent as possible. And obviously, we will never encroach on the purview or the space of the Police Service Commission. So what we have proposed, Madam President, as Minister Imbut so articulately put it in the House, with regard to the selection process, it's basically one matter we're dealing with, you know. And how is this matter interpreted? In the 2009 order, it states under 3A, the Director of Personnel Administration shall, that's for the legal people to decide. The Director of Personnel Administration shall, in accordance to Section 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board Act, contract a firm experienced in conducting assessments of senior police managers to conduct senior police managers to conduct an assessment process, and the firm so contracted, hereinafter referred to as the firm, shall consult with the Commission upon the completion of each stage of the process. All that has happened here is that the initiator of the process is now, and I read for Section 3A, the Commission, on request of the Minister of National Security, shall, in accordance with the same Act, contract an appropriate local firm. So there are two changes. We move out the Director of Personnel Administration. Who does the Director of Personnel Administration report to? Because the initiator, if it is now the Minister of National Security, the Minister of National Security, he's not part of the process. He's not interfering with the Police Service Commission, but he's accountable to the nation for matters of national security. And all he is doing, he would not sit idly by now, with no Commissioner of Police, who have got his 7th extension for 3.5 years, and still, I ask the question to you, Madam President, why did the Director of Personnel Administration not act over the last 3.5 years?
And the PSC could act on its own in any event.
The Minister of National Security, this is a democracy. This is why the Parliament is here. The Minister of National Security is accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago for matters of national security. So what is so wrong in the Minister of National Security initiating the process for the selection of a Commissioner of Police? That has absolutely nothing to do with breaching the Constitution and the separation of powers. So, I made the point. The other change, which has been largely accepted, is that what's the name of the university they took on?
Penn State.
Penn State. For heaven's sake,
$4 million a pop.
a local human resource firm can be mandated to recruit. They recruit the president of Petrotrin, they recruit the president of NGC. Good? They recruit all the things. You have to have confidence in your people. That is what independence is about. So you are saying that there are no local firms in Trinidad. Madam President, I need...
off now. But GHRHS.
Madam President, a local firm will be engaged to contract to an appropriate local firm hereinafter to conduct a recruitment process, including inviting applications for the position. All the Minister of National Security is initiating the process, you know. The Commission on the request of, check the language, on the request of, they come up with thing about who will get the contract, and whether it's Watkins, or whether it's this one, or whether it's that one, and how there is this. And Eastman, they spoke about in the house last night, Eastman and Associates. Okay? And how.
Hold on. Let's just hear the minister's presentation, please. Thank you.
And Eastman and Associates, and how we have already handpicked the Commissioner of Police. The AG said, the Prime Minister said last night, let me put it on record. The Prime Minister said last night in the other place, I have no horse in the race. The Attorney General, who is the next person in the pecking order of this process, recently said when he was closing up his contribution, he has no horse in the race. I speak now on behalf of the Minister of National Security because I trust him and he's a man of great integrity. The Minister of National Security has no horse in the race. And now I speak finally as Chairman of the People's National Movement. The PNM has no horse in the race. It is all we want is that is
we can't because the PSC has this already.
Because, Madam President, all we want is a Commissioner of Police that has the capability, that has the capacity and has the acumen to lead the police service of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, I refer to the passionate plea of the Minister of National Security. That is all we want, and that is what we're trying to do. And, Madam President, we will do it with a matter of dispatch and a matter of haste, and we will do it properly, and we will do it to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I just want to deal now with a local firm and a local commissioner of police. Again, it was the UNC under Mr. Pandey in making the compromise, the Prime Minister Manning at the time, that insisted that we do not restrict it to a local officer, that we must look for best in class, advertise internationally to get the best person. At the point in time, it had some merit. I would say so myself. Okay? And we said, okay, we will go out to the international audience. There may be a former commissioner of police out in New York who did so much good work, out of Chicago, or what have you. We got somebody out of Canada. And it really didn't work out well for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today we are saying there is sufficient expertise, as the Minister of National Security indicated, coming out of the local fraternity to easily, I can guarantee you that there will be at least 10 people who will be eminently qualified to hold the position of Commissioner of Police. And the problem would be not in finding eminently qualified people, is in selected one out of the list of eminently qualified people for the position of Commissioner of Police. You heard from the Minister of National Security when he went to train in Canada, he used to top the class. Good. Our military personnel, most of them in the days of Shah and LaSalle and them, Sandhurst trained. I don't know if you are Sandhurst trained also. Sandhurst trained. Good, and they top the Commonwealth in a lot of courses. And when we go to the police, look, right now we have How do you call him name again now? Yeah, Watchman. He's East Timor, I think.
Cambridge graduate.
Eh? Yeah, Chief of Police Interpol now, but he was the Commissioner of Police in East Timor. UN Paul. So there is a cadre of qualified people. Senator Dhanayshar will say he's one of the top economists in this side of the hemisphere. And I believe that. I honestly believe that. Good? No. I consider myself one of the top geologists in the country, so that's fine. We have Senator Small, an energy expert, internationally known and recognized. He showed me his calendar from now until March. He's occupied every day, here and abroad.
Who is it?
Senator Small, okay?
Yes.
I wouldn't tell you what his fees are. So, Madam President, we have the expertise. So I have highlighted the issue of the Commissioner of Police replacing the DPA. I have highlighted the position of a local human resource firm to do the recruiting process. Nothing has changed in the context of the Police Service Commission, and I now deal with the position of a Commissioner of Police being a national of Trinidad and Tobago. Obviously, nothing is wrong with that. I just want to deal finally with the issue that Senator Chote made about why was 3 deleted, which states a candidate for the office of Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police should meet the following core criteria: leadership, management, communication, commitment to the cause of the organization, requisite vision, and integrity. And there are pros and cons in what we have done here. Because what we did not take out is that the candidate for Commissioner of Police shall be a national of Trinidad and Tobago and shall have, first and foremost, a degree from a recognized university, recognized by the ministry with responsibility for higher education in the following areas: law, criminal justice, criminology, police service management, or any other relevant degree, and no less than 15 years experience of increasing responsibility in law enforcement. This is measurable, okay? And sometimes when you doing advertisement for jobs, there's a limit of where you put what you want and in what document you put it in. The Police Service Commission will be able to set criteria, and very likely they will set criteria along these lines. But to actually put it in a legal notice, it is really too prescriptive. For example, let us say, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm purporting something here. This is a legal notice. Let us say a commissioner of police is selected. That is so obvious that he has no communication skills. Can somebody go to court and say, you breached this legal notice? But when you are silent on matters like these, but when it forms part of the administration of the process, which is left up to the Police Service Commission to set criteria, I think you're standing on firmer ground. Okay, because what I want to choose my words carefully here, Madam President. What I took objection to in some of the presentation in this debate is that for small matters, they saw the most sinister of plots and accused the government of it. By just saying that we will take a local firm, then when I have to say that we want to set up Mongoose Gang and Tontomatot and all these sorts of things, I mean, it is ridiculous. Just because we say let a local agency do the recruitment process, give the Police Service Commission the power to do their jobs without interference from the thing. All of a sudden, we have a candidate, we have a Mongoose Gang in the making. all sorts of sinister motives that have been attributed to this government, when all this government wants to do is move ahead with the process of enforcing law and order in Trinidad and Tobago, and fundamental, and probably most fundamental to that process, is the appointment of a permanent commissioner of police. So, Madam President, I want to give the nation the assurance that this government has no sinister motives. It has no intention to put anybody in particular to that position. It will let due process take its course, and it will let the process, and we hope and we feel very confident that the process will bring to the fore the most qualified and the most competent person to hold that position. So, Madam President, with these few words, I want to thank you for making this contribution. Thank you.
Senator Mahabir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As I join in this debate, I come after the two legal specialists on my bench, and I hope, and of course, the voice of reason. And I've heard many excellent contributions from the entire chamber. The reason is, Madam President, despite the crosstalk, which I find sometimes a little entertaining, sometimes a little distracting, but really I think every single senator in this chamber has something in common, regardless of where we sit. And that is, at this time, all of us have a keen interest in ensuring that the country has the best police commissioner that we could find to administer the police force. That is the underlying result that we would like to get, because there are two critical problems facing the country. One, the uncertainty facing the economy. And many of us on our bench have given the assurance to the Minister of Finance that we will do what we can to provide the guidance necessary. So what the government is doing that is good, we will ensure that the public is aware of it. And what we think can be changed because we are navigating difficult terrain, it will be raised fearlessly. With respect to economic management, that's the first big problem that we have to grapple with. All of us are in agreement here. The second problem is that we have had an escalating crime rate, violent crime, white-collar crime, a crime scourge that is not disappearing. So that while our incomes are falling and we are losing welfare on account of a deterioration in our purchasing power, we find that our security comfort is declining in tandem. The government does not wish to have this. The opposition does not wish to have this. And the independents certainly do not wish to have a declining economy with an escalating crime rate. And so we want to commit, I would like to commit to the Minister of National Security that I too understand the urgency with which we need to appoint a permanent commissioner of police, but at the same time we want to get the best that we could get. We want urgency, but we also want to get the best possible for Trinidad and Tobago at this time. Madam President, how do we go about recruiting our best? How do we go about attracting our best? How do we go about retaining our best? I've heard a great deal about the intellect of the Trinidadian and Tobagonian. Madam President, I can say with a measure of certainty that on a per capita basis, internationally, we have perhaps the best per 1,000 in terms of capability, training, and intellect and intelligence in Trinidad and Tobago. I see my colleagues all over, and you compare internationally, and then you ask yourself, why with this abundance of manpower, we can't come together to attract the best possible so that we can build that which is necessary to elevate Trinidad and Tobago to above its potential. You know, when we say Trinidad and Tobago has potential, what we are saying is it has not done it yet. We have the capability. Why have we not done it yet? Madam President, no society can develop if it does not build and grow its organizations, its institutions, and its various permanent structures. What is a successful organization like the Police Service, the Police Service Commission, and I'm coming to the Parliament and the judiciary? It's a group, according to Drucker, the guru of management. An institution has some history. An organization has some background. But it is a group of ordinary people coming together to do extraordinary things. That's what we have successful militaries about. Ordinary military people coming together in their various divisions to defend their country in an extraordinary way. And we need to focus, Madam President, on the building of institutions. And before us is an annulment order. So we have a great desire, all of us, to recruit the best commissioner of police. But at the same time, we want an annulment order to that effect. Why the annulment order? Something, somehow, has gone wrong whenever we ask for an order to be annulled. Whenever we request any contract to be annulled, something has gone fundamentally wrong. Take an insurance contract. Whenever you apply for life insurance and you did not indicate to the insurance company that you have been diagnosed with some form of cancer or any ailment, and you subsequently were to pass on, the insurance company can annul the contract because you did not disclose material information that you had to. Let us talk about the annulment of the legal notices aimed at recruiting a commissioner of police. Madam President, we need to build all institutions. In the days ahead, Trinidad and Tobago is going to navigate some difficult terrain in the international economy, and we need the strength of institutions to do it. One of the institutions that has been working very well in this country is the institution of Parliament. And we have seen over the last little while how Parliament has been functioning. And Madam President, every time I come to the Senate, I know I must take orders from one person only, and that is the President of the Senate. When she invites me to rise, I will rise. And when she tells me to sit, I will sit like how soon? And I know because she is guided by something known as the standing orders. Her job is to enforce these standing orders. And the standing orders provide for me the rules within which I can operate, the parameters, the framework. I must not go out. If I were to get on the border of the standing orders, some member will say and rise that I am in violation, and then the Madam President will have to rule. Madam President, let me, as I focus on the annulment of the order, of this legal notice, refer this Honourable Chamber, through you, Madam President, to Standing Order number 21, page 15 on the Standing Orders. And I refer to Standing Order 21.7. 21.7 is very clear. It says, any statutory instrument made under the authority of any law and required to be laid before the Senate shall be submitted to Parliament no later than 2 days after the date upon which it was enacted or gazetted and laid on the table no later than 7 days thereafter. The standing orders are very clear. Madam President, I cannot violate a standing order. It would be, I could be taken before the Privileges Committee for doing that. I must be, these orders are sacred. When, therefore, you could understand my chagrin when on the last day we came and met in the House, I was made aware of the legal notices that was the subject of these annulment motions. Madam President, the order on page 15, that's standing order page 15, said that it must be laid no later than 2 days after the date upon which it was enacted or gazetted. From the notice I had, this particular legal notice was gazetted somewhere, I think, on December the 16th. So it should, if we are to follow and understand that where I'm going, we need to respect the structure of Parliament. Too often we disrespect institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. Let it not be here. Parliament is sacred. Madam President, there are 2 documents. Before I became a parliamentarian, I did not know how important they were. But now, the standing orders and the Constitution are the 2 documents I always refer whenever I'm in doubt. I can violate many things, I can't violate that. Madam President, it should not be that a notice, a legal notice to annul, should come to my attention simply because the opposition has filed a motion to annul. There is a process and there is a procedure that we need to ensure that this Parliament adopts. Let me focus, Madam President, on Standing Order 83. Standing Order 83 focuses on Statutory Instruments Committee. There is a process by which these legal notices were supposed to come to my attention. There is in this House a Statutory Instruments Committee. As coordinator of the bench, I was asked, could you nominate someone in your bench to sit on the Statutory Instruments Committee? And my question was, well, what are statutory instruments? Because I'm coming to this from a non-legal perspective. And when it was explained by parliamentary staff what these instruments were, they are the instruments prepared under authority from us by laws passed by us by other agencies. I said, well, we absolutely need our legal personnel on the bench to sit on this committee. And clearly, when I looked at Standing Order 83, it says, so with respect to process, these notices, having been published in the Gazette on the 16th of December, should have come to our attention very shortly afterwards, according to what exists on Standing Order 7 of our Standing Orders, 21-7. Now, Madam President, under Standing Order 83, Statutory Instruments Committee, it says that the Statutory Instruments Committee shall consider statutory instruments that are subject to the negative resolution of the Senate or the Parliament, as the case may be. It shall have the duty inter alia of bringing attention to the Senate, to the attention of the Senate, any such instrument, C, the making of which appears to constitute an unusual or unexpected use of the powers conferred by the law under which it was made. So under 83.3, the Statutory Instruments Committee, made up of members of the Senate from all the benches, would look at these instruments to determine that they do not constitute any unusual or unexpected use of the powers conferred by the law under which it was made, conferred by the parent law. When we look at 83E, it appears that the Statutory Instruments Committee should investigate the publication or the laying before the Senate of which appears to have been unduly delayed, so that any instrument, the publication or the laying before the Senate of which appears to have been unduly delayed, is the business of this committee. And finally, the statutory instrument committee shall have the duty inter alia of bringing to the attention of the Senate any such instrument which under I, which it considers is not in accordance with the letter, the spirit, or the intention of the enabling act. Let me focus on 83I. Any statutory instrument, it shall have the duty of bringing to the attention of the Senate any such instrument which it considers is not in accordance with the letter, the spirit, or intention of the enabling act. Madam President, when I look at the standing orders, I see that clearly the standing orders indicate to me that there is a strong case for annulment. But Madam President, I would like to look at the enabling legislation. The enabling legislation, I go to the supreme law, the Constitution. And in the Constitution, it says, under 123, Section 123, the Police Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. So the Police Service Commission shall have the power to appoint persons to hold or act in the office of Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of Police. And under 121(2), it says, the Police Service Commission shall nominate persons for appointment to the offices specified in subsection 1A and section 22(1) of the Police Services Act in accordance with the criteria and procedure prescribed by order of the President, subject to the negative resolution of Parliament. My reading of this, Madam President, and there is no constitutional expert here. I know a little bit about economics and so on. And I will be coming to the economics of the appointment, because there is some economic issues involved in the appointment. But my reading of this section 123(2) is really that the enabling legislation for these legal notices will have to be this the Constitution, section 123(2), which allows the Police Service Commission to engage in the preparation of these notices so that they can go about recruiting their police commissioner. Now what we have is a situation where somehow along the way, Parliament has gotten involved in this process. When it happened, I don't know. Because, Madam President, when I look prior at what was submitted, I have seen that there were police commissioners appointed all the way from the 1930s and 40s. Notice somewhere we can identify some of their names. And I don't know if every time a police commissioner was appointed prior to 2000, we had to have these legal notices, and the Police Service Commission went through the same process, and there was a lot of meanderings, or whether there was a much more straightforward process prior to the year 2000. Yes, we have had, Madam President, thank you very much, we have had from 1931 to 1938, colonial era, Colonel Mavro Gadato, 1938 to 48, Colonel Muller, that's in the colonial period. Coming closer to our period, 1962 to 1966, George Thomas Carr. How come we were appointing police commissioners with some regularity? 1966 and 70, James Reed. 70 to 73, Francis Bernard. 73 to 73, Claude May. 78, Randolph Burroughs had a long tenure. 78 to 87, Randolph Burroughs. 87 to 90, and I go on and on. We have had in the past police commissioners appointed for lengthy periods, and I do not know if there was any issue with a process then. But somehow we have found that the Prime Minister then got a veto, and we have had that veto was moved, and Parliament had the veto. Madam President, when I heard that Parliament has a veto. I went back to the Constitution, and I was happy to get the insight of my very learned colleague, the Attorney General Faris Al-Rawi, who sat in the Senate, and I'll have something to say a little bit more about the association I've had with him in an earlier incarnation to prove a point that I want to make. But really, he said, according to the Constitution, there shall be a cabinet. But, Madam President, according to the Constitution, under Section 39, it says, there shall be a Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, which shall consist of the President, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. So when we say Parliament has to be involved in the appointment or in determining or in approving or in some way being involved in this office of the Commissioner, we mean not only the other place, but we mean the Senate as well. And further on, the Senate shall consist of 31 members, and of the 31 senators, 9 shall be appointed by the President. So the Parliament will include the other place, it will include this chamber, and it must include the independent bench. The independent bench must be included in the Parliament. It cannot be only opposition and government involved in this particular process. Once Parliament is involved, it has, and I will argue a case of how the independent bench will be involved in this particular, or should be involved in this process. So Parliament has gotten involved in some way, and the process then became a bit complex. Madam President, what we have now is this. We have a situation where the Constitution established service commissions. The service commissions were meant. We have the Public Service Commission, the Teaching Service Commission, the Police Service Commission. These service commissions were meant in some way to ensure that in certain arms of the state, we operate at an arm's length in terms of recruitment, in the recruitment of the aged individuals there. We have to ask ourselves whether we are going to build the service commissions, or whether we are going, like in all institutions that we see, we are going to subject the service commissions now to gradual deterioration over time, and the executive branch of government, whoever holds the power, on one occasion it will be those who sit on the government side, and another occasion it will be those who sit in just front of me. But are we going to undermine the effectiveness of these service commissions and provide all the power to the executive? I will argue, let us be true to the spirit of the Constitution. The spirit of the Constitution gave the Police Service Commission the responsibility for recruiting this Commissioner of Police. And I have read the notices, and I have asked myself, well, let me look at what one section of it says. It says, the proposed amendment under 3, the Commission, on request of the Minister of National Security. So I'm wondering why the Commission on its own. Simple questions. Why can the Police Service Commission on its own not determine, well, you know, we need a Police Service Commissioner, but if the Minister of National Security has to prompt them, let him so prompt. But the Commission, on the request of the Minister, shall, in accordance with the section of the Central Tenders Board Act, contract an appropriate local firm. I have seen when I read the Central Tenders Board Act, I read about NIPDEC. Well, I have another story to say about NIPDEC. They refused to appear before the Joint Select Committee in the 10th Parliament, telling us that it was a courtesy they were doing and a favor. But that's another matter. We will deal with that then. But my point is focusing on this concept. The Commission shall, in accordance with this section on the Central Tenders Board Act, contract an appropriate local firm. Let us ask ourselves a simple question. Why does the Police Service Commission need to contract a firm to do work for it? Has someone proven to me that in some way the Police Service Commission has a certain level of incapacity to discharge this function on its own? Has that been unequivocally proven? Madam President, in an earlier incarnation, I was chairman of a commission not quite like the Public Service Commission. It was the Public Utilities Commission. That commission, that's in the late 90s. Public, yes, and Attorney General will remember. That's where I'm coming to draw you in, Attorney General. In the late 90s, both of us were young men. The Attorney General was a bit younger. I was chairman of the Public Utilities Commission. The Public Utilities Commission was denuded of staff. We had to recruit everyone, from captain to cook, from sweeper down to CEO. Did we contract a local firm to do that? Madam President, those were the days, late 1980s, the price of oil $9 a barrel. We were told, well, go ahead and recruit. What did we do? I'm talking about in 20-some years ago, or 20 years ago. We simply paid a few $100s to an HR specialist to write the ad for us because we didn't know how to put that ad together from an HR point of view. It was paid for, I think it was less than $1,000. The money spent was spent on the local press, and all the interviewing was done by commission staff. I remember as chairman recruiting a whole research team. We didn't have to go to a local firm. And the question that I'm posing is this from the economic angle, and incidentally, Madam President, I conducted a public hearing on rate increase for electricity, and a young attorney appeared before me, and he is appearing before me again, and he was very impressive then, as he is impressive now. It was Attorney Faris Al-Rawi taking instructions from a more senior attorney, Douglas Mendez, at the time. That was 20 years ago. That was the first case I understand he had, and it was the first time I did a public hearing. I didn't know any law then, and I know even less law now. But the reality is that commissions have been doing this work for a long, long time. Where did this issue of getting a firm to recruit for a commission come? I don't know, but it is clearly inefficient, because what we have to ask ourselves is, what advantage does this private firm have over the commission staff itself? Or, you know, if I were in that commission and I am recruiting people, all I will do is that I will hire an HR specialist if I don't have one on contract, and I will say, help me write these things, and as the applications come in, we will sort them out. Madam President, someone has to prove to me that there is a need for a private agency, a firm, to engage in this action that the Police Service Commission, in my mind, should be doing on its own. Why do I say that? When I look at the supreme law again, we know one thing. The police service is made up of various ranks, from the most junior recruit you get out of the training college up to the commissioner. When we get a commissioner, we have a number of people. And frequently, we have individuals who are moving up from corporal to sergeant, sergeant to superintendent, inspector, superintendent. Clearly, there is a criteria, or there are criteria for assessing police officers within the rank, and each officer, in my mind, must have a file. You must have a personnel file which would outline everything we need to know about that officer prior to granting him promotion. So here it is, we have a system in place where we could promote someone all the way from the most junior recruit to assistant commissioner of police. It would appear, or let us say, the most senior superintendent. And we are not having any difficulty with that. People are being promoted all the time. I do hear there are some complaints that the promotion process is taking a little while, but promotions are ongoing. And Madam President, my point is this. the Police Service Commission has, as part of its mandate, the responsibility to recruit a commissioner and a deputy commissioner. And the question I ask simply from an economic and cost-effective angle is, what is the most likely pool of people, of individuals, men and women, because we can get women, we should have, I think, a woman running for office as well for police commissioner. We have had many successful police commissioners in the United States. We have to ask, what is the pool of people that the police service, that the police service commission will draw upon? That pool will have to be the local police service. If we are saying that we are going across the Caribbean or across the Commonwealth, then the pool is wider. But if we are saying that in all likelihood, the pool of people we are looking at is the domestic pool of the 7,000 plus officers, who, Madam President, which agency is in the best position to have information on every single one of these officers? Information pertaining to the following. Information pertaining to leadership skills. Because when, you see, I think, Madam President, we are making a big issue out of that which I consider to be simply an automatic procedure. When we promote an officer from sergeant to inspector, we are doing that. We are saying that this inspector, this sergeant, deserves to be promoted to inspector because he does have leadership skills. He's going to lead maybe a group of policemen. He does have communication skills. He does have management skills. So we are saying that during the day-to-day process of the running of the organization, we are looking at these people and we would have a file on each officer. One person who is not promoted to senior superintendent from superintendent must be given good reason. Someone will say, well, I think you're a little bit abrasive. You need to be a little more, you're a good policeman, but you need to negotiate a little bit more communication skills. And in that way, I think every single officer would already have been assessed internally. We know who they are. What advantage would an external firm, except we are going to pay them tons of money, we are wasting money that we don't have, we are going to pay this firm in Trinidad and Tobago. Look, the police service commissioner is not the same, Madam President, as an individual who you will choose to run a big insurance company. He is not the same that you are going to choose to run a manufacturing steel plant. The police commissioner is an individual who is going to be as follows. And it is unfortunate that number 3, which existed in the previous version of the legal notice, has been removed. Because in number 3, it says, a candidate for the office of Commissioner of Police or Deputy Commissioner of Police shall meet the following core criteria. Leadership skills which enable him to motivate, inspire, and engender trust and confidence in the members of the police service. And I will want to add to that, leadership skills which enable him to motivate, inspire, and engender trust and confidence in the members of the police service and in the wider community. We in the community must have confidence in that commissioner. Not only must the police service members have confidence in that individual, man or woman, we too must have confidence. And the knowledge of that individual is going to be contained in-house. I am of the view that once we recruit a firm to do this and then we send it back to the Police Service Commission, is equivalent to leaving the village of Cunupia, where I am from, and I want to get to Chaguanas. But I am told, don't go to Chaguanas directly through Jerningham Junction Village. Go to Chaguanas via first the Val Park intersection, come to Port of Spain, take the traffic jam, get back onto the side roads, and then you get into Chaguanas. There is a shortcut. There is an agency that is in charge, and I would indicate to the government, all of us are on board with respect to getting the best commissioner. All of us are on board with respect to conserving cost. But why are we undermining the service commissions and the institutions? I would, Madam President, apart from the violation of the standing orders, which are very clear, and which, in fact, the order should be annulled because they have shown as a measure of disrespect for these orders. This is clear. This cannot be challenged. This is unequivocal. But really, from an efficiency point of view, I think we need to rethink the strategy. It cannot be, as Senator Crease has always said, doing the same wrong thing over and over and expecting a different result. We have been having difficulties over the last decade and a half, perhaps, in recruiting. We did not have difficulties before. It has to be that somewhere along the line, we began to interfere with a smooth process. Let us correct the errors of our ways. And Madam President, I said that the Parliament involves 2 chambers, and in this chambers there are 3 benches. I would like for there to be the involvement, Madam President, of the independent bench. And how can the independent bench be involved? There is a view perhaps that the independent bench just is here for number. This independent bench is quite aware of its role and responsibility. We are here not to defend the people who voted for us, because no one voted for us. Therefore, there are 41 constituencies, and we must put ourselves in the position of all the 41 constituencies. And in that regard, Madam President, there is a mechanism by which we could be involved and should be involved in this critical appointment. And that is Understanding Order 93, the Committee on National Security. It says the Committee on National Security shall have the duty of considering from time to time and reporting whenever necessary, and I will read, on all matters related to the national security policy of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me interpret what I mean by all matters, not just selective matters. All matters related to the national security policy of Trinidad and Tobago. It is the policy we are going to adopt with respect to the appointment of the senior officers in the police service. So I would close, Madam President, by saying that I would like to see changes in these orders. I would like to see more powers being given to the Police Service Commission. And I would like, in the consultative process, for there to be real inclusion in this Parliament. So through the National that Joint Select Committee on National Security, we will be able to get the views of people who are not politically aligned. Madam President, in the last Parliament, there was that meeting on total policing. That public hearing on total policing, chaired by independent Senator Rolf Balgobin, to my mind, was one of the most shining moments in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, when we were able to bring the errant police officers to book. I think we need to, not to disrespect the institution of Parliament, but to build up the institution of Parliament. Not to disrespect the Police Service Commission, build up the Police Service Commission. Once we build the institutions, we really will get the best Trinidadians to serve in these organizations. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Samuel.
Madam President, I am thankful for the opportunity to be part of the deliberations today as we examine the process that has been defined by the government in their approach to the appointing of a commissioner of police as well as a deputy commissioner of police. And the comparison of the legal notices, that of 2009 and those of 2015. But Madam President, while we deliberate on this matter, or because it's two notices, these matters, there seems to be, from what I've heard thus far, more questions than answers. There seems to be more that meets the eye when on one hand, the government seems to be saying it is just a fundamental change from the DPA to the Minister of National Security. When, if we take it at a glance, it may appear to be that. But the truth of the matter is that it's more than just a switch. So it's therefore necessary for us to kind of interrogate the legal notices. It's necessary for us to make sure that there is no breach, or appears to be no breach, in the principles applied and the approaches taken by the present government. And Madam President, the first issue to be raised is that there is a change in the process. And why I say a change in the process, I listened to the Honourable Attorney General, I listened to others in the other place that presented, and there seems to be a fundamental misconception or disagreement. Because the notice changes from the idea of the Director of Personnel Administration. And in Notice 218 of 2015, it says that in 3A, the Commissioner on request of the Minister of National Security. And I found it strange because I kept hearing the word, he is just the trigger. He is just the trigger or the triggering mechanism so that this thing could now begin to build momentum. But Madam President, the approach that the government is stating that happens is that the Minister of National Security on the working, or what it says, the Minister of National Security shall, in accordance with Section 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board, contract an appropriate local firm. The Minister shall contract. That's what it says. I will read it again. The Commission on request of the Minister shall contract. So the Minister is the triggering mechanism. But when I read the report of the Strategic Subcommittee of the Multi-Sector Review Team that reviewed the Public Service Commission, their approach to who triggers off the mechanism is absolutely different from what the government is saying. Listen to this on page 27 of the report. Members noted, and this is the area selection process of the police executive, members noted that the current selection process for the Office of Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioners of Police is cumbersome and unduly expensive. Currently, the Police Service Commission advises the Director of Personnel Administration to initiate the process. So it is the Police Service Commission that has the triggering mechanism in them. It is nobody, it is not the DPA that has the triggering mechanism, and now you're replacing the triggering mechanism from the DPA to the Minister of National Security. This report is saying that it is the Police Service Commission, and rightly so, because it is the Police Service Commission that has the responsibility, Madam Chairman, to appoint commissioners of police and to trigger up the mechanism so that the whole process can take place. It is the Police Service Commission. They are replacing the DPA. So really, if they're replacing the responsibility of the DPA and putting it on the shoulders of the Ministry of National Security, then it should have said that the PCS advises the Minister of National Security. That is what it should have been saying. Because they have been saying over and over that the Minister of National Security is now replacing what the DPA was doing. But the DPA, according to the report and the review, was not the trigger mechanism. Was the Police Service Commission who initiated the process. So what they have come to this Parliament with is something that is not coherent with the report and the review of the subcommittee. And if that is the case, then it is flawed. If that is the case, then something is absolutely wrong, and there is a sting in the tail. There is something else that is attempting to be achieved by the government. And I'm surprised, because one of the things I heard in the other place is that we reviewed the review.
Yes, I said here too.
We reviewed the review.
You say you consulted with that?
And we consulted with this. But the trigger is the Police Service Commission. Why? Because it is their job, it is their responsibility to initiate the process, and not the Minister of National Security and not the DPA. So while they want to turn the Police Service Commission into what I call the office boy, who just is a transference of the information, who takes the letter from one place to the next, this review laid all the power on the Police Service Commission. Madam President, something is wrong with what is being said on the other side. So it is not just a shift from the DPA to the Minister of National Security. According to this, the Minister of National Security has now taken over the responsibility, according to this review, of the Police Service Commission, and he now convenes some kind of discussion with the PCA, and it's an entire reversal of roles. Something is wrong, and I think this needs to be reviewed again, Mr. Attorney General. But not only that, the Police Service Commission had been clearly looking at the operations, and the committee set up to review was looking at strengthening the Police Service Commission, not replace. As a matter of fact, part of the review says that they wanted to now expand their responsibilities. And they also wanted to place under the Police Service Commission the installation of superintendents, and they were going to broaden their scope. And they needed the necessary infrastructural mechanisms and support mechanisms to be an effective commission and to do their job so that they can now be all that they were asked to do and commissioned to do. So the issue was not that they were incapable, and what we are actually saying now is that the Police Service Commission is unaware that they must now appoint a commissioner, and then the Minister of National Security, who is very aware that they have to appoint a commissioner, must now knock on the door of the Service Commission and say, but you have to appoint a commissioner? Go ahead. That doesn't make sense to me. If I know that it's my job to do it, then there must be a mechanism to ensure that I do it. It's not about somebody knocking on my door and saying, well, you know, to trigger off the mechanism to do it, because that's my job. And if I don't do the job, then remove me. If I'm incapable of doing the job, remove me. But in the entire review and the report, Madam President, there were recommendations. And one of the things that I thought that these legal notices would have adopted were some of the recommendations. I remember one of the recommendations of the review, and I read it, was that the term in I think it's section 123 A or B or somewhere there of the Constitution, where it says that the police commissioner has complete governance of everything of the police service. Absolute. You know, and they wanted that removed because that was it was causing a problem between national security and the PSC and stuff like that. So there were quite a number of things that the report and the review recommended that were not adopted in this legal notice. And I would think if you have a review done, the purpose of the review is to strengthen the operations of the institution. And if you are going to make alterations, it will be based upon the review. Why instill a review? Why have a review? Why have recommendations? And then you come with a legal notice and you absolutely go in contrary to what is recommended by the review. And do something different, and then says to me as a citizen, well, all we are doing is removing the responsibility of the DPA and place it on the shoulders of the Minister of National Security, when that is not what is being done. So the subcommittee recommended that the selection process for the officers of Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police should be changed to give the PSC the jurisdiction to select and appoint persons to these positions. That is what they wanted. That is what the reviews recommended, that they have it solely and not with political interference. Because the Minister of National Security, not the person, but the minister, is political. Now, so it is very, very strange that the government has taken this approach and then has said to us it is just a trivial, minor adjustment, when it is not, Mr. Vice President. So I would like to know, Mr. Vice President, what specific recommendations were adopted by those who prepared the legal notices? What were the intentions of those who did this stuff? What they intended to achieve if they did not adopt the recommendations or some of the recommendations from the review? And how come what was recommended is now altered to mean something absolutely different? I want to draw your attention with regards to qualifications, because the police commissioner acts in the capacity of a permanent secretary. He becomes the finance officer of the police service. So one of the requirements and recommendations of the review committee was that the commissioner of police should have some qualifications in the field of management, human resource, and finance because of the range of his functions. Because he's an accounting officer. He is an accounting officer. And the new arrangement is that he must just have a degree in law and a few other things, but there is no training in finance and all these kind of situations. When the recommendations, Mr. Vice President, was that he should have some qualifications in those fields, and especially in those areas of finance. And as a matter of fact, when talking about the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of administration, should have specific qualifications in management consistent with his area of responsibility. It's very important for us to see that. So, Mr. Vice President, something is wrong. Something is absolutely wrong, because we are told in no uncertain terms that this was just a minor alteration and we are wasting time. We are wasting parliamentary time and hours, and we should not be going through all of this kind of madness and stuff like that. But the Police Service Commission has some kind of dependence on the DPA. As a matter of fact, according to the report, and they were looking at the autonomy of the PSC, it says that the PSC presently relies exclusively on the DPA for all resources. Did you hear that? The Police Service Commission relies exclusively on the DPA for all resources. And it's important for us to see that. So I heard that all we have done is shift the DPA out of the way, and we have put the term Minister of National Security. But isn't there a domino effect? And other things to be interfered with and affected? How are we going to deal with the fact that they rely absolutely and exclusively on the DPA for all resources? And that's why the review is suggesting that we autonomize the PSC and make sure they are financially viable, and everything was supposed to be there to give them the kind of powers to do what they were supposed to do, Mr. Vice President. And it's important for us to see that. Important because the government said it is just a minor shift. What you're worrying about? I heard that it was said that the DPA is part of the executive. And he's not. And it can't be construed based on the fact that they're part of the commission. Come on. Just like Must and Shall and Will and May and all these things. But to the average citizen, he is not. Let us begin to come down to earth to the average citizen. And if you say to the average citizen in this house that the DPA is part of the executive, they will run with that. And they will say himself is talking about himself, and you're shifting from one himself to another himself. You got to be careful. Don't go there. You have to be careful. Because you are the Attorney General, and you are the man with the legal background, and people lift you up and they hold you in high esteem. And be careful what you say, because they'll believe you. Be careful, they'll believe you. And I mean, I respect you tremendously, and I tremendously hold you in high esteem, and you know that. So I say be careful as a friend.
Don't disappoint him, man.
I'm not disappointing him, man.
Procedure.
Just a friend talking.
Mr. Vice President, in accordance with Standard Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate continues until completion of the business at hand. Senators Honourable.
So thank you, Mr. Vice President. So the issue today will be, is the public service is the Police Service Commission equipped and effective enough to perform their duty? That is the question. It's not about a Minister of National Security or anything else. What we are actually saying at this point in time is that the PSC is not equipped to perform and to handle their functions. With all of this talk that is going on, and if you look at the Joint Select Committees that review the performances of service commissions and stuff like that, you would recognize, for quite some time now, Mr. Vice President, that the Police Service Commission had been lobbying to be an effective commission, and they just wanted the kind of mechanisms and support infrastructure to make sure that they become an effective commission and they can perform their jobs. And I would have thought that one of the first things that should have happened is that we strengthen the institution. We sit with the commission and see where the flaws are, where the shortcomings are, and ensure that all of these things are dealt with so that they can be effective in their performance as a commission. Because at the end of the day, whether the Minister of National Security is the trigger man or the Service Commission is the trigger and whatever, the Service Commission still has to do what they have to do. And if they are incompetent based upon what is suggested, then how can they function beyond that? It's important for us to see that. And it seems as if we are trivializing this, and people feel that, why are they talking so much and why are you doing? But it is a fact, Mr. Vice President, that something is wrong, and something needs to be corrected in all of this. I am not too sure if the average citizen understands when it says that a candidate for the commissioner of police shall be, I mean, in natural language, in street language, the average person doesn't understand the shall be, and I feel that it should be clearly defined. Is it he must be, or he may be, or one of those things need to be dealt with, and I was quite concerned about the use of the term national. And in some instances, there's a problem with using the term national and citizen. In some foreign countries, all citizens are nationals, but all nationals may not be citizens. And those are the kinds of things that are conflicting in the US Constitution and the British Constitution. There are different categories of citizenships and nationalities and all the kind of things. And I wanted it to be clearly defined as to what it is. But, Mr. Vice President, I mentioned this before, one of the problems that the Police Service Commission clearly defined as a problem was the word complete in section 123A1 of the Constitution. And according to them and the review, it talks about that it's a controversial issue among the Ministry of National Security, the Police Service Commission, and the Commissioner of Police, when you have a complete authority. When you have complete authority, that lends and gives problems to those that you are accountable to and you're answerable to. So it's important for us to see that. And so I would love, Mr. Vice President, that the government in presenting their case, and I would say that they have removed relevant criteria that were recommended by the review committee that sat to look into the functions and the operations of the Police Service Commission. And they have ignored all of that, and they have come to this parliament saying they want to expedite the process. But it's one thing to expedite the process. It's another thing to have an effective process. It is one thing to say this is needed and we need to do it now. It's another thing to have it done effectively. It is one thing to get excited and say nobody else did it and we have to do it. It's another thing to say let's go through the process. Let us see what is going to make this thing workable and effective. Let's look at the reviews. Let's look at those people that we would have paid and commissioned to deal with all of the reviews, and then see what they said in order to make the Police Service Commission effective, and in so doing, so that they can carry out their functions in the way they should be carried out. So the issue of the day, Mr. Vice President, is not the DPA, whom they have changed. The issue of the day is not the replacement of the DPA with the Minister of National Security. The issue of the day is that the triggering mechanism for the appointment of the police commissioner and the deputy police commissioner is the Police Service Commission. That is the facts. That is what the review says. That is what the report says. That is what was the current position. Not the DPA. The DPA was part of a process that helped the commission do their stuff, but not the one who initiated the stuff. So now, it's the Minister of National Security. So the Minister of National Security knocks on the door of the PSC and says, that's what they're saying, huh? I only need to appoint a commissioner. And then he backs back and he leaves them alone. Well, the Police Service Commission knew that they have to appoint a commissioner, and they have been crying out over and over for the kind of support and help and mechanisms to do such. It may not have been given to them. We may not have taken them seriously. It may be that we need to take the reviews seriously and strengthen the Police Service Commission. I think that is why Professor Ramkissoon resigned, because he felt that, they weren't getting the kind of support and they were never given the kind of stuff they need to do to be an effective commission. They came before Joint Select Committees and they cried out. And still, right now, we are doing the same thing. We're going to go through a police, all the process, if this is not annulled, and we're going to go through it because the government is intended and adamant about the fact that we ain't taking order on now, we don't say so and it's going to happen. That's the impression I get, that this is just an exercise in futility because they have said it's going to happen, so that's it. We're in charge here. You're wasting your time. I get that impression. I get the impression, but it will go down on Hansard that they were wrong when they said to this nation, it's just a minor adjustment. They were wrong when they said that it is the DPA that triggered it off and now it's going to be the Minister of National Security. They were wrong based upon the Police Service Commission Review Committee's report of who initiates the whole issue of the appointment of a commission. They were wrong. And if they were wrong in that vein, then they are wrong. And then they need to annul this and come back again and do the necessary reviews and the things that are necessary to make it right. And they need to do it. So they were wrong. And if they're wrong, I mean, they're big enough to say, we didn't see that, It is either they are right and the review committee is wrong, or the review committee is right and they are wrong. I am of the belief that the review committee is right. And if the review committee is right, then the government's approach is wrong. And if the government's approach is wrong, then the legal notices are wrong. And if the legal notices are wrong, everything is skewed. We've got to come back again. Come back again. And probably, if you had some consultation, somebody would have read this. Somebody would have read the review and say, hey, you're going wrong. Look, the review is saying something different to what you all are saying.
No, the review. Mr. Consultant.
Mr. Vice President, so there are issues with what they presented. There are issues with the qualifications now, because the review committees clearly said that this person must have some kind of training in finance and stuff like that, because this commissioner of police is the finance officer, accounting officer of the police service, just like a permanent secretary. And without that kind of training, then they're in trouble. So it is important to know that that is not part of the requirement. And if that's not part of the requirement, but that was part of the request and the recommendation, then something is wrong. It means that the government is not taking heed to the recommendations of these review committees and who have investigated this stuff. And they are here just doing what they want to do, and to hell with everybody else. Unfortunately, Mr. Vice President, and as a result of that, we may find some turmoil along the way as we go along, because, and I'm not going to talk about 15 years and 10 years and whatever. I'm not going to deal with that. But I'm concerned with the approach. I'm concerned that they have lambasted people on this side and say, oh, they know what they're talking about, and this is this, and the opposition. And yet, the Police Service Commission is not stronger today than it was yesterday when these legal notices were prepared in December. It is not stronger today since the reviews. It's not stronger today. It's not far more effective. It's not far more efficient, because nobody's taking on the recommendations. So, Mr. Vice President, I want to recommend that they go and come again. I want to recommend that they look at this, because I'm not trivializing anything, Yes, we need a commissioner of police. But what we really need more in the police service is the ability of our officers to detect crime. That's what we need. And I'm telling you, the problem with crime in this country is not the commissioner of police. The problem with crime in this country is lack of detection. The inability of police officers to detect crime. That's the real problem. A police commissioner, he ain't going to detect nothing. Yes, for the institution it is necessary. But the real issue of crime is really the inability of the police service to detect. The detection rate is a mess. So what are we thinking about the detection rate? I just got a text that 2 schoolboys from one of the schools in Laventille was just pulled out of a car somewhere around 5 o'clock and shot to death. Just about 5 o'clock. Are you hearing me? We say yes, the police, the Minister of National Security is passionate. Yes, he is. But his job is not to trigger nothing. It is the Police Service Commission that must trigger it. And we must now give them, empower them. We must now give them what is necessary for them to do their job and not try to come through the back door and make it political. Something that is scary, you know. So, Mr. Vice President, please, I wish you had it in your powers to tell the government, go and come again, but I know you don't. But I would say it for you, please, go and review it. Go and check out the reviews and the reports. Go and see who triggers off what and the mechanism and the process, because you have the process wrong. Check it out again and come back and we will sit together and talk about it again. And after that, we'll talk about what's the next step and the way forward from then. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Senator Samuel. Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for permitting me to join the debate on these motions at this time. I also, Mr. Vice President, want to put the gratitude of this side on record for the Parliament staff for preparing this very helpful information brief, which compares the existing and the proposed orders and also gives us some valuable information on the recruitment of the police commissioner in other jurisdictions. Mr. Vice President, as you heard earlier, there have been 7 renewals of the contract of the present Acting Commissioner of Police. Acting Commissioner Stephen Williams started his stint in 2012. It's almost 4 years since he started to act. And today, our colleagues on the other side, the opposition, have finally found their voice, their expertise, and all their wishes on the selection process and the qualification and criteria for a commissioner of police. After 7 years of renewals, 7 terms of renewals, Mr. Vice President, my colleagues on the opposition bench, they're no longer hamstrung by their former Attorney General Anand Ramlogan. They are no longer tied to his view that an acting police commissioner is suited to their purposes. And if it is any group of persons in this country who should be accused of keeping a process that is clearly did not work on the books, refusing to change it,
despite majority,
those persons sit on the opposition bench today. Mr. Vice President, in support of his 2 motions, Senator Mark adopts a few positions, 4 of them in particular. He talks about the timing of this order. He talks about interference and political interference with the Police Service Commission. He talks about possible favoritism in the selection of a firm. And he talks about not possible, but he's certain about political interference in the selection of a police commissioner, going so far, Mr. Vice President, with scandalous disregard for the 3 names he calls, going so far as to name persons who he says, he alleges, would get political benefit from this side in being appointed to the position of police commissioner. Complete disregard for 3 serving officers of the police service, placing on the record of this House their names into scandal in a way that only the UNC knows how to do.
That's right.
In summary, Madam President, Senator Mark, for 40 minutes, manages to offer the usual fear-mongering, bacchanal, and as I've said so many times in this Senate, the sanctimonious behavior of the UNC now in opposition. And why do I talk about being sanctimonious yet again? It is this UNC that gave this country Rashmi Ramnarayan. It is this UNC, Madam President, knowing well that this law required that they appoint somebody to the SSA who would command the counter-narcotics intelligence in this country, somebody who would fit into the important national security architecture, somebody who would fit into anti-crime fighting in this country. And this UNC, represented by those 6 senators who are sanctimonious today, had absolutely no regard for process, criteria, qualification, selection, or anything, come here today as the bearers of expertise. And as I've said so many times before, this country could do without this UNC. Let me talk about the 4 points that Senator Mark has advanced in support of these motions. The first is the timing. As I've said, this information brief sets out that the time for placing the order before the House is after it's published. But nowhere in these motions, Madam President, nowhere does Senator Mark advance a complaint about the process. Nowhere. He's offered in the 2 motions. He said that the order significantly diminishes the role of the Police Service Commission and adds as a sweep up, among other things. And in the second motion, he says that the order does not effectively capture the critical qualifications required by the candidates for these important offices in the police service, among other things. So Senator Mark in his motion does not challenge the process. He does not make a complaint about the abuse, about the late laying of the order. He makes no such allegation or complaint and comes to the Senate today on his first point to talk about the timing of the order. The second thing, he talks about interference and refers to the trigger by the Minister of National Security. And again, his motion advances no complaint about political interference. His motion says nothing about political interference or fear of political interference. In the information brief, Madam President, we have some evidence of how it's done in other jurisdictions. And in case the opposition missed it, in New Zealand, the appointment of a police commissioner by the Governor General is on the recommendation of the Prime Minister.
Full stop.
A political entity. And the opposition advances not one suggestion or case or anything in relation to New Zealand that a political body, the Prime Minister, recommending to the Governor General the appointment of a police commissioner has caused any issue in New Zealand. And we are nowhere near New Zealand. All the Minister of National Security is doing is causing the Commission to begin the process by engaging the firm. That is all the Minister of National Security is doing.
It's just a request.
Then Senator Mark attacks the process for the selection of the firm. Again, no mention in his motions of a complaint about that process. But what does the order say about the selection of the firm, the contracting of the firm? 3A is very clear of Order 218. The Commission, on request of the Minister of National Security, shall, in accordance with Section 20A1C of the Central Tenders Board Act, contract an appropriate local firm to conduct a recruitment process, including inviting applications for the positions. What in that process, Madam President, suggests that there's going to be favoritism, political interference, or anything of the sort that Senator Mark alleges in this House? In fact, Madam President, at no point in his contribution, and at no point in the contribution of any of the opposition senators who have spoken, they have told this country, or they have acknowledged, that NIPDEC is already engaged in a process like this.
Exactly.
NIPDEC has already published, Madam President, and it's on NIPDEC's website. They have already published an RFP for a consultancy service to manage the recruitment and selection process for a Commissioner of Police and a Deputy Commissioner of Police for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Force.
Under the 2009 order.
So this is nothing new. And if NIPDEC was not subject to political interference under the UNC, and for the last 4 years under the UNC, why would NIPDEC be subject to the political interference of the PNM?
Same process.
This is not new, Madam President.
Exactly the same.
This is the process as it exists. This is the process that is in current use.
And the DPA still has to do it.
So where does the fear in the selection of a firm by the Police Service Commission using the NIPDEC process arise? Madam President, if there was no fear under the UNC, there is no fear under the PNM. Because if there is anything or anybody that this country fears, it fears the United National Congress. And this point about interference with the process. Madam President, it ignores two critical elements of this process in both orders. One, it is the Public Police Service Commission that contracts the firm to do the shortlisted. It is the Police Service Commission, not the Minister of National Security, not the Prime Minister.
The autonomous constitutional.
It is the Commission, taking into account all the information that establishes the order of merit list. It is not the firm. It is not NIPDEC. It is not the Minister of National Security. It is not the Prime Minister. It is not the PNM. It's the Police Service Commission taking into account all the information as the language of the order that establishes the order of merit list. And Madam President, it is the Commission that selects the candidate for selection to the President in accordance with the procedure set out in Section 123 of the Constitution. So there's no political interference. This is the work of the Police Service Commission as the Constitution intended. The Police Service Commission contracts a firm. The Police Service Commission, on the basis of all the information, creates the order of merit list, and it's the Police Service Commission putting forward to the President the name of the candidate for selection. There was, Madam President, a discussion on consultation. And let me make this point. The first is that once again the sanctimonious UNC comes to the Senate and talks about consultation. Madam President, I'll refer to one case. In June 2015, Justice Ricky Rahim delivered a decision. It involved the Orange Grove Savannah, one of the prized open green spaces on the East-West corridor. And that decision of Justice Rahim dealt with the failure of the Minister of Planning to consult with the residents and the various interest groups on the East-West corridor, in particular Tacarigua, before they moved to construct on that open space that has been there forever. And it is this same UNC bench, in the face of a lengthy decision of Justice Rahim, condemning the lack of consultation with the community, that comes today in the Senate and talks about consultation. But let me make this point on consultation, Madam President. These orders do not interfere with any substantive right or expectation of citizens of this country. These orders do not curtail any right or expectation. In fact, Madam President, these orders do two things in particular. First, these orders broaden the scope.
Exactly.
It broaden the scope of the recruitment process. And secondly, it leaves the Independent Police Service Commission with the job of determining the additional criteria for selection. Because we need additional criteria under this order. As it stands now, Madam President, as it stands on the basis of the order, every national of this country who has a degree as set out in the order and 15 years experience will fall to be listed on the short list. That could be thousands and thousands of persons. But the Police Service Commission will add to these two mandatory requirements set out in the order. They will stipulate the criteria, and the Police Service Commission will set the basis for the short listing of the candidates for selection. And why, Madam President? Why was it necessary in the order of 2009 to list core criteria for recruitment? Not one of the opposition speakers, Madam President, so far have managed to tell this House and this country the reason why that 2009 order specified a core criteria. And let me tell you why. In that 2009 order, there were two possibilities for appointment. One was that the candidate had a university degree and met the core criteria. But there was another option. A candidate who did not have a university degree as prescribed, but met the core criteria and had 20 years experience in law enforcement, could have been considered. And that is the reason why the core criteria was stipulated in the notice. It gave the opportunity for someone who did not meet the requirement of the degree to qualify to be appointed. In this case, what this order does, it makes it mandatory. So there is no option 2. It makes it mandatory in 2016. Where as a country we should recognize that a police commissioner holding that responsibility, which, as other speakers have said, encompasses management, leadership, finance, law enforcement, and a range of skills, a police commissioner being appointed in 2016 in this country should at a minimum have a degree as prescribed. That is the reason why there's a core criteria in 2009 and there is none in this order, because it's left for the Police Service Commission to do the additional work.
And they can still consider core criteria of their own volition.
Madam President, there's no doubt that this country requires the appointment of a police commissioner and the appointment of deputy commissioners of police. One of the things that stood out with the recent renewal of the contract of Acting Commissioner Stephen Williams was the fact that Acting Commissioner Stephen Williams is the only member of the police executive who is appointed to an executive position. In other words, his substantive position is Deputy Commissioner of Police. He acts as commissioner, but everybody else in the executive holds an acting position, and this order seeks to fix that once and for all. Let me remind my colleagues of 3 appearances before the Joint Select Committee, the group number 2 of this Parliament. When the Anti-Corruption Bureau appeared before the group 2 in June 2005, Dr. Mahabir was there, Senator Hadeed, and Mr. Al-Rawi as Senator Al-Rawi. And 2015, sorry. And that JSC recognized that there were manpower issues in the police service. There was an issue with competence and capacity in the police service, and issues with the lack of professional staff in the police service. In March 2015, Senator Mahabir again, Senator Hadeed, and Senator Al-Rawi, when the Police Complaints Authority appeared before the GSC and pointed to the number of complaints, 2,039 complaints received about police officers in the period 2010 to 2014, pointed that only 35% of investigations were completed, and pointed that only 2 out of 6 recommendations made to the police service by the Police Complaints Authority were implemented. And thirdly, Madam President, in November 2013, in a JSC on which Senator Small and Senator Henry sat, the police service appeared. And it is at that hearing this country discovered, maybe for the first time, that the sanctioned strength of the police service was 7,715. That the actual number of officers was 6,285, or 81%. But most importantly, that there were only 5,673 officers available for duty. 612 officers were either on sick leave, vacation leave, study leave, or suspension. This country discovered that the fraud squad had only 44% of the officers it required. Organized crime, narcotics, and firearms had only 33%. The critical areas in relation to crime, criminal gang intelligence unit, 37%, and homicide, 45%.
Silent as lambs in those days.
The senators, Senator Small and Senator Henry and this House, heard that in the total anti-crime apparatus of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service was only up to 57% strength and short of 735 officers. It is important, Madam President, that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service gets a confirmed police commissioner and confirmed deputy commissioners of police. It is very important that we move quickly as a country to get these positions filled. I close with one point on the issue of a national of this country. In 2010, when Dwayne Gibbs was appointed, Dr. Gibbs was appointed, I was a columnist then, and I made this point about his appointment. Dwayne Gibbs previously worked with the Edmonton Police Service. I made the point that in 2010, in the first 4 months of 2010, January, February, March, and April in Trinidad, there were 171 murders in this country. That was 5 times the amount of murders in Edmonton for the 5 years which preceded. I made the point that at the time Dwayne Gibbs was appointed, for the 5 years preceding, there were more than 1,200 unsolved murders in this country. And I made the point that no Canadian police officer has ever gone to work and found sitting on his desk 1,200 unsolved murders. And I said Dwayne Gibbs would not be able to cut it in Trinidad and Tobago. It is time that a national of this country and nationals of this country be given the opportunity to lead the police service in confirmed position, moving away from what is obviously a UNC policy hinged to its Attorney General at the time, Anand Ramlogan, that acting is better. And that suits only persons who want to politically interfere in the police service. And this government has no intention of doing that. I say, Madam President, as I close, these 2 motions fail. They fail simply because what Senator Marks stood up and said to this House today in no way supports the motions that he has put on the table. Thank you very much.
Senator Hadeed.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. The honeymoon is over. There is no honeymoon anymore. It's the shortest honeymoon I've ever come across in my entire life, Madam President, that any government in this country has had. I said last week in this August House that the people will judge a government by its actions. Madam President, the actions of every speaker on that side today have given us the opportunity to advise the people of this country of their intention and their intentions. Not a single speaker on that side of the House has spoken about why they violated the standing orders 21-7, 78, and 83. Not a single one of them. The Honourable Attorney General, eloquent as he was, short on substance. When the Honourable Minister for Rural Development and Local Government spoke, I listened to him attentively. I wanted to move over there quickly and fix the halo over his head. He spoke like a saint, not knowing what was taking place in this country, like he was oblivious of the state of the country. I just listened to the Minister of Agriculture. I don't understand where they're living. Are they living in Trinidad and Tobago? They are violating every single opportunity that they get, interfering with the Constitution of the country. But yet, they stand up there and pretend that they're doing the best for the country, but yet fooling the country. I said again, people prefer to change their government than their lifestyle. Madam President, studies have shown that people want the opportunity to know what is going on and to have a say in it. When the media, when the chairman of the Police Service Commission, when the highly respected, independent former chairman of the PCS team up to tell them that they are on the wrong course, change your course. Change your course. What do? They ignore every single aspect of what is required of them. That will put them in trouble with the electorate. It will. Madam President, in an editorial recently, on the 19th of January, the Express said, when the House of Representatives convened today to address the procedural issues relevant to appointing a commissioner of police and deputy commissioner, the government is well advised to withdraw the motions and revert to counseling with the opposition and the Police Service Commission before returning to Parliament. This they refuse to do. Again, it is arrogance, absolute arrogance. The fact that we are here today means the government has not heeded the advice. They don't listen. They refuse to listen. Brick in the ears.
Is brick stick in there?
The brick stick in the ears. I don't understand. The same Trinidad Express editorial on January 19 said the government failed to hold discussions with members of the PSC and the opposition, as well as other important stakeholders, before drafting and publishing the two orders. That has become controversial throughout the land. Every single person in this country wants to know, why are you interfering with the Constitution? Coming through the back door to interfere with the Constitution, to hijack the police service. Leave the Police Service Commission alone.
Yes.
Leave them alone. They know how to do their job. Madam President, the selection process must be fair. It must be fair. Again, an editorial in the Express on January 19 made the point forcefully. The office of the Commissioner of Police is too important a position to be caught in political crossfire. The Commissioner must not only be qualified, experienced, and competent, but he or she must be seen to be above politics and beyond the influence of politicians. The selection process must also be manifestly fair, ensuring that the population can have confidence in the office holder. What the newspaper is saying in its editorial is that justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done, and the way you are managing this matter can lead the ordinary citizens to question your fairness, your integrity, your motives, and your methods. Fair must be fair to all parties involved, especially when you're dealing on behalf of the public, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Two questions from the Express, Madam Vice President, in its editorial, asked two questions. Why did the relevant line ministers not hold discussions with the PSC on the proposed changes? Simple. Why no talks with the opposition and with the association representing the police? Why? It is unfair. It is wrong. It is corrupt not to have consultations with the people who lives they're going to be affecting. It is wrong. Madam President, the former chairman of the PSC, Dr. Dhanayshar, said, let's go back to the response by the former head of the Police Service Commission. The Express editorial of January 19 also put the situation this way. We know too the comments by ex-chairman of the PSC, Dr. Dhanayshar, that by excluding the PSC, Madam President, there runs a risk of privatizing the selection process. The Express and Dr. Dhanayshar made the point, and I am making it here, the government must get the process right. They must get their process right. Newsday on January 18, just 3 days ago, ran what I consider the most relevant, revealing article about the way the government works. It's total disrespect and disregard for the institutions of the democracy of which our country is based. This government has no respect for the chairman of the Public Services Commission and for the Constitution of our country. No respect for the Constitution of our country. No respect for the Senate. If you disrespect your own institutions, Madam President, you cannot expect to get respect from people. Nobody would respect you. If you disrespect the office of the President and other officers, and officers that constitute the foundations of our democracy, you cannot demand even expect respect from anyone. This is what the Newsday said on the 18th of January. The chairman of the Public Service Commission, the constitutional body charged with the appointment of the police commissioner, yesterday said the PSC was not consulted by cabinet prior to last year's issuing of 2 legal notices which propose a new process by which the country's top commissioner is to be chosen. Imagine, Madam President, not consulting with the opposition is bad. That's bad enough. But to leave the chairman of the PSC out, well, that is horrendous. I mean, that is wicked. Let me continue with the Newsday article of January the 18th, 2016. The PSC needs to consult, and there has been no consultations. Needs to be consulted, and there has been no consultation, said Dr. Maria Theresa Gomes in an interview. The Newsday article of January 18, 2016 continued, this is disconcerting and disrespectful in the light of the constitutional role which is meant to be played by the PSC, as well as the need for teamwork and combined expertise in reforming this process, Madam President. Under Section 123 of the Constitution, the PSC is in charge of appointing a police commissioner and a deputy police commissioner, as well as making promotions, disciplining, monitoring, and appraising officers and reviewing some of the decisions of the country's top cops. What this government is trying to do is to undermine and subvert the Constitution of our country. This, as I said before, is a backdoor approach. This is tantamount to trying to hijack the police service. Madam President, the Constitution of a country is described as following. As for the fundamental law, written or unwritten, that establishes the character of a government by defining the basic principles to which a society must conform, by describing the organization of the government and regulation, distribution and limitations of the functions of the different government departments, and by prescribing the extent and manner of the exercise of its sovereign powers. The character of a government, Madam President. What is the character of this PNM government? This government has no moral authority to do as it is doing today in the Senate. They have no moral authority whatever to do so. Madam President, they are undermining our Constitution. When a government undermines its own Constitution, it shows a complete lack of character. All constitutions contain checks and balances which preserve the safety and well-being of all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We know that our former Prime Minister respected the letter and spirit of our Constitution. Now we have to be concerned that our constitutionally elected government is undermining the Constitution. Now I'd like to deal with a little bit on the report of the Strategic Subcommittee, Madam President. Let me refer you to the report of the Strategic Subcommittee on the Multi-Sectorial Review Team dated June 12, 2012. The report was presented to the Parliament recommending the Police Service Commission as an autonomous body. An autonomous body means having the freedom to govern itself or control its own affairs. That is what one of the recommendations came out of it, Madam President. This places our country, this has now been undermined by this order introduced by this government. This places our country in a dangerous path. When you disregard the Constitution, you create a breeding ground for anarchy. Anarchy is defined as a state of disorder due to the absence of non-recognition of authority or other controlling systems. Once you undermine the Constitution, the next step is anarchy. We already have some of it now in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's getting worse. I don't want to go into the amount of criminal activity that's taking place daily, but we can see it. Madam President, two wrongs don't make a right. Do you undermine the Constitution? Do not undermine the Constitution. You cannot be judge, jury, legislator, and executor at the same time. You have to preserve and protect our people by being a government of law and not lawlessness. If the Constitution that allows you to become the government, it is the Constitution that allows the peaceful transition and handing over of power. Once you undermine and disregard the Constitution, you are digging not just your own grave, but you're sounding the death knell of democracy in our country. Madam President, I am saying to the government, if you don't believe us, believe what Newsday is saying in its article, January 18, 2016. Madam President, the article goes on to say the former PSC chairman criticized the current process, as has the current chairman. However, there is understood to be a growing concern over the lack of inclusion of the relevant stakeholders in the formation of a new process. Madam President, growing concerns. This is the key. More and more people are concerned about the lack of consultation, the lack of communication, and the absolute disregard for democracy and our democratic institutions. We need to review everything that they have brought here, Madam President. When you take unto yourself and you take powers that you don't have, but you believe you have, and you subvert our Constitution, you subvert our institutions, you will cause confrontation with the population. I don't want to stay longer, Madam President, and in my conclusion, I will just ask the Attorney General for him to review what everybody on this side has said, and we thank them on that side for giving us the opportunity to show them where they are wrong and when they are going wrong. To stand up and bleep what they have been bleeping all afternoon, Madam President. Certain things they have said and certain things resonate with what they consider their obligations are to their manifesto. But if their manifesto is incorrect and it takes away the freedoms of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and the institutions, then they must not quote from it. In conclusion, the importance in a democratic society of a properly functioning police force depends on the appointment of a proper commissioner of police. One who can withstand the political pressures that may be exerted on him. It is very important for the protection of our democracy to have a police force that can be trusted not to abuse its authority. Madam President, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and to give some advice to the government. Thank you very much.
Senator Ramkissoon.
Madam President, at 8:43 p.m., I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to join in this debate, and I believe it's my civic responsibility to share some of my findings after reviewing the legal notice 218, which deals with the selection process of the Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police, and legal notice 219, which deals with the appointment of the qualification and the selection criteria. So my contribution today will be both short and effective, as it seeks to add to what was already said by my fellow distinguished colleagues before me. When I first looked at the qualification and the selection criteria, I initially thought, why was the breakdown deleted from the orders? As these are skills that will be considered in any interview or selection process. I then learned today during the Honourable Attorney General contribution in this Honourable Senate that the government was adopting a framework approach. It was when one looks at the framework approach, one will see that this is an approach followed by many disciplines. It's actually a very popular approach for management and analysis of qualitative data. Now, this now opens the door and room for interpretation and much uncertainty into the process that is being used. I then decided to look at the police service regulations, which did not deal with the specifics to setting the evaluation criteria or the selection criteria. So from my research, I was unable to find data that outlines the criteria to which the recruitment process will be following. If such data is available, I urge you to highlight it such that the information can be shared. And I thank you in advance for sharing this data. So, Madam President, I would now like to look specifically at Notice 218. And I would like to touch on the usage of firms as our recruitment agency. And I have supported in my past contribution in this 11th sitting of the Parliament the use of or utilizing our wealthiest resource in Trinidad and Tobago, which is our human resource. So I have no issue with us using a local firm to conduct such. If we are somewhat concerned about corruption held by these agencies or these decision makers, then we need to hold them accountable for such. So we need to be brave and be different. We need to not only speak of the corruption, but we need to do something about it, and we need to hold the persons accountable for what we are accusing them of. So if we look at the legal notice 218, 3D1 speaks of the firm shall submit to the Commission the results of its assessment process in the form of a short list of candidates. My small concern with this is the short list in which we are requesting from the firm. Is it that we are asking for 2 persons, 10 persons, 5 persons? What is the guide to which the firm will be following in terms of creating the short list of candidates? I now move to 3B, which speaks of candidates are subjected to the best practice security vetting and recent professional vetting. I would like to ask if it is the Honourable Minister or the Attorney General, if Trinidad and Tobago have a personal security guidelines vetting practices. I saw that the Australian government had one. I did not find one for Trinidad and Tobago. So again, we have this in a legal notice. What are the guidelines to what we would like to see in relation to the order people? I now move to legal notice 219. And this is the qualification and selection criteria. 21A Part 5. The candidate for the Commissioner of Police shall have a degree in any of the following: law, criminal justice, criminology, police service management, or any other relevant degree. My initial thought when reading this was, can a person holding a project management degree be our police commissioner? I further investigated and I saw the Constitution 122 subsection 3 states persons should be qualified and experienced in discipline of law, finance, sociology, or management. Is this what we would like for our police commissioner to have? If we are satisfied with the persons holding a management degree, a sociology degree, or a finance degree, do these programs hold the merit that we expect or demand to perform the roles and responsibilities to reach the high standards to which the public hold this office we are debating? So this is something we should probably look at a closer look. Legal Notice 219, Section 2(1) Part B states a candidate shall have no less than 15 years experience of increasing responsibility in law enforcement, as this portfolio shall not only be based on years of service, but competency. And this is where the law degree, the degree comes in. And this raises another point in relation to the assessment of the performance of the police commissioner. I hope, Madam President, there is a scorecard developed for the police commissioner to which he will be assessed on at least every 6 months. And this should be critical in the continuation of the police commissioner. In the information brief provided by the Parliament, and I heard earlier it is also on the website, it showed that in New Zealand, the system in New Zealand, the police commissioner is appointed for a term not exceeding 5 years. I think this holds merit for study, as I believe that performance assessment and a term of appointment of not more than 5 years is something critical. I support if the police commissioner is a national, and we heard earlier during Senator Chote's contribution on the challenges incurred by having an international or a non-national police commissioner, the challenges it faced in Trinidad and Tobago. So appointing a national commissioner gives many within the police service the option to commit or desire to believe that they can achieve such a high rank from hard work, commitment, and doing their best. So from doing their best job, they can develop their skills, their leadership, and they can aspire to be the future police commissioner. Madam President, from my research, I saw in the Bahamas, the police service commissioner regulations, the appointment of the police commissioner before he vacates his office, he recommends a successor to the Secretary of the Cabinet. And I have not seen this in the regulation or in the Constitution, and I would like to recommend that this be considered, as I see much merit in developing a system of succession planning in the police service. Madam President, I did say that my contribution today would be very short and effective. So I do thank you for allowing me to interject in this debate to speak about the 2 legal notices brought forward, and there are many recommendations that we would like to see come out of this. So I thank you. Thank you.
Who is to speak next? Senator Sturge.
Thank you kindly. Madam President, I would like first of all to thank the coordinator of the independent bench for dealing with the issues with respect to the procedural aspects of this debate with reference to the standing orders and so on. That, in essence, will enable me to cut down a large portion of what I have to say in this debate. So without repeating what Senator Mahabir has said about the abuse of the standing orders, the subversion and undermining, or attempted subversion and attempted undermining of our Constitution, let me move on. And simply, I wish to say that I commend to you and the population what Honourable Senator Mahabir has said on these issues. Now, in order to understand the seriousness of the business at hand, one cannot divorce oneself
from the historical context in which this has arisen and the chronology of events leading up to where we now find ourselves. I heard some bit of the chronology from Leader of Government Business, and if I can take your mind back, Madam President, to 2008, 2009, thereabouts, or even before, when we changed the procedure, a procedure which had existed for some time, and which, according to the then Prime Minister, simply was not working. So we changed the procedure for the appointment of a Commissioner of Police. There was dialogue, there was consultation, and after deep consideration of what the then government placed before the House, we came up with the procedure as it now stands. When we employed the procedure, there existed several checks and balances, which we now see are being whittled down and removed entirely. So the new procedure advanced by the government of the day in 2007, 2008, thereabouts. It worked up until they did not get the person they wanted. Don't lose sight of that. The procedure worked until it threw up a local in the person of Stephen Williams, who is now the acting Commissioner of Police. Up until Stephen Williams was nominated as the successful candidate, it worked well for the PNM. But the minute Stephen Williams emerged as the candidate, and clearly he was not the candidate they wanted, then he summoned to the office of the Prime Minister and told, well, you don't fit in with our plans. And right there and then, the government of the day decided to scuttle its own processes. What was working before Stephen Williams was appointed, working well as they advanced as the panacea for all of the ills, suddenly was convoluted and unworkable and so on, because they did not get the candidate they wanted. And the candidate they wanted, it appears, well, from ignoring the integrity of the process, and the process which threw up the present serving acting Commissioner of Police, they decided they would appoint one Mr. James Filbert. Now, who is James Filbert? Because I heard talk earlier that we shouldn't engage in fear-mongering, and I agree. If there's no basis for doing so, then we ought not to do so. And as I go through my contribution, let me say, we don't need to go as far as Uganda, but it's a good example. We don't need to go as far as Zimbabwe, but it's a good example. We don't need to go to Haiti, or even the Guyana of the 1970s under Forbes Burnham. Our own history is replete with examples of abuse of power. And what we see now is that the government of the day, a government which does not wish to listen to anyone, a government that is as clueless as it is arrogant, is no different, pursuing a no different agenda to a government of the past. The agenda is total hegemonic control, That's what it is. Make no mistakes about that. Total hegemonic control. So we are at the point in 2007 where Stephen Williams was called in and told, look, boss, we're not interested in you. You don't fit into our plans. And James Filbert is appointed. So who is James Filbert? Is this not the James Filbert who, when between 2001 and 2002, the period of the hung parliament, and there were concerns about the legitimacy of the then government, installed on the basis of moral and spiritual values? Is this not the same James Filbert who pursued a course of conduct resulting in scores of persons being charged with voter padding? And every single case has fallen down. Why did he and his officers, since there was evidence, or so they would have us believe, why did they not pursue the course? And we are here now. We are in a dangerous situation. And now that we've heard the leader of government business, that they plan to replace the Privy Council with the CCJ, I have concerns. And he sought to give a historical context to say somehow when Pandey wasn't voted in, Mr. Pandey, he didn't like it and therefore he made an about turn. But you have to understand the context in which that was done and when it was done. The Privy Council, just like certain arrangements under the existing legislation, provides for certain checks and balances. So whilst all well and good, we can have a local firm, nothing is wrong with that. Whilst it's all well and good to have a local police commissioner, nothing is wrong with that. But why are we limiting ourselves on such an important issue? Why is nationalistic pride more important than national security issues? Because that's what it is. So you wish to abolish the Privy Council. Let me tell you what the Privy Council provides, just like Penn State University provides. The Privy Council, the members of the Privy Council, they are not beholden to any politician here. They don't know anyone, they don't care who you are. They are as objective and as dispassionate as you can get. It is the one place you can hope to get justice when you fail in the High Court, you fail in the Court of Appeal, and then you go there to realize that our Court of Appeal is one of the most overturned in the region. But the Privy Council is a check and balance, and it is a check and balance by virtue of its objectivity and impartiality and its distance. So whilst I have no difficulty with a local firm, I want to know, why are we limiting ourselves? I agree with all that Senator Mahabir has said on the Police Service Commission and so on. But why are we making a change which made it possible for a local firm to be selected, but also allowed us to get the best possible firm with the best criteria, with the best experience and so on. A firm that is outside the reach of political control. That is what Penn State brings. But you want to say, well, it's expensive, it might cost us $8 million. $8 million is nothing compared to 90 million in Taruba. And what it will guarantee what it will guarantee is objectivity, impartiality, and what it will give us is an institution that operates as a check and balance, an institution with the requisite experience in handling matters of this kind. Do we have a firm like that in Trinidad and Tobago? I say no. I say no. We didn't have one good enough then when Penn State was selected, and I've seen nothing since the selection of Penn State to now to say that we've spawned a new firm that can do what Penn State is doing or better. A new firm that we can guarantee has no political connections whatsoever and could operate as an effective check and balance. Because like it or not, you might say we are 1.3 million people, but the base is much different to the higher ups, to the highest echelons, where 1,000 people or less dictate how things go in this society. We might pretend we are among them, we are not. We have a voice, but that's pretty much it. On the issue of making changes to ensure the appointment of a local person as Commissioner of Police, let me make it clear so that I am not misconstrued. I have absolutely no difficulty with a local being appointed. What I have a difficulty with is when you appoint a local to the exclusion of everyone else on an issue as important as this. And let me tell you why. In much the same, and I drew reference to the voter padding cases of 2002, this is the same James Filbert who presided over an illegal PNM march in 2007 in Woodford Square, where there was a no confidence motion against PM Manning.
Sturge, if I could just intervene a little bit. There is freedom of expression in the House, and members are allowed in exercising freedom of expression to refer to persons who are not members of the House. But try and do it, please, with restraint, relevant to the issue, and in the national interest. Okay?
Well, in the national interest, and I accept what you say, Madam President.
You have no choice, Senator Sturge.
Yes, yes, I know that. I know who's in charge. And I have to deal with it. But, so let me not call the name of the person. But what is clear, I'm dealing with an issue because a Commissioner of Police is a very powerful person. If I can give you my experience, not just with the Commissioner of Police, but in the criminal justice system. In my experience, I remember going to a police station. I wouldn't tell you you say to the country the year, because then they might know who the commissioner was. Imagine in this country, there are persons who can be held with cocaine, with drugs, and it would not reach the courts. I walked into a police station to see a client. I'm not going to even say his race, because then somebody might jump up and say something. And race is not the issue in this country, it's class. Because he wasn't the only one. I had it with persons of all races, but what was the central theme was the class. So I walked into a police station, and this little boy is cursing the police. No charge.
Senator Sturge, I'm so sorry, but you keep looking to the back bench. Could you look?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Talk to this president.
He's cursing. The police said, can't do nothing. And I am expecting Monday morning to show up in court. I'm sorry. I'm expecting Monday morning to show up in court, only to be told, well, he was released. Now, how does one explain in a society like this that you can have cocaine in your pocket and not face the courts, when all the ordinary ones at ground zero would have to face the courts? And when I inquire, well, it was dealt with from the tippy top. So we moved on from I don't want to call the person's name. I called his name already. But after him, we moved to Gibbs and Iwatsky, if I may be permitted to refer to them. The Canadians.
Allowed to talk. You had to talk.
And what I want to know, up to now, we have no valid reason why they were relieved of their jobs. And when I saw it, I was amazed. And I'm not now amazed. At first, when I realized who relieved them of their jobs, I thought, well, this is just, this man has an issue with persons of a certain ilk. I harked my mind back to how he dealt with Andrew Jennings and other persons like that, and I felt maybe it was just that. But now that we know the nature of this man, this vile man, we understand that the problem wasn't simply xenophobia. It was a cultural thing. Because, you see, whether we like it or not, that person may have felt, well, it's more likely that I can influence a local than these two people. And that is the danger. That is the danger that we are faced with. So make no mistake about it. I refer to a certain chosen commission in the past simply to underscore and undergird my point about total hegemonic control. Because we are in no different a situation now when the legitimacy of this government hangs in the balance on the basis of certain matters before the court. So do we want someone who is pliable? Because you can't tell me, you can't ignore what happened in 2002. You can't tell me all 60-something persons or how much ever charged with voter padding, all of them get off.
No evidence.
And now we are faced with a situation where it is whittled down to the extent, as the used to say, well, we boy go and get it. It is whittled down to that extent. I'm sorry, Madam President, to keep turning to Senator Ramkissoon. I just admire the tie.
I think you're trying to avoid.
Yes. And when you examine the actual changes in this order compared to what obtained in the past, one has to wonder why these changes. So now, with this change with respect to the candidate, we no longer open ourselves up to having the best possible person to lead the fight against crime. What we want now is a local, although he might not be the best person. We don't want a firm. We want a local firm. And in this country, at the highest echelons of less than 1,000 people, everybody know everybody. And the way things run in this country, the government, and I'm not limiting it to this government, but governments tend to exert a certain influence because they spend the most. So how are we to be certain that the firm chosen will operate in an impartial manner, objectively, that there's no sort of political influence or interference? How are we to be sure? We can't be sure. And you know what makes it worse? What makes me totally uncertain about it? Why would you remove the requirement of advertising? Because when you're advertising, you're putting things up so everybody could see. Transparency. So everybody could get a chance to see and everybody could apply. And now you change the requirement and you can say what you want about Central Tenders Board, because I want to ask you if those down in Taruba went through the Central Tenders Board. 90 million you want to spend on there, I want to find out if they went through Central Tenders.
Senator Sturge, perhaps you're admiring Senator Small's tie now.
No, it's...
I don't have on a tie, but could you please stand and look towards this.
I'm sorry.
Simple thing. Look that way.
I'm trying to avoid seeing on that side. Yes. Yes, so I wonder if I can be allowed to speak in silence. Yes. So, you see the difficulties when you do things in secret. Because if you don't advertise, that is doing something in secret. Can you give any good explanation as to why you cannot advertise?
Invite who you want.
Exactly as my learned friend Senator Solomon is saying, it's so that you can invite who you want. You shortlist the firms, one of your boys get the work, and then you could tell him, well, the shortlist had to be these two persons.
And the commission can't discuss it with the firm.
And to make matters worse, not worse, be quite bad, you've come through the proverbial back door to amend constitutional provisions. You are, in essence, emasculating and innovating the power of the Independent Commission. That cannot be right, Madam President. And you see, in the context in which we find ourselves with certain things pending concerning legitimacy, all you need is a criminal charge, because a criminal charge creates a perception, as it did in 2002. The perception pending the elections in 2002 is them fellas could do anything to steal the election. Them fellas subversive, they'll subvert the electoral process, the constitution, look what they're prepared to do. And you see, the thing is, when you understand how the criminal justice system in Trinidad and Tobago works, you have the perception just in time to sully the names of the other side, of your detractors. But in this criminal justice system, which takes 10 years to process a matter, by the time it finishes, the damage done.
Election's over.
The election's over, you get what you want. That cannot be right, Madam President. Now, Madam President, just a few points before I wrap up. I see they've also removed the requirement that this person must be a person of integrity. But I understand why now. Before, there was an F, integrity, having the courage of his convictions, and so on and so on. Why remove integrity as a requirement? I don't want to call anybody names, but somebody, when they were interviewed by Penn State, failed a lie detector test. That's integrity. That's integrity, Madam President. So is it that you are removing this requirement of integrity because your preferred choice might have credibility issues? You see, you can't simply say one thing, that you are bringing morality and integrity into public affairs, and then you remove it. It's like one rule for others and a different rule for us. And that, Madam President, won't wash. Not in a society such as ours. Now, Madam President, I have a concern. Yes. I have a concern about why now. You see, when the shoe was on the other foot, someone used to say, publish your legislative agenda and let's see what it is. Now, I heard the legislative agenda, and all of a sudden, this one jumps the queue in the government's, I submit, Vice legislative agenda. It's now to the forefront. You are no longer hearing it jumped over procurement, jumped over whistleblowing. We no longer hear about campaign finance reform, and I wonder why. I guess because they're in government. But why the rush to bring this forward at this time? Yes. Why not just the rush? Why the stealth? Because Senator Mahabir dealt with the issue of stealth. It was stealth. It was a machination of I don't want to say a Machiavellian type. That's too
kind.
Yes. Yeah, well, I wouldn't want, it may be, but I've heard it before from the Honourable Attorney General right here. So what I'd say, it's a machination of a type, whatever, that ought not to be perpetrated on a parliament which makes up not just an opposition which might have a political interest, but an independent bench. Why are you, by stealth, breaking the law? That's breaking the law. The procedure is quite clear. You ignore the procedure, and with only a few days to go, you finally lay it in the House. That's not right. And probably lay it in the House and hoping no one would notice, because most of us here are green, in essence.
Carnival.
Oh yes, and just like they used to complain about Section 34, why bring it carnival time when everybody jumping and fetting? And while they're jumping and fetting, we have a new police commissioner. This is not something that we should tolerate in a society that has respect for the rule of law. Yes, tolerate. Now, there's something I was hoping to hear. They didn't say it, but there's another independent institution that operates as a check and balance that I understand they are going to abolish or get rid of. The jury. No protest. They're not denying it. So the police commissioner is just a step along the way in the criminal justice system. So we get a commissioner of police, I'm ignoring you, we get a commissioner of police who might be president, might be willing to do your bidding. You get, so imagine someone, a political opponent is charged. Imagine no more jury trial. And the essence of jury trial is protection of the peers. Protection. It's a check and balance that is impartial by nature of its random selection. So imagine you can't face a jury of your peers anymore. And then when they abolish, the Privy Council will crap or smoke your pipe, but that might be unparliamentary. So you have to look along the way to see that this is not simply one small change by way of a legal notice. It's an important step along the way to get rid of institutions, to emasculate important institutions. And in that respect, I again adopt what Senator Mahabir has said about the commissions. And we are going down the road where we may very well reach a point of no return. But I know that it would be falling on deaf ears to ask them to listen to all who have spoken out against it. Not just us. Forget the opposition. You wouldn't listen to us. We don't expect you to. You probably mightn't listen to the independents either. But there's a groundswell of support against this, calling for it to be done the right way. And before it is too late, I ask that you withdraw, reconsider, and consult so that we can get it right. Because this is very, very important in the context of not only the political climate in which we find ourselves, in the context of the socio-economic conditions we are about to face, when crime is going to rise, and when we must have someone who can be well placed to lead his charges in the fight against crime for the benefit of all of us. I want to end, but for those who wish to say it is far-fetched, let me just end by saying that those who don't want to learn from the lessons of history, they are doomed to repeat it. So if you think all of this is far-fetched, if anyone would suggest that, well, that's fear-mongering and the government would not necessarily engage in political spite and political prosecutions and so on and so on. Ask Basdio Pandey his views on that. When the Tribunal of Fact found himself, the man who had to find him guilty or not guilty, found himself meeting with an Attorney General, a PNM Attorney General, on the issue. That is just said to highlight the fact that this is a small country. There are certain things we know. We know what they allow us to know. But by pure chance, Basdio Pandey was able to find out what was being kept hidden in the dark. Now, if you can do that with a member of the lower judiciary, the magistracy, meet with him and talk with him about your political opponent who you then turn around and jail, then what do you expect with a commissioner of police who is prepared to do your bidding? This is not politics, this is real. Go and ask Chief Justice Sharma and go and ask Basdio Pandey about their experiences. And go and ask the ordinary police officer who would charge someone who is well connected for having some hashish or some coke or 5-ball or 10-ball or 10-piece and is treated differently to everyone else, never reaches the courts. Go and ask that police officer how he feels when he gets an order from the top. That's the importance.
Prime Minister driver.
Oh, yes, the Prime Minister driver, and yes, Miss Senator Ameen. So, I thank you for the opportunity, Madam President, and in closing, I once more urge that good sense prevail. Thank you.
The Honourable Senator Small.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Appreciate the opportunity to join in this debate. Given the way in which this debate has developed, Madam President, I think it's incumbent upon me to just say a few words, because I think that as perhaps my normal approach, Madam President, is that I tend to take sometimes a different view or tack along the lines. Madam President, I will not repeat a lot of the points that have been made, and I claim no legal training, so that I am not going to be arguing the legal points. I think a lot of the legal points that have been made are sound. I support the measures, the points raised by my colleague, Senator Chote, and I particularly support the point raised by Senator Mahabir about the process, about the standing orders. But, Madam President, I often say that I'm on the record of the Hansard as saying many times that I am prepared to accept a 70% solution to move forward, because if we always expect to get a 100% solution, we would get nothing done. So that, and I'm not saying that nothing I've ever seen in front of me here in my short stay here in these hallowed halls has been anywhere near close to perfect. What we've done is worked with what we have, get it in the best condition that we think it could pass, and as it goes along, we see if there's room for improvement. Given that this is a motion that has been brought by the opposition, it perhaps deprives my colleague, the Honourable Attorney General, of the opportunity to respond. But I would have liked to at least get from the Attorney General the government's view of what happened with the process, because I believe that something went wrong with the process. But, Madam President, I have a view. This government, the government was elected by the people. I'm not getting into the numbers are what they are. But I cannot come here and ascribe negative motives to the government, because if I do that, then it means that I will just not listen to the government. I believe that when we come here, we have to try to understand. I don't want to use colloquialisms about picking sense from other things, but we have to be able to understand we have a national issue. And Madam President, I had a good conversation with the Honourable Minister of National Security upstairs, and when he was here, I think it was 3 a.m. last Saturday morning. And I believe that people don't understand how bad the crime situation is in this country. And there's a point I want to make, Madam President. When the Honourable Minister of National Security was here last week, he was responding to an issue that was in the public domain about a spike in particular types of crimes. And if there's a spike in particular types of crimes, we have to look at what the messaging of what is going on with the protective services. Madam President, I am fortunate or unfortunate, depending on which you look at it. I have many friends who are members of the protective services. And they're some of the hardest working people that I know, dedicated. The job of a policeman in Trinidad and Tobago right now is one of the most dangerous jobs there is. And they go out there every day, the majority of them, and try to get the job done. I honestly believe that. Madam President, if I don't believe that, then I better pack my bags and go to some place that I think is safer. I believe that the police officers are really, the majority of them, are trying their best to get the job done. But here's the challenge, Madam President. I believe that the lack of the ability to appoint a commissioner of police may rightly or wrongly have been an indictment of the capability of the available selections, rightly or wrongly. And there's a messaging signal for those who are intent or bent on doing wrong things. Because there's a line of thinking by many citizens that the reason why a commissioner has not been appointed, whether that line of thinking is rational or irrational, is that people have looked at the available selection and have decided that that crop is not a good crop. And is a disservice to the senior officers in the first division, who are, many of whom I know, who are really hard-working patriots of this country. And because there's a lack of a permanently appointed commissioner of police, in my respectful view, a void has been left. And speculation has filled that void. And I ask, Madam President, with the greatest respect, is there a correlation between the boldface action of criminals and the void that has been left at the commissioner of police level? Is there a correlation? I'm not a social scientist, but I honestly believe that there is a correlation. And I believe that when we talk about, we all want a proper process. But I have had the privilege of being here, Madam President, and the word consultation comes up a lot of times. And I have sat in this, probably a chair further down the line, and heard both sides arguing about consultations, and in all honesty, it didn't happen. And then the bills had to be passed. So I'm not saying it's the best process, but I'm not sure everybody is in a place to be able to say, hey, you should follow the process. When the chairs were aligned differently, or we were seated on a different chair, it didn't seem to be so important. So this is where we need to be real about what's in front of us. Crime is out of control in Trinidad and Tobago as it is now. The police are struggling. The Minister of National Security spoke to leadership, and he spoke to the fact that the officers who need to be able to look up and understand, it's part of your motivation that there's a commissioner of police and I'm going to aspire to that office in time. And there's going to be a frequent rotation out of it as people move up, and the opportunities to move up will be there. When you have a situation where the current holder is onshore, it's difficult to plan. You can't plan on a 6-month basis. It's just not possible. And that level of uncertainty has emboldened the criminals in the country. They've become bold. I would always talk about daylight robbery, but there's robbery around the clock now in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, there's questions that have been asked about the Police Service Commission. Perhaps if someone goes into the Police Service Commission offices and understands that they're dealing with over 7,000 files, and that just to manage all of the day-to-day things, the Police Service Commission probably meet on average once a week, and in a good month they might be 3 or 4 times. Managing the ongoing leave applications, I mean, it's mundane things they're dealing with. I have no problem, Madam President, with the proposed arrangement where they outsource the functioning of somebody doing recruitment for them. It is a much cleaner process. It removes their hands out of the system in terms of at least getting somebody to say, this is what we're looking for, work with them, and I have no problem in that process. I believe that that allows the Commission to do its work in a cleaner manner because they just don't have the resources to do the job at hand. Several questions have been asked about why the DPA in the previous past period has apparently not acted. Well, from where I sit, I stand to be corrected, but the DPA is a civil servant, and most civil servants tend to be protective of their hindquarters. And the DPA would not want to step into something like that because he recognizes that it's a political thing. Yeah. And the typical civil servant will tell you when they recognize something is a little political, they need direction. If they don't get direction, they ain't touching it. That's not rocket science to anybody here. So let's demystify that. As my colleague, Senator Henry would say, let's debunk that. So I thief your word. Let's debunk that. The simple reason why the DP has not acted is because it's not in his interest to act, because he wants to make sure that he or she. So let's not blame them, because that is a situation that has evolved over time by the way in which politicians interact with them. And I'm not blaming any group. It's just what it is. We have to accept that as what it is. So the process as it is now is a process that I think might actually work, and I'm willing to support it, and let's see how it goes. Because I believe that we don't understand the level of crime. People have, perhaps because I live in what I call an everyman area, I live in a normal people person area, Madam President, I understand the challenges and the issues. I think sometime I was in a debate here on the bill, on some bill, and I showed them my bunch of keys with all the various locks I had to get in and get out. Because that is how I live. I live behind double iron doors. Yeah, it's not because I like iron or steel doors. It's because you have to protect yourself and your family in the evening time and the night time. You have to. You get in there, you lock up, and then you lock inside, and you lock again, and you lock again. If there's an emergency, you don't know what's going to happen. But you have to do that, and it's not because you want to do that. That is your ongoing life reality. Life reality. As I told people, there's a nice exercise track in the area where I live. It's lit up most of the evening times, but nobody's out there after 5 or 6 in the evening. Why? Because it's not in the brightest spot. Yeah, and these are things that are part of life. People take it for granted, but it speaks to the extent to which people's psyche has been trained, and people are telling themselves that perhaps some of these activities have to be curtailed, and it's a direct cause because crime is out of control. Having a commissioner of police who could be in there to say, listen, I, along with my first division officers and whoever else, we have devised a plan, and this plan is a 3-year rolling plan. This is how, work it out. But how it's currently working is just not sustainable. And as far as I'm aware, Madam President, the Police Service Commission is accountable to the Parliament, so the issues of what they do and how they do it, or they are accountable to us. So that is up to us to hold them to account. So that I hear the other arguments, and I respect the other arguments. All I'm saying, allow me to share my own. And my argument is that they're accountable to here. If we don't do our jobs, then we are accountable to other parties outside of this building. Yeah? Madam President, I go back to the issue raised or dealt with by the Honourable Minister of National Security last week, where he talked about there's a spike in particular crimes, and then he came to say, well, there's no spike. But here's what. We're 22 days into 2016, and there's almost 30 murders. That's not fun. It is not an easy situation we live in this country. And the minister and the people in the police service, I believe, are doing their damnedest to bring this thing under control, but it is really, really, really difficult. I think as other members mentioned the issue with the day of total policing, where there was complete and total breakdown of the system. There was obviously some level of collusion at some level, and then you listen to the explanation given, and you perhaps, Madam President, with respect, I have a logical brain. So when people tell me things that don't ring true, the problem is, without proper evidence, you can't really do anything about it. You just have to accept what they say and just let's try to move on and see how we can try to avoid something like that happening in the future. If you apply that to what's happening here, we may not have liked how we've gotten here, but here's what, let's try to see how we can try to prevent it going forward, and let's move forward, because going back and forth and Madam President, with respect, the point raised by the learned senior counsel on our bench here about recounting these genocidal issues in countries does no favors to the people in that country. It's something we should not do. These things happening in these countries, people have died, innocents have suffered, and to trivialize it in a way in which we have is not appropriate. It's not appropriate. And Madam President, I have had the benefit of being able to travel to several places and understand that atrocities happen in places. And when these things happen, no one in those places wants people to go and make light of it and to use it flippantly. So we have to be careful how we do that, because there are sensitivities. We don't know who's watching the channel here. There are sensitivities to what we say. Madam President, I will not take too much more time. I believe that where we are, we need to also look at best practices, because when I looked at several other locales, UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, all these, the equivalent of the Police Service Commission appoints the police chief or the police commissioner. But what they've done in most of those countries, they've allowed the police commissioner to be the person to hire all the other police officers. They've devolved, because even in the UK, when you go to some of the smaller town, might be 600,000 people. You can't have one organization managing a police force of 5,000 or 6,000 and trying to appoint and then vacation leave. It becomes a logistical nightmare. And then the person best placed to understand, I need a new divisional commander here to hold on while this one goes and leave. The person best placed to make that decision is the operational chief, the commissioner of police. Perhaps one day we may get there. But this is what is happening in other places. And these are the type of things where I'm saying looking forward, we need to look forward. We need to look at what we have to see how we can improve it going forward. Madam President, I believe that in the same way that happens in these same other locales, the performance of the police commissioner he has to give account of his performance to the respective commission every year, and his job depends on it. So we need to really try to look to understand what is our system. We have a police service commission, you're appointed, and that's it. You're there until retirement. Is that the best system? I'm not sure. Will it deliver the results we want? I'm not sure. But perhaps this is something that we probably need to go back, sharpen the pencil, and look at what we have in place and understand what do we really need to get us where we want to go. But before we do that, Madam President, we need to know where we want to go. So I believe where we are, we have a crisis in the country. The government has brought a motion that there's a clear issue with the process. I'm not going to trivialize that in any way, and I would have loved for the Attorney General to help me to understand the issues when the standing orders raised by Senator Mahabir about it should have been filed and laid in the House when, okay. But I am willing, where I am, to say, listen, that it may have been an oversight, it may have been a faux pas, and it may not have been the proper process, but I'm willing to give the government the benefit of the doubt. Because where I am, I think that the government is constrained, the government is facing a crisis. Luckily for us, Madam President, oil price went up $1.75 today, so it's like $29. Now, when I put that in perspective, I'm happy that the oil price is $29. That boggles my mind when I step back. But yesterday morning, I'm looking at it, and it's $26 and something. I'm hurting. I'm hurting. So the government has many things on its plate. I believe this is something that we need to fix, at least try to fix. I believe having a commissioner of police in place, appropriately qualified through an appropriate process in the shortest possible time is what we need. We need that. And I believe there's no, while it may appear that there are several issues that need to be fixed, I believe that if the government is willing, there are several things that are on the table. We can fix those things going forward. If the government gives an undertaking that they're willing to listen to those things and see how we can treat it going forward, I think that works for everyone, because in other words, we keep moving forward rather than going back. Because as a country, we need to keep moving forward. Someone spoke earlier about going and talking about all this year, this happened that year. That's history. We are trying here to make history, and we want to make good history. That's what we're trying to do. So, Madam President, I think that I understand the rationale for the motion that was brought in front of us, and I think there's some merit in it. There's no question in my mind that there's merit in it. But I also try to roll up and say, what is the harm? I don't see the perils of a government running away and a commissioner of police being directed by the government. Because, Madam President, that does a disservice to the people, the first division officers in this country. I can't wrap my brain around that. Those suggestions, I reject them. I believe that if the people who are holding the senior positions are dedicated officers, and they're here to do the job, and that suggesting that they will be taking blindly the instructions of politicians, if I want to believe that, if I start to believe that, then there's no point to this discussion. We have to give them the benefit of the doubt. These are loyal officers, and they're going to do their best job, and they need our support. That's what they need. They need our support. And part of that support is making sure there's a commissioner of police in place, and there's a clear career path, and people understand that when the commissioner reaches the appropriate time for him to move on, or based on his performance, there's going to be a clear path moving forward. And we need to get that done now, sooner rather than later. Madam President, with those short comments, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to join in this debate.
The Honourable Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me level with you that, of course, I did not intend to speak on this debate at all. But I listened, and I think there are two issues that need to be clarified, and I'm going to be very brief and say what I have to say. Just to go a little bit into the background, that we're here because the opposition wishes to annul two motions, Motion 218 of 2015, which deals with process, and Motion 219 of 2015, which deals with criteria. I go directly to the mischief before us. And I think the complaint is the non-operation and the non-functionality of the APSC with regard to the appointment of the Commissioner of Police. And we've talked a lot, and the key points about that is that it is an expensive process. And if we go to, in fact, MP Rudal Munilal spoke to it in a previous debate, identifying that the cost involved was $8 million, quite expensive, that it took 3 years to appoint past Commissioner Gibbs as well. There was an undue long delay. The process was very very difficult and convoluted and so on. It required the DPA to act, to get a firm to source and assess candidates. But let's face it, between 2012 and 2016, nothing was done. And at the end of the day, we did not have a permanent Commissioner of Police. Let's face it, crime remains the #1 issue in Trinidad and Tobago. And I can tell you, even from the business point of view, when we look at the Global Competitive Index, and you look at the 4 things that do not make us competitive internationally, and certainly one of them is crime, and that has been there for a couple of years. It is something that can't wait. We must deal with it. And one of the major things we've said here today, and I think all of us agree, that we must appoint a permanent Commissioner of Police. What was done over the last 5 years? And over the 5 years, there was a multi-sector review team on the Police Service Commission. That was done, and what was produced was this multi-sectoral report. And it went to Cabinet, and of course passed through the LRC, etc., and so on. And And of course, this is the very same matter over which the Professor Ramesh Deusaran, in fact, resigned. This report and the review was done by a number of persons on both sides, on independent persons and on persons from both sides as well. Professor Deusaran was the chair. Senator Anna, and the committee comprised Senator Anand Ram Logan, Honourable Jack Austin Warner, Honourable Carolyn C. Prasad Beecher, and Honourable Donna Cox, Senior Counsel Ian McIntyre, Samraj Harry Paul, Senior Counsel Dr. Kerry Sumisarai, Olin Daniel, and Sergeant Anand Ramasar as well. And several recommendations, key recommendations and serious recommendations in here. But the point about it is what the recommendations require wide reform, very wide reform, and they're there in the review from pages 32 to 34. Very wide recommendations, which in all actuality cannot be done immediately. And some of those reforms require the fact is, a two-thirds majority is required, and I think it has been a clear understanding by the opposition. They have said that they will not support it, so we're going nowhere with this immediately. We certainly cannot use this process at this time to deal with the real issue which is before us at this time.
Munilal said it on behalf of
Munilal said it on behalf of the government. The point about it, there are two issues that need to be clarified at this time. And the first issue concerns the question of the firm and the whole question of who gets the firm to act, why use a firm, etc. And I want to say that a firm was required to act, but the point about it is during 2009, the DPA actually did nothing. Absolutely nothing was done in the last 4 years. In 2007, in the 2007 order, the 2009 order, firm was required. The point is, and will remain, that a firm can do the job, and all you need to do is to get the firm going. But the DPA was not able to get the firm going in 2009. What we're saying under this new recommended process, that all we want is that the Minister of National Security just nudges the PSC to get the firm going through the Central Tenders Board, through the normal process as well, and that in fact can be done. And I don't think there's any mystery or magic to it. It can easily be done. The firm is almost, I mean, both processes are almost similar. Again, but in this case, all we are saying is get the Minister of National Security to get the PSC to act to get this firm going. And the question is, why outsource the firm? And as I said before, the two-thirds majority can't work. Cannot work. The reforms, whilst they're acceptable, it just cannot work at this time. But the firm has been tested, usage of the firm has been tested both in 2007 and 2009. And we're saying use a firm because it has the capacity to do what we need to do right now in terms of the human resource capacity as well. And it all can be paid for, so that this in fact it's an outsourcing that is being done. The firm can in fact do the job. The PSC at this time does not have the capacity and it does not have the money as well. And as said before, you need the reforms, and we will not get the required majority, the two-thirds to do it. The process is in fact very long. But there's some issues that are before us in terms of crime, the extent of crime, the effect that it is having on Trinidad and Tobago, the effect it is having on business. It's unacceptable to all of us in Trinidad and Tobago, and we must act now, and must act through a process that can be easily facilitated, and that is a process which we are recommending as well. I want to go to the next matter easily, which is the question of the breach, and that was brought up as well. The purported breach of the Standing Order 78 and 83, and the Standing Order 78. Just give me a minute. Standard Law 78.1, a statutory instrument which is required to be laid in Parliament shall be submitted forthwith to the clerk for laying on the table simultaneously with its submission for publication. And I want to say that the executive did in fact send the order to be published, and we sent it to Parliament. All of this was done through the CPC. The fact is, it came late. It's not what we wished for, but it came late. The point is, it is here. And of course, there's a question of the Statutory Instruments Committee. This is through 83. The Statutory Instruments Committee. The Instruments Committee shall consider statutory instruments that are subject to the negative resolution of the Senate or the Parliament, as the case may be. And this Statutory Instruments Committee was in fact convened, but of course we know that it was called off. It was convened, we attended, but of course it had to be aborted. Reason why was it aborted? And it is because the motions were filed. Once motions are filed, you can't, the Statutory Instruments Committee cannot function after the motion to annul has been filed. So after the motions have been filed, so that the committee can no longer sit. I looked at the law in the Interpretation Act, and it says that in relation to negative resolution procedure, section 75(7) of the Interpretation Act, chapter 301, it states that the expression subject to the negative resolution of Parliament, when used in relation to any statutory instruments or statutory documents, means that those instruments or documents shall, as soon as, maybe, or after they are made, but within the prescribed period, be laid before each House of Parliament. Where either House, within the prescribed period of 40 days, resolves that any of those instruments or documents shall be annulled, that instrument or document is void as from the date of resolution. And that is 40 days. The point is, this is day 36. This is day 36. So Madam President, I will not detain the House, but the point is, in this case, we are within the time, we are in the law, and common sense is required. We're not going to this is not a matter to be politicized. Not a matter to be politicized at all. We want to ask all of the goodly senators to support this case. And this is a hybrid process, yes, but this is something that we can go along until we could come back and look at the recommendations by the PSC. And we do want to, and I'll tell you something, we heard a lot of recommendations on the floor today. And of course, we give you the commitment that we will give deep considerations to all of the recommendations that have been made here today. But the process as suggested is one that is workable. I think, and I'm asking the support of all of the senators on this, in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in the interest of controlling crime, in the interest of dealing with it with immediacy. This is a serious issue, but we can work through it if we go along with the process as recommended. We've broadened the powers of the PSC. We've broadened the PSC as well, and I think... and it's a constitutional position. It's a constitutional position. So, Madam President, I want to thank you for my short intervention, and again, I exhort the members on the other side to support, to defeat, in fact, these motions which are before us. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you very much. Madam President, I wish to sincerely record my thanks and appreciation for the various contributions made by the senators. Some 15 of them have recorded to these motions that we have brought for discussions and debate in this Honourable House. I want to say that I have listened to my honorable friend, the Attorney General, very, very powerful and in his eloquence, but very, very short on substance. I want to also indicate that when I listen to the leader of government business, the Honourable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, of course he didn't get all his facts right on this whole issue of the CCJ. But I must let you know, if you don't recall, that there was always a reservation on this matter. And the reservation had to do with ensuring that an institution as old and that has been with us for so many years, 54 years, the Privy Council, could not be simply swept away merely by a signature. It was made very clear by the UNC and the then Honourable Prime Minister, Basdio Pandey, and the then Attorney General, Ramesh Lawrence Farage, that a referendum has to be conducted. And we maintain, well, we will have to amend the law, amend the Constitution to ensure that there is a referendum. If the government wants this PP, government, opposition, UNC, COP, TOP, and Jack, if you'd like us to consider the CCJ, we challenge you to amend the Constitution and to bring legislation to deal with the matter of a referenda. Let us introduce a referenda in this country, and that is what will deal with the question of CCJ versus the Privy Council.
Could we just let Senator Mark do his winding up inside, please?
So that is the area, Madam. I just want to respond to my dear friend, government business. And then when I listened to my friend, the defeated candidate from my arrow,
his constituency.
And who's still vying, working very hard.
Senator Mark, you encouraging it as well. Let us know. We merit no fun.
This will be boring.
You just continue, Senator Mark.
If we do not have fun in this place, we are going to die from high blood pressure. Anyway, the Honourable Member, Senator, the Honourable Clarence Rambharat, did make some remarks about emotions and indicated that they didn't represent the case that I made out. I must tell you that you don't have to put every recital in a resolution or a motion to be debated. And I think that, for instance, when you use the term among other things, it would have captured. Otherwise, you could have about 15 recitals, and even the president would not accept it. So I think that you have to understand how the parliament works in this particular regard. But anyway, the case has been made, Madam President, on why we need the government to reconsider this particular matter. I want to say the government and many spokesmen and persons have been talking about the costs and making reference to what people said about the cost of foreign firms in having this exercise executed in the past. But there's no price for democracy. You know that. And democracy demands, Madam President, eternal vigilance. If we are to maintain our freedoms and our rights, we must be eternally vigilant. And I want to also indicate, Madam President, an authoritarian dictatorship in any part of this world's civilization never emerges in one fell swoop. It comes in incremental stages and phases. And before you know it, Madam President, you have a papa duck, a baby duck, and a Forbes Bonham on your hand. You have that. So, Madam President, I want to remind my colleagues, all of them who say they are in charge, and I hear my honourable friend, leader of government business, they got a mandate. The Attorney General, we got a mandate. They went to the polls and they got a mandate from the people. Nobody's arguing that, Madam President. That is why they are there and we are here. Quite so.
We are arguing it in court.
But, Madam President, I want to remind this Honourable Senate that democracy is not about merely the rule of the majority. The powers of majority of the majority, I want to tell you, Madam President, the powers are restricted by law. And law, as we know, Madam President, is the last refuge of the people against arbitrary rule and erosion. If we don't have laws that we can refer to protect the rights of the people, then what you will have is a social revolution. That is the alternative to arbitrary rule and getting laws to challenge arbitrary rule. You'll have an uprising, you'll have a revolution, you'll have a rebellion in the country. And I want to remind the goodly senator, my colleague from the Ministry of Agriculture, that when I made reference to names of individuals, it was not coming from my lips. You go to the Newsday of Friday, January the 15th, 2016, and in this article, they are predicting the names of persons who, no, I am telling you, I said Tong is saying that. No, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Okay, let me talk to the president, please. Talk to the president. I want to have no conversation with Clarence Rambharat. Madam President, let me address my thoughts to you. So, Madam President, I would not detain you, but if you read the article carefully, Vincent Edwards, the chap who I referred to, was called by the Newsday, Nelini Silal, maybe on the 14th, because it's written on the 15th, and asked whether he was one of the persons, Madam President, who might become the next commissioner of police. And he laughed it off and he said he was in another meeting. So people have been speculating who might be the next commissioner of police. Look, there are names here. Senior Superintendent Glenn Hackshaw, Inspectors Wendell Lucas, Richard Taylor, Anand Ramisa. These names are here in this article. And what Ramisa said, and I quote, Madam President, there's a rumor that the person to be Commissioner of Police may have already been selected. This is here.
Speculation.
Whether it's speculation or not, it is in the public domain to the point that Newsday printed it. So the point I'm making, Madam President, this is a matter that is in the public domain. So don't say that I said this and I said that. It is here in the Newsday. So, Madam President, I want to also indicate, Madam President, the government has a golden opportunity to withdraw these notices. These notices have breached our standing orders in spite of the weak case being made by the Honourable Minister, advised by the Attorney General, who is also under some pressure these days, I see. And I saw him came in this house and very emotional some time ago. But anyway, I'll deal with that on another occasion. I'll have to come to your party next time. See, you had a big party in South, and sorry, man. But, Madam President, legal notices 218 and 219 portend extreme dangers for our nation. And I believe that we have to take these notices very seriously. And in spite of the efforts being made by my friends on the other side, I know that, it's a party line, the whip has been issued, and they have to sing, they have to perform. So I understand that. I'm a party man, so I understand that. But, Madam President, we cannot escape from the reality that the government has breached the standing orders. They have breached Standing Order 21-7, they have breached 78, and they have breached 83. They have disrespected the Parliament. And the executive must take full responsibility for that contempt that you all have demonstrated. And, Madam President, may I indicate something to you? I don't know if it's coincidentally, it's by accident, I don't know. I would leave that to the people to judge. Madam President, the Senate had its last sitting on December the 8th. It was a Tuesday. We resume on January the 15th, 2016. The Attorney General, in a statement on whistleblower legislation, told this country that these legal notices will be completed no later than November the 30th, 2015. He has not denied it because it's in black and white. So I have to assume they were completed. Madam President, isn't it strange that we had our last sitting on the 8th of December and the government proceeded to issue these same legal notices on Monday, the 14th of December? Then they came back when we were out on Friday, the 15th of January. It was published on the 16th of December. And, Madam President, what I'm saying is that we got a mere 11 days notice. And if we were not vigilant, the 40-day period would have passed. So when the Honourable Minister says we are within the law, yes, we are within the law. But it is we in the opposition that have brought you here. If we didn't bring you here, you would not have been here. And I'm saying win, lose or draw. The population is wiser. The population is wiser. They have heard all the arguments from the government side, from the independent bench, and from the other place, Madam President. And we are doing our duty to alert and to raise awareness in the country so that everybody will know what is taking place. Whether they support you or they don't, that is not the issue. We have to alert the nation to what is taking place in our country. Madam President, there are patterns of behaviors that are emerging that are quite troubling and worrying. This government has been in office for 4 months and a few days. And Madam President, a pattern of behavior is emerging that is both troubling and worrying. And the Chinese have a saying, those who can see before others is brilliant, and those who can know before others is a genius. We must all become brilliant geniuses. We must be able to forecast where this government is headed before we arrive at that station. And Madam President, we are seeing all the signs of where this government is heading. We are seeing it in their attitude, their behavior. They just dismiss the opposition. Who are y'all? We are in charge. And then you come with a weak argument today, telling us, Madam President, that this thing requires a 2/3 majority. Those are the changes that the PSC recommended in the multi-sectorial report. And you couldn't bring it to us because we say we're not supported, and you quoted somebody from the other place. Madam President, if you come with reasonable proposals to the opposition, I'm not the leader of the opposition, he's right. I'm not the political leader, I'm just a member. But I'm sure that if you come with reasonable proposals to strengthen the democracy, to strengthen the institutions of our country, which reasonable opposition will reject that? I mean, I say, tell me, which reasonable opposition will reject that? Nobody will. And we are reasonable people. We are reasonable people, Madam President, and we will listen and we will discuss. But Madam President, I wanted to ask the Attorney General, why did he not listen to the PSC multi-sectorial team when the PSC recommended, as my colleague said, the Honourable Senator Rodger Samuel, that they did not want a firm to be involved in this action, this transaction. They wanted to do it on their own. That is what the evidence is showing. It's a recommendation coming out in 2012. Listen, the reason why you are there and we are here is because the people have spoken. So we are saying, and we respect democracy. People have a right to be wrong. They voted, they were fooled, and Mama guide and thing, and they voted for you. So you are now there. So, Madam President, what I'm saying is that why didn't the government come to the Parliament, Madam President, and indicate to the Parliament, listen, here is a draft notice. These are some of the provisions. We want to have a joint select committee of both houses. Let us work this thing out together because we do not want to politicize the police service, and we don't want to get the police commissioner entangled in this web of controversy. Madam President, they could have done that. They didn't do it. They chose not to do it. They chose to ignore the advice proffered by the Police Service Commission. And they came with this firm, Madam President. I want to remind you, Madam President, remember I told you about brilliant geniuses. There was a brilliant genius by the name of Martin Niemöller. Martin Niemöller That fella lived in Germany when the fascists were emerging in Germany. And when Hitler got power legally, not by a coup, not by a revolution, but legally through elections, he came to power. And a lot of these people, Catholics, trade unionists, communists, socialists, they all supported, many of them supported and voted for this man. And when he got into power, Madam President, within 2 years, it was mayhem and chaos in Germany. And he left this with us. And I want all members to remember this one, because it needs repeating. If you have never heard it before, Senator Lester Henry, I want you to remember this one. They said, Madam President, hear what Martin Naimola said to the world. He said, Madam President, first they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Madam President, these are signs of the times. And Madam President, we have to be in a position to indicate from the outset that these measures that are before us today, they reek of certain signals and dangers that we need to get the government to understand and appreciate. And that is what we are doing today. Madam President, may I remind you and this Honourable Senate that the Police Service Commission is a constitutional body and is not an agent of the PNM or an agent of the state. It is a constitutional body. And therefore, Madam President, the move by the government to outsource a function of this body is a direct assault and attack on the constitutional authority of the Commission. Madam President, I want to remind the Honourable Attorney General and the others who spoke. They make us believe, Madam President, that the reason why they have left out a number of provisions that were contained in the 209 orders is because the Police Service Commission will deal with those things. You don't need to put all those things in black and white. So the Police Service Commission will deal with all those matters that they have mentioned. I want to remind members, honourable members, under section 123, subsection 2 of the Constitution, it reads, and I quote, Madam President, the Police Service Commission shall nominate persons for appointment to the offices specified in subsection 1A and section 22(1) of the Police Service Act in accordance with the criteria, Madam President, in accordance with the criteria and procedure prescribed by order of the President, subject to negative resolution. So what section 123, subsection 2 is saying, Madam President, is that the Police Service Commission is circumscribed rather, by the criteria and procedure prescribed by order of the President, subject to the negative resolution of Parliament. So here it is. We are debating, Madam President, two legal notices that we are seeking to have this Honourable Senate annulled. if we are defeated, the government would have its way. And those 2 legal notices, 218 and 219, would become law. They are already law, but it will just go on for a long time before it is taken down by the courts of Trinidad and Tobago. But the point I wish to emphasize is that the Police Service Commission has to be guided by the criteria and procedure prescribed by the President by resolution through negative resolution, Madam President. And that is what we are dealing with here. So why is the Attorney General and others are trying to tell this Honourable Senate that the reason why they have left out X, Y, and Z is because these are matters that the Police Service Commission can deal with at any rate? Well then, if that is so, why have we removed these criteria from the arrangement, Madam President?
You give way?
Not at this time.
See what you're doing here?
No, you'll have a press conference. You tell the people when you meet them, Madam President.
There's only one man that's talking on that side, you know.
Madam President, the question here is, what is the ulterior motive of the government in seeking to foist on the people such a poisonous cocktail of measures which are aimed at subverting and undermining and hijacking both the Police Service Commission, the Police Commissioner Office, and ultimately, Madam President, our democracy? Madam President, I wish to remind you, if you are not aware, this government introduced in the 2016 budget 2 instruments that is going to undermine the police service. One is called the Police Management Agency, and the other one is called the Police Inspectorate. These are measures, Madam President, that they have introduced. And when you read in accordance with the answer we got to a question that I raised in this Parliament about 2 weeks ago, we are told by the Minister of Finance that one of the functions of the Police Management Agency is to plan police operations. And a coldness visited my body.
Like Section 34.
No. I would have liked to get some fire in your party. Madam President, could you imagine, Madam President? You are now telling the country in a statement to the Parliament that one of the functions of the Police Management Agency is to plan police operations, or what's that effect? And Madam President, I ask myself, I thought that is a function of the police commissioner and his executive. They are there to plan operations, and that's an independent function. Where is the executive involved in these things? I raise that in passing, Madam President, so you can understand what is at stake in this particular matter, Madam President. Madam President, we have to understand that the government has taken a decision to remove several provisions that would have given the Police Service Commission a certain amount of flexibility in determining the selection, appointment, and nomination of a police commissioner. Madam President, if I may revert again to the Constitution, I go to section 123A, Madam President. And it tells you, Madam President, the power of a commissioner of police. A commissioner of police is a serious office holder in our country. It says, Madam President, that the Commissioner of Police shall have the complete power to manage the police service and is required to ensure that the human, financial, and material resources available to the service are used in an efficient and effective manner. Madam President, the police commissioner is responsible for managing efficiently human, financial, and material resources. And Madam President, he is responsible for the promotion, Madam President, the promotion and the confirmation of appointment for all those officers under his command. He can transfer any police officer, and he can remove from office and exercise disciplinary control over police officers. Madam President, this is the extent of the power of a police commissioner. And we can't play politics. We play with fire. That is why you have forced us to come here. Madam President, we didn't want to come here. We didn't want to bring motions to annul anything. If the government had seen it necessary to take us into their confidence and hold discussions, Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, and talk about, for instance, these notices before they were published, we would not have been here. The population would not have known about this debate, Madam President, because once we had a proper input and the interests of the people would have been served, we would have supported it, just as we supported the new Police Service Act, the Police Complaints Authority, and the amendment to the Constitution that brought these changes into being. But the government chose not to take that route, Madam President. They chose a different course of action. So, Madam President, what have they done? They have deleted the provision to allow a contracting firm, and I haven't heard the Attorney General explain to us as yet, and maybe at his press conference he will do so. He will explain to the population why the firm, Madam President, is not allowed to advertise for invitations of applications. No, why that has been, no, I'm asking, Madam President, listen, I am not prepared to take cheap talk and cheap words from anyone. We are dealing with a police service, Madam President, and we do not want the Attorney General to say across the floor, howling across the floor, Madam President, that you know what, Madam President, advertisement will take place. Why are you telling me this? I don't want to know this. It is not me. When I speak, I'm a vessel, not empty but full. And I speak, Madam President, as a channel. Full of what? Right. Well, you should know because you were in effect.
Senator Mark.
Oh, sorry,
Senator
Madam
Mark.
President.
No, come on.
Madam President?
Could we just listen to Senator Mark in silence, please? Continue, Senator Mark.
Yeah, so Madam President, all I'm asking, Madam President, why are we leaving out this provision that was contained in the 209 order? And, you know, we have heard from so many members from the other side thus far, and no one has been able to tell us in a convincing way. They have raised some very weak and vacuous arguments, but nothing that is of substance and strong in content to convince the population that this government, do not have, Madam President, ulterior motives. So I ask, Madam President, through you to this Honourable House, how are applications or applicants going to apply for the job of Commissioner of Police? We don't know. Madam President, they have removed the provision to allow the Police Service Commission to consult and discuss the results of the shortlisting process with the firm. That is another matter that we haven't heard much about. But it is in the provision of the 2009 legal notice, where after they would have received, Madam President, the shortlisting of the firm after the interviews, the Police Service Commission can now entertain, Madam President, this particular firm and allow the firm, Madam President, to provide it with the necessary results and the process that it would have employed in this particular regard. So, Madam President, in the event that they slipped, that is the firm, there is a second process that will take place, Madam President, so that if something illegal comes up, or if something comes up that is unethical, or something immoral about a candidate, then the Police Service Commission could tell that candidate, you have to withdraw. You're not fit to become a police commissioner. There was a lie detector test, as I indicated, Madam President, that was conducted that resulted in a high-ranking police officer being dismissed virtually, and therefore did not qualify to become a commissioner of police. And you know who discovered that? The Police Service Commission, not the firm, Madam President. It was a second check taking place by the Police Service Commission after receiving from this particular firm the outcome of the assessment, Madam President, that was responsible. So, Madam President, as we have said, we have made our case. We have made our case. We think that, for instance, this matter is very serious. We believe that the government should reconsider its position. I would like, Madam President, in closing, to call on the government to withdraw these notices, to bring a draft notice or a draft notice of the nature that would allow us to debate and discuss at the level of a joint select committee, so we can help the government fashion proper legal notices that would be transparent, that would be accountable, that would be fair, that would have equity housed in that particular notice, Madam President, so that at the end of the day, the citizenry, through its representatives in Parliament, would be able to come forward with two notices that they will be proud of. Madam President, at this particular point in time, the notices that are before us do not give us comfort. And therefore, I beg to move, Madam President, that these notices be annulled by this Honourable Senate. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police Selection Process Order 2015 be annulled. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No. You want a division on that, Madam President?
Mr. Khan? No. Mrs. Gopee-Singh? No. Mrs. Baptiste Primus?
No.
Mr. Rambharat?
No.
Dr. Henry?
No.
Mr. Moses?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mr. Ali?
No.
Ms. Boodoo?
No.
Mr. Coppin?
No.
Mr. Cummings?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Ms. Bash?
No.
Mr. Duki?
No.
Ms. Stewart?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Mr. Hadeed?
Yes.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes.
Ms. Ameen?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Mr. Samuel?
Absolutely, yes.
Dr. Mahabir?
Abstain.
Mr. Roach?
No.
Mr. Small?
No.
Mr. Ramkissoon?
No.
Ms. Ramkissoon?
No.
Ms. Chote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Raful?
No.
Mr. Richards?
No.
And so what do I say? For how much? Honourable Senators, the number of votes, 8 have voted for, 21 against, 1 abstention. So I think the noes have it. Senator Mark, motion number 2.
Yeah, Madam President. I beg to move. I think I have it wrong. Yeah, Madam President.
Senator Mark, I can help you. You have to just...
Honourable?
Right.
Yes, is it an open question?
You have to read the second motion.
Oh, they read the entire motion again? Okay. President, I beg to move the following motion. Whereas it is provided by Section 123(2) of the Constitution that the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police be selected by criteria and procedure prescribed by order of the President, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, And whereas the appointment of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, Qualifications and Selection Criteria Order 2015 was published on December the 16th, 2015 by Legal Notice 219, and whereas the order does not effectively capture the critical qualifications required by the candidates for these important offices in the police service, among other things, be it resolved that the appointment of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, Qualification and Selection Criteria Order 2015 be annulled. Madam President, I beg to move.
The motion requires a seconder.
Done.
I move to second the motion.
Honourable Senators, I will now put the question. The question is, be it resolved that the appointment of the Commissioner of Police and Deputy Commissioner of Police, Qualification and Selection Criteria Order 2015 be annulled. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it.
Division.
Mr. Khan?
No.
Mrs. Gopee-Singh?
No.
Mrs. Baptiste Primus?
No.
Mr. Rambharat?
No.
Dr. Henry?
No.
Mr. Moses?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mr. Ali?
No.
Ms. Buru?
No.
Mr. Coppin?
No.
Mr. Cummings?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Ms. Batch?
No.
Mr. Duki?
No.
Ms. Stewart?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Mr. Hadeed?
Yes.
Mr. Solomon?
Yes.
Ms. Ameen?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Mr. Samuel?
Yes.
Dr. Mahabir?
Abstain.
Mr. Roach?
No.
Mr. Small?
No.
Mr. Ramkissoon?
No.
Ms. Ramkissoon?
Abstain.
Ms. Chote?
Yes.
Mr. Chris?
Yes.
Ms. Raful?
No.
Mr. Richards?
No.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division: 8 voted for the motion, 20 against, and there were 2 persons who abstained. The motion has therefore been defeated.
Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate to now adjourn to Monday, the 25th of January 2016 at 1:30 p.m. During that sitting, we will be debating the Finance Variation of Appropriation Financial Year 2015 Bill 2016.
Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Monday, the 25th of January 2016 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Monday, the 25th of January 2016 at 1:30 p.m.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.